Hello, dear friends. I hope you've had a wonderful day and are ready to unwind. This is the perfect time of year to enjoy calming stories, so why not cozy up, snuggle in, and let the gentle narration take you away? Relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, and as you listen, allow your imagination to drift into whimsical worlds. Welcome to a serene evening of enchantment and rest. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home was a quaint cottage with moss-covered stones and a chimney that puffed gentle wisps of smoke into the crisp air of autumn. The village itself was a tapestry of colors during this season, with the leaves of the surrounding trees painting the landscape in vivid reds, oranges, and yellows. The scent of earth and wood smoke mingled in the air, creating a comforting embrace that enveloped the village like a warm quilt on a chilly night. Willow had a curious spirit and a heart filled with wonder, always eager to explore the mysteries that lay beyond her doorstep. Her eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 unspoken questions, and her laughter was as infectious as the babbling brooks that wound through the forest. She often spent her days exploring the woods that fringed her village, collecting treasures that caught her eye, pebbles with curious patterns, feathers of brilliant hues, and once a tiny, abandoned bird's nest she carefully relocated to a safe branch. One crisp autumn day, Willow was out gathering fallen leaves for her crafts when she stumbled upon a peculiar object hidden beneath a pile of crimson foliage. The leaves crunched under her feet like the crisp shell of a freshly baked pie, releasing a sweet, earthy aroma into the air. There, among the leaves, lay an old, tarnished key, its intricate designs hinting at a long-forgotten story. It was a relic of another time, its metal worn but still beautiful, with swirling patterns that seemed to tell tales of ancient adventures. As she brushed away the dirt, the key began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow's eyes widened in amazement, and she felt a tingle of magic pulsing through her fingertips, a sensation both alien and comforting, as if the key recognized a kindred spirit. The golden light danced across her face, casting playful shadows that flickered like candle flames in the breeze. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Young Willow, this is no ordinary key. It holds the power to unlock doors beyond your wildest dreams, but only for those with a pure heart and a curious mind." Willow clutched the key tightly, her heart racing with excitement. She knew she had to embark on a journey to unravel the secrets it held. That night as she lay in bed, the key resting beneath her pillow, her mind buzzed with possibilities. She dreamed of enchanted forests and hidden realms, her imagination painting vivid scenes of wonder. The next morning, a soft mist clung to the village, the sky a canvas of gentle grays, and the air crisp with the promise of adventure. Willow set out into the world, her trusted friend Oakley, a wise old oak tree, bidding her farewell with a warm embrace of his branches. Oakley was more than just a tree. He was a sentinel of the forest, his bark etched with the wisdom of ages. "Be brave, little one," he said, his voice a deep rumble. "And remember, true wisdom often lies in the most unexpected places." As she ventured deeper into the forest, Willow was accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft calls of distant birds. She encountered a peculiar pair of companions. Patches, a mischievous rabbit with a penchant for riddles, and Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly with a knack for finding hidden paths. Patches had a coat speckled like the patchwork quilt her grandmother used to make, and Flutter's wings shimmered with every color of the rainbow, a living mosaic of nature's artistry. Together they navigated through twisted trails and misty glades, encountering wondrous sights and friendly creatures along the way. Willow's key seemed to guide them, glowing brighter with each step they took. The forest was alive with secrets, each leaf and stone whispering tales of ancient magic and forgotten lore. One day, as they rested by a crystalline stream, Willow noticed a peculiar stone that seemed out of place. Its surface was etched with strange symbols that pulsed faintly in the dappled sunlight. As she traced the markings with her fingers, she realized they were similar to those on the key. Feeling a new surge of curiosity, she carefully pocketed the stone, sensing it held a piece of the puzzle she was meant to solve. The companions soon came upon a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in clouds, as if wrapped in a cloak of mystery. Patches hopped ahead, his his nose twitching with anticipation. "The answer you seek lies beyond this peak," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "But beware, the path is guarded by a challenge that cannot be conquered by force alone." Willow felt a flutter of nervousness, but Oakley's words echoed in her mind. She took a deep breath of the cool, invigorating air and pressed on, her companions at her side. The path wound upwards, the stones slippery beneath her feet, but her resolve was as steady as her heartbeat. As they climbed higher, the air grew thin and the path became treacherous. The wind howled around them like a living creature, tugging at Willow's hair and whispering secrets she couldn't quite grasp. Suddenly, a booming voice shook the mountainside. "Who dares to trespass upon these sacred grounds?" A massive stone guardian emerged from the mists, its piercing gaze fixed upon them. Its eyes were like polished gems, reflecting the swirling mists around it, and its voice carried the weight of centuries. Willow's heart pounded, but she remembered Patch's warning and remained calm. "We mean no harm, noble guardian," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor of excitement within her. "We seek only the wisdom that lies beyond this peak." The guardian studied her for a moment, then spoke. "Very well, young one, but to pass you must solve 3 riddles, each more challenging than the last." Willow nodded, her mind already whirring with possibilities. With Patch's guidance and her own intuition, she navigated through the riddles, each one revealing a deeper truth about the world and her own inner strength. The riddles were like the pieces of a puzzle, each one fitting snugly into place as she unraveled their meanings. As the final riddle was solved, the guardian stepped aside, a warm smile spreading across its stony face. "Well done, Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the knowledge you seek." Before them stretched a dazzling valley, its rolling hills blanketed in wildflowers of every hue imaginable. The scent of blossoms filled the air, sweet and intoxicating, a symphony of nature's perfume. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, glowing with a radiant light that pulsed with the rhythm of the earth itself. Willow approached the tree, her key pulsing in her hand like a living heartbeat. As she placed it into a hidden keyhole in the trunk, the tree seemed to awaken, its leaves rustling with a melodious whisper, a song of ancient times and forgotten dreams. "Welcome, dear child," the tree spoke, its voice carrying the wisdom of ages, a gentle lullaby to the world. "You have unlocked the secrets of the ancient ones, those who walked this land long ago and learned to harness the magic of nature itself." For days Willow sat beneath the tree, listening in awe as it shared its knowledge, the secrets of the changing seasons, the language of the wind, and the healing power of plants. The tree's words were a balm to her soul, each one resonating with truth and beauty. She felt a profound connection to the world around her, a deep reverence for the wonders it held, as if she had become a part of the very fabric of the forest. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Willow explored further into the valley. She stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, hidden beneath a canopy of vines and moss. The stones hummed with an energy that made her skin prickle with anticipation. She could sense that this place held more secrets of the ancients, whispering to her of forgotten rituals and songs that once echoed here. Drawn by an unseen force, Willow found herself stepping into the center of the circle. As she stood there, the air around her seemed to shimmer, and she felt a gentle warmth spread through her body. Visions began to dance before her eyes, images of people long gone, their hands raised to the sky, singing songs of gratitude to the earth. A voice deep and resonant filled the air around her. "Child of the future, you stand where the ancients once stood, where they celebrated the harvest and honored the spirits of the land. Remember their songs, for in them lies the balance of life." The experience left Willow awestruck, her heart swelling with a sense of duty to preserve these ancient traditions. She knew she must share this newfound wisdom with her village, to help them reconnect with the magic of the world that had been forgotten over time. When it was time to leave, the tree bestowed upon Willow a precious gift, a seed that glowed with the same radiant light. "Plant this seed in your village and let its magic take root," it instructed. "Share what you have learned, and let the wisdom of the ancient ones flourish once more." With a heart full of gratitude, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends and began the journey home, her eyes shining with a newfound understanding of the world. The journey back was filled with a quiet joy, each step a reminder of the lessons she had learned and the friends she had made. As she crested the final hill, Willow saw Oakley waiting for her, his branches swaying in the gentle breeze like the welcoming arms of an old friend. She ran to embrace him, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks, each one a testament to the journey she had undertaken. Together they planted the glowing seed, and as it took root, a warmth seemed to spread through the village, bringing with it a sense of harmony and wonder. The villagers marveled at the tree that grew, its branches reaching out like arms embracing the sky, its leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Willow shared the ancient knowledge she had gained, and soon the people of the village began to appreciate the magic that surrounded them every day. They learned to listen to the rustle of leaves, to understand the songs of birds, and to see the beauty in the simplest things. From that day on, Willow became a guardian of nature's secrets, passing down the wisdom she had learned to generations that followed. She also taught them the songs of the ancients, reviving the traditions that had once held their community together. And whenever she looked upon the magnificent tree that grew from the glowing seed, she was reminded of the power of curiosity, courage, and a pure heart, the keys that unlocked the most extraordinary wonders of all. The village thrived, its people living in harmony with the land, and Willow's legacy grew like the tree she had planted, its roots deep and its branches wide, a testament to the magic of the world and the heart of a young girl who dared to dream. The stone circle became a place of gathering once more, where villagers came to celebrate the changing seasons, honoring the earth and its gifts. And so the spirit of the ancients lived on in the hearts of the people, a timeless melody echoing through the hills. As the years passed, Willow watched the village flourish, knowing that the legacy she had helped revive would continue to guide and inspire those who followed. Each time she stood beneath the sprawling branches of the tree, she felt the whispers of the ancients in the wind, and she knew that the magic of the world was alive and well, woven into the very fabric of their lives. The villagers, united by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future, thrived in their newfound harmony, forever grateful to the girl who had unlocked the secrets of the ancient ones. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Willow sat by the fire, surrounded by the villagers who had come to hear her stories. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with the same curiosity that had once driven Willow to seek the unknown. "Tell us again, Willow," Finn begged, his voice laced with wonder, "about the day you found the key." Willow smiled, her heart full as she began to recount her tale once more. As the flames danced in the hearth, she spoke of her journey, the lessons she had learned, and the magic that lay hidden in the world. The villagers listened in rapt attention, their hearts and minds open to the wisdom she shared. And in that moment, as the stories wove a tapestry of connection among them, Willow understood that her journey was far from over. The legacy of the ancients lived on not only in the tree and the land, but in the hearts of those who would carry the torch of curiosity and wonder into the future. With a heart full of hope, Willow watched as Finn's imagination took flight, knowing that he, too, would one day venture into the world to discover its secrets, guided by the light of the ancients and the magic that had been passed down through the generations. 2. In the heart of the whispering woodland, nestled beneath the sprawling canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a village named Willowbark. It was a place where time flowed as gently as the brook that wove its way through the cobbled paths lined with wildflowers. The village was quaint, a cluster of thatched cottages with chimneys that puffed gentle spirals of smoke into the crisp evening air. The scent of fresh pine mingled with the floral aroma, creating an atmosphere that seemed to hold the very essence of serenity. The villagers, with their simple ways and warm smiles, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had a heart as warm as the summer sun and a spirit as curious as the brook that wound its way through Willowbark. Her eyes, the color of deep forest green, sparkled with an insatiable curiosity, and her laughter was a sound that brought smiles to the faces of all who heard it. She was known for her gentle nature and her unyielding sense of wonder. Lyra would spend her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the forest, her auburn hair trailing behind her like a comet's tail, her laughter echoing among the trees as she discovered new marvels each day. One particular morning, as the sun cast its golden rays upon the sleeping village, Lyra awoke with a familiar sense of restlessness. The forest called to her with a voice only she seemed to hear, a whisper woven into the rustling leaves and the songs of the birds. She set out on her daily adventure, her heart alight with anticipation. The forest greeted her like an old friend, its familiar paths and hidden alcoves waiting to be rediscovered. As she ventured beyond the familiar trails, the air around her began to change, thickening with a sense of mystery. The trees seemed older here, their trunks wide as ancient towers, their branches whispering secrets from centuries past. It was then that she stumbled upon something extraordinary, a path she had never seen, lined with ancient stones covered in moss, leading to a glade bathed in golden light. The glade was a hidden sanctuary, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves in a kaleidoscope of colors, painting the ground with dappled hues of gold and green. In the center of this glade stood a grand oak, its branches stretching skyward, seemingly touching the heavens. Beneath this majestic tree lay a small, ornate box, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Lyra approached the box. As she lifted it, she was surprised by how light it felt, as if it were made of dreams and whispers. Carefully, she opened the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal that pulsed with a soft, iridescent glow. The crystal seemed alive, its light ebbing and flowing like a gentle tide. As she touched it, a breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle and the distant call of a nightingale, enveloping Lyra in a cocoon of peace and belonging. Unbeknownst to Lyra, this crystal held a secret, a magical ability that could connect her to the hidden world within the natural environment. This world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the whispers of the trees could be understood, where the stories of the stones could be heard, and where the songs of the streams could be sung. It was a world that existed alongside her own, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen. The forest's voice grew stronger each day, a chorus of sounds that Lyra had never noticed before. She learned to distinguish the gentle hum of the earthworms beneath the soil, the rustle of leaves as they shared ancient stories, and the songs of birds, each note a fragment of wisdom passed down through generations. These newfound harmonies filled her with awe and a deeper connection to the world around her. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself visiting the glade more frequently. She would sit beneath the grand oak, the crystal cradled in her palms, and let its magic unfurl around her. With each visit, she felt more attuned to the forest, noticing things she had never noticed before: the gentle rustle of a squirrel's tail, the soft sigh of the wind through the leaves, the quiet conversation between the roots and the earth. The trees whispered secrets of ancient times, and the brook sang stories of lands far beyond her imagining. But it was not just the forest that changed. Lyra, too, began to transform. She became more perceptive, more in tune with the world around her. Her kindness deepened, her empathy grew. She understood the delicate balance of nature and the importance of preserving it. This newfound awareness filled her with a quiet strength and a determination to protect the magical world she had come to love. One afternoon, as Lyra sat in the glade, the crystal nestled in her lap, she heard a soft voice drifting through the air. It was a voice as gentle as the morning dew, as serene as the twilight sky. The voice belonged to a creature she had never seen before, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like starlight. "Hello, Lyra," the fox said, its voice carrying a melody that seemed to resonate with the very soul of the forest. "Hello," Lyra replied, her voice tinged with awe and wonder. "Who are you?" "I am Fen," the fox replied, its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Guardian of the hidden world." Lyra's heart skipped a beat. "The hidden world? You mean the world I can hear when I hold the crystal?" Fen nodded. "Indeed, the crystal has chosen you, Lyra. You have the gift to bridge our worlds, to understand the language of nature and its secrets." Lyra felt a surge of pride and responsibility. "But why me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because your heart is pure, your spirit is kind, and you have the courage to listen," Fen replied, his gaze warm and reassuring. "But there is something you must know. The balance of our worlds is delicate, and there is a challenge you must face." Lyra listened intently as Fen explained. A shadow had fallen over the hidden world, a darkness that threatened to disrupt the harmony between their realms. It was a mystery that needed to be unraveled, a challenge that required wisdom and friendship to overcome. Before embarking on her journey, Lyra decided to confide in her grandmother, a wise woman who lived on the outskirts of Willowbark. Her cottage was filled with the scent of lavender and rosemary, and the old woman had a way of seeing into one's soul with her piercing blue eyes. "Grandmother," Lyra began, "there's something I must do, something that calls to me from beyond our world." Her grandmother listened, her hands busy with knitting, a soft smile playing on her lips. "The forest has always whispered to those who are willing to hear," she said, her voice like warm honey. "Trust in your heart, Lyra. It will lead you true." With Fen as her guide, Lyra embarked on a journey that would lead her through the heart of the forest and into the depths of the hidden world. Along the way, she met creatures of all shapes and sizes. A wise old owl who spoke in riddles, a family of mischievous squirrels who loved to play tricks, a gentle deer who offered guidance with her soft brown eyes. Together they formed a bond of friendship that transcended the barriers of their worlds. They shared stories, laughter, and moments of silence that spoke louder than words. Through their companionship, Lyra learned the true power of connection and the importance of standing together in the face of adversity. As they ventured deeper into the hidden world, Lyra discovered that the source of the darkness was a forgotten place, a grove where the light no longer reached, where the trees stood silent and still. It was a place that had been lost to time, a place that needed to be healed. Lyra and her friends worked tirelessly, weaving threads of light into the fabric of the grove. They sang songs of hope, danced beneath the starlit sky, and nurtured the earth with their love and care. Slowly, the grove began to awaken, its branches stretching towards the sun, its leaves unfurling in a symphony of green. As the grove blossomed, the darkness faded, replaced by a warmth that spread through both worlds. The balance was restored, and the connection between the realms strengthened. Lyra returned to Willowbark, forever changed by her journey. She carried the crystal with her, a reminder of the magic that lay within the world and within herself. She had learned that true strength came from understanding, that true magic came from love, and that true friendship could bridge even the widest of worlds. Her return was met with a quiet celebration in Willowbark. The villagers gathered in the village square, where the air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sound of joyful chatter. Lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm glow over the festivities. Lyra's grandmother, with her knowing smile, embraced her tightly, whispering words of pride and love. Under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart full of the wonders she had seen and the bonds she had forged. In her dreams, the hidden world sang to her, a melody of harmony and hope, a lullaby that promised a brighter tomorrow. The village of Willowbark continued to thrive, its people carrying forward the lessons Lyra had learned. They lived in harmony with the forest, listening to its whispers and nurturing its growth. In doing so, they ensured that the magic of the hidden world would never fade, remaining a beacon of light and hope for generations to come. One autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Fen appeared once more. With a nod of approval, he spoke of the changes in the hidden world and how Lyra's actions had sparked a new era of understanding and respect between the realms. "Remember, Lyra," he said, "the bond you forged is eternal. As long as there are those who listen, our worlds will remain entwined." With a gentle breeze as his farewell, Fen vanished into the whispering woods, leaving Lyra with a promise of future adventures and the enduring magic of her heart and the world she loved. As the seasons passed, the bond between Willowbark and the hidden world deepened. The villagers began to notice the subtle changes in their surroundings. The flowers bloomed more vibrantly, the air felt fresher, and even the weather seemed to carry a hint of magic. Lyra found herself becoming a teacher of sorts, sharing her experiences with the children of the village, guiding them to listen to the whispers of the forest and respect the delicate balance of nature. One such child was a small boy named Rowan, whose eyes mirrored the sky at dusk. He was particularly taken by Lyra's stories and followed her to the glade one morning. There, beneath the grand oak, he experienced the world as Lyra did, his heart opening to the symphony of the forest. Lyra watched with a knowing smile, realizing that the legacy of the hidden world would continue. During their time in the glade, Rowan discovered a talent for communicating with the creatures of the forest. The birds seemed to respond to his gentle calls, and even the shyest of animals would approach him with curiosity. This newfound ability brought Rowan a sense of belonging, a connection he had yearned for. Through Rowan, Lyra saw the promise of future guardians, those who would carry on her mission to protect and honor the hidden world. It was a comforting thought, knowing that the magic she had discovered was not hers alone, but a gift meant to be shared. In the heart of Willowbark, life continued to dance to the rhythm of nature's song. The villagers, with their simple ways and open hearts, embraced the magic that flowed through their lives. And as Lyra looked out over her beloved village, she knew that the real magic lay not just in the crystal or the hidden world, but in the connections forged between people and nature, in the love and understanding that united them all. As the years passed, the tale of Lyra and the hidden world became a cherished story within the village. On long winter nights, the villagers would gather around the hearth, listening with rapt attention as elders recounted the adventures of the girl with forest green eyes and the magical fox. These tales inspired a newfound reverence for the forest, encouraging the villagers to live in greater harmony with the world around them. One particular winter, as snow blanketed Willowbark in a pristine sheet of white, Lyra found herself drawn back to the glade. The landscape had transformed into a wonderland of frost-tipped branches and shimmering icicles. It was here, in this serene winter setting, that Lyra encountered a new presence, a spirit of the forest, manifesting as a gentle stag with antlers woven from the very essence of the woods. The stag, known as Eldrin, spoke with a voice that echoed the wisdom of the ages. "Lyra," he began, "you have safeguarded the balance between our worlds, but now, as the seasons change, so too must the guardianship of this realm." Lyra listened intently, understanding the gravity of Eldrin's words. It was time to pass the mantle to the next guardian, to ensure the continuity of the fragile peace she had worked so hard to establish. Her thoughts turned to Rowan, the boy whose heart had responded so naturally to the call of the hidden world. Returning to Willowbark, Lyra found Rowan, now older and brimming with the same curiosity and kindness she had once held as a child. She shared Eldrin's message, and in Rowan's eyes she saw the spark of understanding, a flicker of readiness. Rowan accepted the responsibility with a solemn promise to protect the forest and its secrets. Together, Lyra and Rowan visited the glade one last time as teacher and student. The grand oak stood as a silent witness to the passing of this sacred duty, its branches swaying gently in the winter wind. As Rowan held the crystal, its light enveloped him in a warm embrace, echoing the magic Lyra felt so many years ago. The forest seemed to hum with approval, acknowledging the new guardian who would listen to its whispers and carry forward the legacy of harmony between the worlds. With the transition complete, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace. She knew she would always be a part of the hidden world, yet she also understood that her role had evolved. She would now guide from the shadows, offering wisdom and support to Rowan as he began his journey as a guardian. Willowbark thrived under the quiet watch of its guardians. The villagers continued to honor the forest, planting new saplings, tending to the land with care, and teaching their children the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. Lyra, content in her new role, watched as the village flourished. She saw the bonds of friendship and respect deepen, not just among the villagers, but between the people and the forest that cradled their home. The story of Willowbark and its guardians had become a living testament to the power of connection, a reminder that magic was not just a force to be wielded, but a bond to be cherished. And so, the legend of Willowbark endured, a beacon of hope and harmony for generations to come. A story woven into the very fabric of the whispering woodland. Story 3. In the quaint village, nestled between emerald hills and whispering forests, the air was always alive with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom. The thatched roof cottages, with their colorful gardens, seemed to lean together as if sharing secrets. And it was in this idyllic setting that a young girl named Lila thrived. Her hair, a cascade of chestnut curls, bounced lightly as she moved with the grace of someone who belonged wholly to the land around her. Her eyes, a vivid shade of green, mirrored the lush landscape, filled with the same boundless curiosity and gentle warmth. Lila's days were a tapestry of exploration, woven with threads of wonder and discovery. Her heart, as gentle as the morning sun, was also fiercely brave, yearning for the adventures she dreamt of each night. The village, though small, hummed with stories as deep as the roots of the ancient trees that surrounded it, tales that beckoned Lila like a moth to a flame. Her favorite haunt was the edge of the forest, a place where the boundaries between the known and the unknown seemed to blur in the dappled sunlight. Here, the trees stood as sentinels, their branches reaching skyward, whispering tales carried on the wind. It was in this magical borderland that Lila often found herself, drawn by the call of the mysteries that lay beyond. One evening, as twilight draped its soft purple glow over the world, Lila's keen eyes caught sight of something peculiar. Nestled beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, a small, intricately carved box lay waiting. Its surface shimmered with a golden hue, capturing and reflecting the last rays of the setting sun like a beacon of promise. The box seemed to hum with a gentle energy, a melody only Lila could hear, resonating with the same frequency as her own heart. Her fingers trembled with anticipation as she lifted the lid, revealing a delicate silver key within. Its design was as intricate as frost patterns on a winter morning, each curve and line a testament to the craftsmanship of a forgotten era. Lila felt a tingle of magic in the air, a promise of something extraordinary waiting just beyond the horizon. She knew, deep within her heart, that this key was meant for her, as if the universe itself had conspired to place it in her path. That night, under a canopy of stars, Lila lay awake, her mind a kaleidoscope of possibilities. The key, cool beneath her pillow, was a talisman of the adventure that awaited at dawn. She imagined the wonders it might unlock and the worlds it might reveal, her heart thrumming with excitement. The next morning, the village awoke to the scent of dew-kissed flowers and the melody of birdsong that seemed to welcome the new day. Lila set out early, the key clutched safely in her hand. Her steps were light and her spirit buoyant, as if she floated on the very breeze that carried the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of pine. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a change in the air. The trees grew taller, their trunks wrapped in vines that glowed softly in the dappled sunlight. The forest floor was a carpet of moss, cool and inviting beneath her feet, as if the forest itself were welcoming her into its embrace. She felt the forest's magic envelop her, a gentle whisper of hidden worlds waiting to be discovered. Just as she reached a particularly dense thicket, the sound of a soft giggle floated through the air. Lila paused, straining to locate the source of the sound. There, nestled among the ferns, was a young boy, his hair a wild mop of raven curls and his eyes a mischievous shade of blue. His clothes were patched and worn, but his smile was as bright as the sun breaking through the clouds. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her curiosity piqued by his sudden appearance. "I'm Finn," the boy replied, springing to his feet with the agility of a deer. "I've been watching you for some time. You're not like the others." Lila tilted her head, intrigued by his words. "What do you mean?" Finn grinned, a playful glint in his eyes. "You see the magic, don't you? The world isn't just trees and stones to you, it's alive." Lila nodded, feeling a kindred spirit in Finn. "Yes, I do. And I found this," she said, holding up the key. "I think it's meant to lead me somewhere." Finn's eyes widened as he examined the key. A silver key! It said that only those with a pure heart can find such a thing. It must be very special. Lila felt a surge of confidence at his words. "Would you like to come with me?" she asked, sensing that Finn's company would make her journey even more meaningful. Finn's smile widened, and he nodded eagerly. I'd love to. Together, we'll find where it leads. With newfound companionship, Leela and Finn made their way deeper into the forest, their laughter echoing through the trees. The forest responded in kind, its magic growing more vibrant with each step they took. Eventually, they stumbled upon a doorway, half hidden by a curtain of ivy. It was a wooden door, weathered by time, with an ornate lock that seemed to call to Lila's key. Her heart fluttered with anticipation as she inserted the key, turning it with a soft click that echoed through the stillness of the forest. The door swung open, revealing a world unlike any Lila had ever imagined. It was a hidden realm, vibrant and alive, where the air was filled with the sound of laughter and music, a symphony of joy that resonated with her very soul. Flowers of every hue danced in the breeze, their petals shimmering with an ethereal light that painted rainbows across the landscape. Lila and Finn stepped through the doorway, their senses alive with wonder. Creatures of legend and lore roamed freely, their eyes sparkling with wisdom and mischief. A gentle stream wound its way through the landscape, its waters singing a lullaby to the stones that lined its banks, a melody that spoke of time eternal. As they explored this enchanted world, Lila felt a presence beside her. It was a fox, its fur a rich tapestry of russet and gold, shimmering in the sunlight. The fox's eyes were deep pools of understanding, and it regarded Lila with a knowing gaze that seemed to see right into her soul. "Welcome, travelers," the fox spoke, its voice a soft melody that resonated with the harmony of the realm. "You have found the key to our world, a place hidden from those who do not seek with an open heart." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude and awe. "Thank you," she replied, her voice a whisper of wonder. "I have always felt there was something more, something waiting to be discovered." The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling with amusement and wisdom. "Indeed, there is much to learn and many friends to meet. But remember, the greatest magic lies within you." Together they wandered through the realm, each step a dance of discovery. Lila and Finn met creatures of every kind, from mischievous sprites to wise old owls, each with stories to share and lessons to teach. They learned the art of listening, the power of kindness, and the strength that comes from friendship, their hearts expanding with each new encounter. One afternoon, while resting by the stream, Lila noticed a group of creatures gathered around an ancient stone tablet. Intrigued, she approached and discovered it was a map, etched with paths and symbols that sparkled with a strange luminescence. The fox explained that it was a map of their world, detailing places of great power and mystery. "This map," the fox said, "is not just a guide, but a reflection of your journey. It changes with your experiences, revealing new paths as you grow." Lila traced her fingers over the map, feeling a connection to the realm deepen within her. She realized that the true adventure was not just in the places she discovered, but in the changes within herself. With each path she chose, she was charting her own course, creating a legacy of exploration and courage. As the days passed in this enchanted world, Lila found herself growing in ways she had never imagined. The hidden realm became a part of her, its magic woven into the fabric of her being. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Lila and Finn sat beside the stream, the fox curled beside them like an old friend. The water glistened with the colors of the setting sun, a mirror to the sky and the journey they had undertaken. "It is time," the fox said gently, its voice tinged with sadness and understanding. "You must return to your world, but know that you are always welcome here." Lila nodded, her heart heavy yet full of newfound wisdom. She had found a piece of herself in this magical realm, a truth that would guide her always, a light that would shine in her actions and thoughts. With a final farewell, Leela and Finn retraced their steps, the key a comforting weight in Lila's hand. They passed through the doorway, the world of wonder fading into the familiar embrace of the forest, yet lingering in their hearts. Back in her village, Leela was forever changed. She carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a light that shone in her every action, her days filled with laughter and love, her heart open to the wonders of the everyday. Finn, too, found a new sense of belonging, his spirit buoyed by the adventures they had shared. And though the door to the hidden realm remained closed, Leela and Finn knew it was never truly gone. It lived within them, a reminder that the greatest adventures often begin with a single curious step, and that magic is always waiting for those who dare to seek it. In the weeks that followed their return, Lila and Finn became inseparable. They often wandered the village, sharing tales of their journey with those who would listen. The villagers, captivated by their stories, began to look at their surroundings with renewed curiosity, wondering what mysteries might lie hidden in the familiar landscape. One crisp autumn afternoon, Lila and Finn decided to visit the old library at the heart of the village. It was a small, cozy building, its walls lined with books that smelled of aged paper and boundless wisdom. The librarian, an elderly woman with silver hair and twinkling eyes, greeted them warmly. "Ah, young adventurers," she said, her voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the wind. "What brings you to this haven of stories today?" "We're looking for something," Lila replied, her eyes scanning the rows of books. "Something that might tell us more about the world we discovered." The librarian nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. She led them to a section filled with ancient tomes and whispered legends. "These are the stories of old, tales of realms beyond our own," she explained. Lila and Finn spent hours immersed in the pages, learning of worlds connected by threads of magic, hidden just beyond the reach of those who did not know to seek them. They discovered that their village, nestled between the emerald hills and whispering forests, was one of many places where the veil between worlds was thin, where magic seeped into the everyday. With each story they read, Lila felt the threads of her own journey weaving into the larger tapestry of the universe. She understood that their adventure was but one of many, a chapter in the endless book of existence. As the sun began to set, casting golden light through the library's windows, Lila and Finn closed the last book, their minds buzzing with the knowledge they had gained. They thanked the librarian and stepped outside, the cool evening air wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. "Do you think we'll ever go back?" Finn asked, his voice a mixture of hope and longing. Lila smiled, her heart warm with the certainty she had found within herself. "I think the door will open when the time is right," she said. "But until then, we have our own world to explore and magic to share." With renewed purpose, they returned to the village, their bond stronger than ever. They understood that the magic they had found was not just in the hidden realm, but in the connections they forged, the kindness they spread, and the courage they shared with those around them. Lila and Finn became storytellers, weaving tales of wonder and adventure that inspired others to seek out the magic in their own lives. And though the enchanted realm remained a cherished memory, its magic lived on in their hearts, a guiding light in a world that was now a little more magical for everyone. Months passed, and as winter's chill began to thaw, the village prepared for its annual festival of renewal, a celebration of life and the turning seasons. Lila and Finn, now recognized as the village's youthful sages, were tasked with crafting a tale to share at the festival's climax, a story that would unify and inspire all who heard it. In the cozy warmth of Lila's cottage, they gathered, surrounded by the comforting scent of pine and cinnamon. Lila's mother prepared tea, the steam curling like tendrils of dreams around them as they pondered their story. The fire crackled, casting playful shadows that danced on the walls, as if the house itself was eager to hear their tale unfold. "We should tell them about the realm," Finn suggested, his eyes bright with inspiration. "About the magic that lies just beyond, waiting to be discovered." Lila nodded, her heart swelling with the truth of his words. "Yes, but we must also remind them that the greatest magic is within themselves," she added, her voice firm with conviction. Together they wove a story that blended the enchantment of their hidden world with the everyday wonder of their village. They spoke of courage and curiosity, of the strength found in friendship, and the beauty of a heart open to the unknown. The night of the festival arrived, and the village square was alive with color and sound. Lanterns painted with vibrant hues hung from every tree, casting a warm, welcoming glow. The air was filled with the scent of spiced pastries and roasted chestnuts, mingling with the laughter of children and the soft murmur of anticipation. Lila and Finn took the stage, their presence commanding yet gentle, as they began their tale. The villagers listened, enraptured, as the story unfolded like a tapestry of light and shadow, each word a stitch that bound them closer together. As the final words faded into the night, a hush fell over the crowd, a moment of stillness before a wave of applause and cheers broke the silence. The villagers' faces shone with wonder and hope, their hearts touched by the magic of the story and the bond it had rekindled among them. In that moment, Lila and Finn realized that their journey had come full circle. They had ventured beyond the boundaries of their world, only to return and discover the true magic lay within the connections they had forged and the stories they shared. As the festival continued, a new tradition was born. Each year, the villagers would gather to share stories of their own adventures and dreams, weaving a tapestry of wonder that stretched beyond the village and into the hearts of all who heard it. And so the magic of the hidden realm lived on, not just as a cherished memory, but as an ever-present force that inspired and united, reminding all who dared to dream that the greatest adventures begin with a single, curious step. Story 4. In the hushed village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there stood a quaint little bookshop called the Whispering Pages. This snug retreat was owned by an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose silver hair danced like moonlit waves whenever a breeze passed through the open windows. His eyes, twinkling with the wisdom of countless stories, always welcomed visitors with warmth and a promise of adventure. The soft chime of the doorbell announced each arrival, its sound mingling with the rustling leaves outside. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant colors and sounds. The cobblestone streets echoed with the gentle clatter of horse carts, while the air was filled with the sweet melody of birds chirping from the treetops. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to flow at its own leisurely pace, allowing its inhabitants to savor the simple joys of life. In the morning, a golden mist would rise from the lake, wrapping the village in a gentle embrace, while in the evening the setting sun painted the sky in shades of amber and rose. The scent of fresh bread wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the nearby forest, creating a sensory symphony that wrapped the village in a cocoon of tranquility. On an ordinary Wednesday afternoon, young Clara stumbled into the bookshop, her heart heavy with a longing she couldn't quite name. The air inside was rich with the scent of aged paper and ink, mixed with the faint aroma of lavender from the sachets Mr. Thistle placed on the shelves. Clara loved the bookshop, for it felt like a world within a world, where time paused and magic whispered through the pages. Yet, on this visit, Clara felt the weight of an unspoken yearning, a desire to uncover something beyond the everyday. As Clara wandered through the maze of shelves, a peculiar book caught her eye. It was tucked away in a corner, its spine a faded gold that shimmered under the soft glow of the lamplight. Unlike the other books, this one seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting energy. Curiosity piqued, Clara reached out and gently pulled it from its resting place. The book was unexpectedly light, its cover adorned with intricate illustrations of stars and swirling clouds. The title, The Song of Secrets, was etched in delicate script across the cover. As Clara opened the book, a soft melody, like the tinkling of distant chimes, filled the air. It was a song without words, yet it spoke directly to her heart, whispering of mysteries and wonders beyond her imagining. Intrigued, Clara asked Mr. Thistle about the book. He smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, you've found the Song of Secrets," he said, his voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "It is said to contain the stories of those who seek to understand the world beyond what they see. But remember, Clara, it is not the book that holds the magic, but the journey it inspires within you." His words lingered in the air, echoing the whispers of the pages, and Clara felt a stirring of excitement mixed with trepidation. That evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and gold, Clara sat by her bedroom window, watching the first stars appear. She thought of her grandmother, a wise woman with a heart as vast as the open sky, who had always encouraged Clara to explore the world with a curious mind and an open heart. Clara felt a familiar warmth in her chest, a sense of her grandmother's presence guiding her from afar. The window's cool glass pressed against her palm, a reminder of the world waiting beyond. With those words echoing in her mind, Clara decided to purchase the book. That night, as she lay in bed, she opened it once more, To her astonishment, the pages were blank, save for a single line at the top of the first page. To reveal the secrets, you must first find the key. The next morning, Clara set out on a journey to uncover the key. Her first stop was her grandmother's garden, a place brimming with life and color. The garden was a tapestry of wild flowers and herbs, their fragrances mingling in the crisp morning air. As Clara wandered among the blooms, she noticed a small rusted key hanging from a branch of the old oak tree at the garden's edge. It was an unusual place for a key, and Clara wondered if it might be the one she sought. The key's metal felt cool and ancient in her hand, and a sense of anticipation thrummed through her veins. She carefully retrieved the key, feeling a curious warmth in her palm. With the key clutched tightly, Clara returned home and inserted it into the lock on the spine of the book. To her surprise, the pages began to fill with words and pictures, revealing stories of hidden worlds and ancient wisdom. Each page was a portal to another realm, a glimpse into lives and tales woven with magic and meaning. Eager to share her discovery, Clara invited her friend Leo to join her. Leo was a kind soul with a mischievous smile and a heart as open as the sky. Together, they spent countless afternoons exploring the stories within the book, each tale a journey of its own, filled with characters who faced challenges much like their own. Leo's laughter brought the pages to life, his enthusiasm a balm to Clara's sometimes restless thoughts. One such afternoon, as they delved into a story about a courageous squirrel who saved his forest by listening to the whispers of the wind, Clara and Leo found themselves pondering a new challenge. Their village faced a drought, and the fields were withering under the relentless sun. The villagers were worried, but no solution seemed in sight. The air was dry, the soil cracked, and the once vibrant landscape seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of relief. Inspired by the squirrel's wisdom, Clara and Leo gathered the villagers for a meeting under the shade of the great willow tree by the lake. The tree's leaves shimmered like emeralds in the gentle breeze, and the lake mirrored the sky's azure hues. Clara spoke of the story they had read, urging everyone to listen to the land and each other, just as the squirrel had. Her voice carried a quiet strength, a reflection of the confidence growing within her. Together, they devised a plan to create a system of channels from the lake to the fields, capturing the morning dew and redirecting water to the most parched areas. It was a plan born not of force, but of understanding and unity. As they worked side by side, laughter and stories wove through the air, binding the community closer than ever. The villagers, inspired by Clara and Leo's determination, found renewed hope, each small victory a testament to their resilience. As the plan took shape, Clara found herself reflecting on her personal journey. Each day brought new challenges, but also new insights into herself and the world around her. She discovered a strength and resilience she hadn't known she possessed, and with Leo by her side, she felt an unwavering sense of purpose. The book had opened her eyes to the power of stories, not just as entertainment, but as guides to deeper truths. In time, the fields began to thrive once more, their golden grains swaying like waves in the breeze. The villagers celebrated with a feast by the lake, their hearts as light as the fireflies that danced in the twilight. The air was filled with music and laughter, the scent of fresh bread and ripe fruit mingling with the cool night breeze. As the stars began to twinkle above, Clara and Leo sat by the water's edge, the song of secrets nestled between them. The book's pages fluttered gently, as if in approval of the journey they had undertaken. Clara realized that the true magic lay not in the book itself, but in the friendships and wisdom she had discovered along the way. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the journey, for the lessons learned, and the bonds strengthened. With a contented sigh, Clara closed the book. The melody of secrets lingered in the air, a reminder that every challenge held the potential for growth and understanding. As she and Leo watched the stars reflect in the lake's surface, they knew that, whatever adventures lay ahead, they would face them together, guided by the gentle song of secrets and the strength of their friendship. The world around them seemed to hum with possibilities, each moment a note in the symphony of their lives. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath a sky sprinkled with stars, Clara drifted into dreams, her heart full of wonder and her spirit forever changed by the journey she had begun with a simple, magical book. The village, too, was transformed, its people united by the lessons of the book and the bonds they had forged in the face of adversity. The whispers of the pages, the strength of their community, and the promise of new adventures filled the air, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the magic they inspire. Weeks later, as the seasons shifted and the first hints of autumn painted the edges of the leaves in hues of crimson and gold, Clara found herself returning to the whispering pages. The bookshop, with its comforting scents and serene atmosphere, felt like a second home. She noticed how the light slanted through the window, casting a warm glow over the wooden floors, and how the dust motes danced in the air like tiny golden sprites. Mr. Thistle was at the counter, polishing a set of antique bookends shaped like mythical creatures. He looked up and smiled as Clara entered, his expression one of quiet pride. "I hear the fields are flourishing," he remarked, his voice a gentle murmur that seemed to blend with the rustle of paper. Clara nodded, her eyes alight with gratitude. "Yes, and it's all thanks to what we learned from the book," she replied, a note of wonder in her voice. "I never imagined a story could have such a tangible impact on our lives." Mr. Thistle chuckled softly, setting the bookends aside. "Ah, but stories are powerful things, Clara. They shape our thoughts and guide our actions. Sometimes they even change the world." He gestured towards the shelves, a silent acknowledgement of the countless tales waiting to be discovered. In that moment, Clara understood the true gift of the Song of Secrets. It wasn't just a collection of stories, but a catalyst for growth and transformation, a reminder that each person has the power to write their own narrative. As she wandered through the shop, her fingers brushing over the spines of books she had yet to explore, Clara felt a renewed sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was far from over. There were still stories to uncover, mysteries to unravel, and challenges to face. And though the path ahead was uncertain, Clara knew she wouldn't be walking it alone. With Leo, Mr. Thistle, and the entire village by her side, she felt ready to embrace whatever the future held, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the secrets of the stars. In the cozy embrace of the whispering pages, Clara found not only the magic of stories, but also the courage to live her own. As she stepped back into the vibrant world of Willowbrook, she carried with her the melody of secrets, a song that would guide her through all the adventures yet to come. And in the quiet corners of the bookshop, where tales of old and new awaited eager hearts, the whispers continued, weaving dreams and destiny into the tapestry of life. As autumn settled over Willowbrook, the village was abuzz with preparations for the annual harvest festival. The fields, now lush and abundant, provided a cornucopia of produce for the celebration. Clara, brimming with enthusiasm, joined the villagers in decorating the town square with garlands of marigolds and lanterns that would cast a warm glow come evening. The festival was a time-honored tradition, a celebration of community and gratitude for the land's bounty. During the festival, Clara and Leo manned a small booth where they shared stories from the Song of Secrets with children and adults alike. The book had become a beloved fixture in the village, its tales inspiring countless heartwarming discussions and acts of kindness. As Clara recounted the story of the courageous squirrel to a group of wide-eyed children, she felt a profound connection to the words, understanding that each narrative held a mirror to their own lives. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the village square transformed into a sea of twinkling lights. Music filled the air, and laughter echoed through the streets as families and friends danced together under the starlit sky. Clara and Leo joined in, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. The festival was a testament to the strength of their community, a reminder that even in the face of hardship, they could find joy and unity. Later that night, as the festivities wound down, Clara found a quiet moment to herself. She wandered to the edge of the lake, the cool water lapping gently at the shore. The stars shone brightly above, their reflections shimmering on the lake's surface like scattered jewels. In that serene moment, Clara felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the journey she had embarked upon, for the friends she had made, and for the stories that had guided her. With the Song of Secrets tucked under her arm, she sat on the grassy bank and gazed out at the tranquil scene. The book had taught her that every story was a thread in the vast tapestry of life, each one adding depth and color to the world. She realized that her own story was still unfolding, and though the path ahead was unknown, she felt ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited. As the night wore on, Clara's thoughts turned to the future. She knew there would be challenges to face and mysteries to unravel, but she also knew she wouldn't be facing them alone. With Leo, Thistle, and the entire village by her side, she felt a sense of purpose and belonging that filled her heart with warmth. In the quiet stillness of the night, Clara whispered a silent promise to herself, to continue seeking the magic in everyday life, to listen to the whispers of the world, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and community that made her journey so meaningful. And so, under a sky painted with stars, Clara embraced the melody of secrets and the endless possibilities of her unfolding story. The whispers of the pages, the strength of their community, and the promise of new adventures filled the air, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the magic they inspire. Story: The Whispering Willow and the Hidden Glade. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there stood a cottage with walls of ivy and a roof kissed by moss. The cottage exuded a warmth that seemed to beckon all who passed by, its windows gleaming like eyes filled with stories. The air was often filled with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. It was a scent that lingered in the mind, a perfume of nature's beauty that embraced all who entered. This was the home of a young girl named Marin, known in her village for her adventurous spirit and a heart as warm as the sun-dappled meadows she often roamed. Her laughter would echo through the village streets, a sound as comforting as the gentle murmur of the nearby brook. Every day after her chores, Marin wandered into the woods, her senses alive with the scents of pine and earth, the symphony of rustling leaves, and the whispers of the breeze that seemed to hum a melody just for her. Marin's love for exploration stemmed from her father's tales of knights and mythical creatures, stories that painted her dreams with vibrant colors. Her mother, a weaver, would often tell her that life was much like her loom, a tapestry woven from the threads of adventure, dreams, and the everyday. Marin cherished these words, feeling them resonate within her whenever she ventured into the embrace of the forest. One autumn afternoon, as the golden light slanted through the trees, painting the forest floor with hues of amber and crimson, Marin discovered something peculiar. In a secluded corner of the forest, where the birches grew thin and the shadows danced playfully, she stumbled upon an ancient willow tree. Its branches arched gracefully, draping a curtain of emerald leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the sun. Marin, drawn to its beauty, felt a peculiar tug at her heart. It was as if the tree was calling to her, whispering secrets only she could hear. The forest around seemed to hold its breath, leaves pausing mid-rustle, as if in anticipation of the encounter. Curious, she approached the willow, her fingers brushing against its rough bark, which seemed to pulse with life beneath her touch. The texture was like a tapestry of time, each groove and ridge telling stories of the passing seasons. As her hand lingered, the leaves rustled, and a gentle voice filled her mind, soft as the wind. "Marin, seeker of the hidden and friend to the forest, you have found the whispering willow. Within my embrace lies a portal to a world unseen by most." Startled yet intrigued, Marin stepped back, her eyes wide with wonder. "A portal," she whispered, her breath a cloud in the crisp air. "Yes," the willow replied, its voice as soothing as a lullaby. "A hidden glade where magic flows like the river and time dances differently. But tread lightly, for this world is woven with delicate threads of enchantment." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She knew that magic, though wondrous, was not to be taken lightly. Resolute, she nodded, whispering, "I wish to see this world, to learn and to grow." With that, the willow's branches parted, revealing a shimmering veil that rippled like water in the sunlight. Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped through, leaving behind the familiar forest and entering a realm where dreams and reality intertwined. On the other side, Marin found herself in a glade bathed in an ethereal glow. The air was perfumed with the scent of blossoms, sweet and intoxicating, and the grass beneath her feet was softer than any she had known, cradling her steps like a gentle embrace. Flowers of every hue blossomed in vibrant clusters, their petals whispering secrets of old. A brook meandered through the glade, its waters singing a gentle lullaby that echoed through the air, a melody that seemed to resonate with the very essence of her being. As she wandered deeper, Marin met the inhabitants of this hidden world. There was Elwyn, a wise old owl whose feathers shimmered like moonlit snow, carrying the weight of countless moonlit nights. His eyes were deep pools of wisdom, reflecting the mysteries of the universe. And Thistle, a sprightly squirrel with fur the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with mischief, who bounded through the trees with an energy that was infectious. Together, they welcomed her, sharing tales of their world and the magic that bound it. One afternoon, as Marin sat by the brook, she noticed a peculiar spectacle, a dance of fireflies that formed intricate patterns in the air. As she watched, the fireflies' glow transformed, revealing the translucent figures of ethereal beings, the guardians of the glade. They moved with grace, their forms shifting with the breeze, leaving trails of luminescence. Their presence, though silent, spoke of an ancient duty, to protect the balance of magic within the glade. Marin felt a deep sense of awe and respect, realizing the responsibility that came with such power. Days slipped by like leaves on the breeze, each moment filled with new wonders. Marin learned to listen to the songs of the stars, to dance with the shadows, and to weave dreams from the stardust scattered across the sky. Yet amidst the joy, a gentle longing tugged at her heart, a yearning for her village and the familiar faces she held dear. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering new worlds, but also about understanding her place within them. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of fire and gold, Marin shared her feelings with her new friends. "I love this glade with all its wonders," she confessed, her voice as soft as the night's embrace. "But I miss my home, my family. I wish to return, to share all that I have learned." Elwyn nodded, his eyes twinkling like distant stars. "It is the way of the heart to seek balance," he said, his voice deep and soothing. "To gather wisdom and to share it, that is the greatest journey of all." Thistle chirped in agreement, scampering up to Marin's shoulder. "And remember, dear Marin, the magic of the glade is now a part of you. It will guide you wherever your path may lead." With their blessings and a heart full of gratitude, Marin bade farewell to the hidden glade. Guided by the whispering Willow, she stepped back into her world, the tendrils of magic still dancing in her veins. Back in her village, Marin found herself changed, her view of the world expanded by the wonders she had seen. She shared her tales by the fireside, her voice weaving pictures of the glade and its magic. The village, once sleepy and content, awakened to the possibilities of the world beyond, inspired by Marin's journey. Her stories became a beacon of hope and imagination, encouraging the villagers, young and old, to look beyond the horizon and dream. And so, as the seasons turned and the stars wheeled across the sky, Marin's story spread, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies beyond the known, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts open to wonder. And in the heart of the forest, the whispering willow stood, its branches swaying gently, ever ready to welcome those who dared to dream, to guide them to a world where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony. The forest whispered tales of Marin's journey, a timeless testament to the courage of those who venture into the unknown, seeking the magic that lies within and beyond. In the following weeks, Marin found herself frequently returning to the forest, drawn by an unquenchable curiosity to uncover more of its mysteries. Each visit was an opportunity to explore deeper, to understand the whispers of the trees and the symphony of the wind. The village, noticing her absence, began to weave its own tales of her adventures, mixing truth with legend, painting her as a guardian of the forest and a knower of secrets. One particular afternoon, while Marin was exploring a part of the forest she had never ventured into before, she came across a hidden grove. This enclave of nature was shrouded in a gentle mist, with sunlight filtering through the leaves in delicate beams. The air was cooler here, rich with the scent of damp earth and the invigorating freshness of pine. In the center of this grove stood an ancient stone altar, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. Marin approached with reverence, her fingers tracing the carvings, feeling a connection to something vast and timeless. She sensed that this place, too, was linked to the magic of the glade, a conduit of the forest's deeper mysteries. As she stood there, a realization dawned upon her. Her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about becoming a part of it, a guardian of its secrets and a storyteller of its wonders. Returning to the village that evening, Marin's heart was full of stories yet to be told. She knew that her role was not only to explore and learn, but to inspire others to see the world with wonder and respect. With each story she shared, she planted seeds of curiosity and imagination in the hearts of her fellow villagers, nurturing a community that cherished the magic of the world around them. And thus, Marin's legacy grew, as whispered tales of her adventures spread from the village to distant lands, carried on the winds like the scent of wildflowers. Her story became a part of the forest's lore, a testament to the power of dreams and the endless possibilities that await those who dare to explore the unknown. And the whispering willow, ever a sentinel in the woods, continued to welcome those who sought its wisdom, whispering secrets to dreamers with the courage to listen. One crisp morning, as frost kissed the leaves with silver, Marin decided to revisit the ancient willow. The forest seemed to hum with anticipation, its vibrant colors softened by the lingering mist. As she approached the tree, she noticed something she hadn't seen before. Tiny, delicate mushrooms formed a circle around its base, their caps glistening with morning dew. Kneeling down, Marin observed the mushrooms, their beauty a reminder of the forest's endless wonders. Suddenly a voice echoed in her mind, a new voice, gentle and melodic. "Greetings, Marin," it said. "I am the spirit of the willow, the guardian of these woods and the keeper of its magic. You have been chosen to protect its secrets and to guide others in understanding its beauty." Marin felt a profound sense of honor and responsibility wash over her. "I am humbled by your trust," she replied, her voice a whisper among the rustling leaves. "I will cherish and protect the magic of this forest with all my heart." The spirit's voice resonated, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. "Remember, Marin, the forest and its magic are a part of you now. Your journey has just begun, and many paths lie ahead. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." With these words, Marin felt a renewed sense of purpose. She rose, her spirit alight with the knowledge that she was now a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the mystical and the mundane, entrusted with the stories of the glade and the wisdom of the willow. From that day forward, Marin continued to explore, learn, and share, her life a tapestry woven with threads of adventure and enchantment. Her stories inspired generations, and the forest thrived under her gentle care, a testament to the power of dreams and the magic of believing in the unseen. And so the whispering willow stood tall, a beacon for those who dared to dream, its branches swaying in harmony with the winds, ever ready to guide those who sought the wonders of the world and the magic within their hearts. As the years passed, Marin's presence became an integral part of the forest's essence. She established a small sanctuary within the woods, a place where villagers could come to learn about the delicate balance of nature and the magic that flowed through their world. Children would gather around her, their eyes wide with wonder as Marin recounted tales of the hidden glade and its enchanting inhabitants. One evening, as the full moon cast a silvery glow over the forest, Marin sat by the brook, her thoughts drifting like the gentle current. She reflected on her journey, the paths she had taken, and the lessons she had learned. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the magic that had touched her life, for the friends she had made, and for the village that had become a beacon of hope and imagination. As the night deepened, a familiar rustling caught her attention. It was the whispering willow, its branches swaying in a gentle dance. Marin approached, her footsteps soft on the mossy ground. She knew the time had come to speak with the spirit once more. "Marin," the spirit's voice echoed, carrying the wisdom of the ages, "your journey has brought light to many hearts. You have become a guardian of dreams, a keeper of stories. Your legacy will endure, woven into the very fabric of this world." Marin smiled, her heart full of warmth. I am grateful for the path that has unfolded before me, she replied, her voice steady and true. The forest has given me so much, and I will continue to cherish and protect its wonders. The spirit's presence enveloped her, a comforting embrace. Remember, dear Marin, the magic is a part of you now and forever. As long as there are dreamers willing to listen, the wonders of the world will never fade. With these words, Marin felt a profound connection to the forest, a bond that transcended time and space. She knew her journey was far from over, that there were still stories to discover and share, paths to explore, and dreams to nurture. And so Marin's story continued, a testament to the enduring power of imagination and the magic that lies within each of us. The Whispering Willow, ever a sentinel in the woods, stood as a reminder of the boundless possibilities that await those who dare to dream, inviting new seekers into its embrace, guiding them on their own journeys of discovery and wonder. 6. In the heart of the mystical Whispering Woods, where the leaves shimmered like emeralds under the soft glow of the moon, there lay a snug little village named Moonbrook. The village was known for its comforting aura, where every cottage was adorned with thatched roofs and gardens filled with fragrant herbs and vibrant flowers. The air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle babbling of the nearby brook provided a lullaby for all who lived there. Moonbrook was a place where magical creatures and humans lived in harmony. The villagers were accustomed to seeing the occasional sprite flitting about, or a wise old owl offering sage advice to those who sought it. However, recently, a series of strange occurrences had begun to unsettle the peaceful village. Each morning, as the rosy fingers of dawn reached out to the world, the villagers discovered that their beloved items had been mysteriously rearranged overnight. Mrs. Willow's knitting needles, which were always left by her rocking chair, were found in the garden surrounded by perfectly formed circles of daisies. Mr. Alder's prized collection of polished river stones was now stacked in an intricate spiral on the kitchen table. The villagers were puzzled, for no signs of mischief or ill intent were present, only the quiet rearrangement of their belongings. The village elders decided that something must be done to uncover the mystery. They called upon a young, inquisitive girl named Lila and her best friend, a clever fox named Russell, known for his keen sense of observation. Lila was a gentle soul with an insatiable curiosity, and Russell, with his sharp eyes and agile mind, was the perfect companion for such an adventure. Under the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy of leaves, Lila and Russell began their investigation. They started by visiting Mrs. Willow's garden, where the knitting needles had been found. Kneeling down, Lila gently touched the soft petals of the daisies and noticed that the flowers seemed to hum with a faint, joyful energy. "These daisies are not just ordinary flowers," she whispered to Russell, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Russell nodded, his bushy tail flicking thoughtfully. "Perhaps they are trying to tell us something," he mused, sniffing the air around them. As they continued their exploration, Lila and Russell visited each villager, listening to their stories and observing the peculiar patterns in which their belongings had been rearranged. They noticed that all the patterns seemed to follow a gentle, harmonious flow, as if guided by an unseen hand that wished only to bring beauty and joy. Their next stop was the ancient grove at the edge of the village, a place known for its deep magic and wisdom. There they met with Elder Thorn, a kind-hearted dryad whose wisdom was sought by all. Her presence was as calming as a gentle breeze, and her eyes twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. "Elder Thorn," Lila began, her voice steady yet filled with the reverence she held for the wise dryad, "we seek your guidance to understand these strange happenings in our village." Elder Thorn smiled warmly, the leaves in her hair rustling softly. "Ah, my dear ones, what you are witnessing is the work of the Whisper Fairies," she explained, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind. "They are gentle spirits who emerge during the full moon. Their joy is to create beauty and harmony wherever they go, expressing their delight in the natural world through artful designs." Lila's eyes widened with amazement. "So they mean no harm? They're simply sharing their joy?" "Indeed," Elder Thorn replied, her smile deepening. "They only wish to bring happiness. but they do not realize that their playful rearrangements have caused confusion. Russell's ears perked up as he pondered this revelation. Perhaps we can find a way to communicate with them, to let them know how they can share their joy without causing disruption. Elder Thorn nodded in agreement. The Whisper Fairies are drawn to sincerity and kindness. If you speak to them from the heart, they will surely listen. With this newfound understanding, Lila and Russell devised a plan. That evening, as the silvery moon bathed the village in its gentle glow, they gathered the villagers in the meadow. Each villager held a small token of gratitude, flowers, a sweet melody, or a heartfelt poem, gifts to offer the Whisper Fairies. Lila stepped forward, her voice clear and gentle as she spoke into the night. Dear Whisper Fairies, we are grateful for the beauty you bring to our lives. We ask you to join us in creating harmony without causing surprise or confusion. Let us work together to share joy in ways that bring peace to all. As if carried on the wings of the night breeze, Lila's words danced through the air. The villagers watched in awe as tiny glowing figures began to appear, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. The Whisper Fairies, shining with a soft luminescence, flitted among the villagers, accepting the tokens of gratitude with delight. From that night on, the Whisper Fairies continued to visit Moonbrook, but with newfound understanding. They collaborated with the villagers, creating beautiful patterns in the gardens and fields, always leaving behind a gentle whisper of magic and joy. And so, harmony was restored to Moonbrook, where the villagers and the Whisper Fairies lived together in peaceful coexistence. The village remained a place of wonder and enchantment, where everyone learned that understanding and kindness could bridge even the most mysterious of gaps. As the moonlight softly kissed the village goodnight, Lila and Russell lay beneath the starry sky, content in the knowledge that they had helped to weave a tapestry of joy and friendship that would endure for generations to come. And as sleep gently claimed them, the world was right once more, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the whispering woods. Story 7. In a small village nestled between rolling hills where moss-covered stones lined the winding streets, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. She had an insatiable curiosity and a penchant for solving mysteries that often left the villagers scratching their ears in bewilderment. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow was preparing for bed, a series of strange occurrences began to unfold. First, her favorite book floated off the shelf and hovered in midair, its pages fluttering gently. Then, her knitting basket started to dance across the room, yarn trailing behind it like a mischievous tail. Willow's eyes grew wide with wonder, and she knew she had stumbled upon another mystery to unravel. Without hesitation, she slipped on her cozy slippers and ventured out into the night, determined to uncover the truth behind these peculiar events. As she stepped outside, the cool air carried the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. The full moon cast a warm glow over the village, and Willow could see that she wasn't the only one experiencing the strange happenings. Doors creaked open and shut on their own accord, and pots and pans clattered in kitchens, as if guided by invisible hands. Undeterred, Willow sought the counsel of her dear friend, Elderberry, a wise old owl who lived in the ancient oak tree at the heart of the village. Elderberry's feathers ruffled with excitement as Willow recounted the mystifying occurrences. "Ah, my dear Willow," Elderberry hooted softly, "it seems we have a case of mischievous sprites at work. These playful beings often delight in causing harmless pranks, but their magic can sometimes get a little out of hand." Willow's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sprites? But how can we calm their mischief before it becomes too disruptive? Elderberry pondered for a moment, her wise eyes twinkling. The sprites are drawn to joy and laughter. Perhaps if we can fill the village with merriment, they will be appeased and return to their peaceful ways. With a renewed sense of purpose, Willow rallied the villagers, and together they organized a grand celebration. Musicians played lively tunes and dancers twirled beneath the starry sky. Children laughed and chased one another through the streets, their giggles ringing like tiny bells. As the revelry reached its peak, something extraordinary happened. Tiny glimmers of light began to appear, dancing among the villagers like fireflies. These were the sprites, drawn by the infectious joy and laughter that filled the air. One by one, the sprites revealed themselves. tiny, glowing creatures with mischievous grins and gossamer wings. They flitted and twirled, delighted by the merriment they had inadvertently caused. Willow stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder, and addressed the sprites in a gentle voice. "Dear friends, we celebrate your playful magic, but ask that you return our belongings to their rightful places, so that we may continue living in harmony." The sprites seemed to understand, and with a flurry of twinkling lights, every misplaced object began to drift back to its original spot. Books settled onto shelves, knitting baskets nestled in cozy corners, and pots and pans found their way back to the kitchens, all accompanied by the melodious laughter of the sprites. As the night drew to a close, the sprites bid farewell with a shower of sparkling dust, their mischief sated for the time being. The villagers embraced one another, grateful for Willow's ingenuity and the wise counsel of Elderberry. From that night on, the village remained ever vigilant for signs of sprite mischief, but they also remembered to fill their days with joy and laughter, for that was the surest way to keep the playful spirits at bay and maintain the harmonious balance of their enchanting world. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a curious young lad named Oliver. Oliver had a heart as big as the sky and eyes that twinkled with the spark of adventure. His days were filled with tales of far-off lands and mysterious creatures, spun by his grandmother as they sat by the fire, its golden embers dancing like fairies in the night. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the ground in a tapestry of golds and reds, Oliver awoke with a peculiar feeling. Today, he thought, would be a day unlike any other. With a satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a small flask of warm cider, Oliver set off towards the woods that lay beyond the village, a place whispered about but seldom visited. The forest was a symphony of sounds and colors, where sunlight dripped through the canopy like liquid gold and leaves rustled in a gentle breeze. As Oliver ventured deeper, the air grew sweet with the scent of pine and earth. The path was winding and narrow, but his footsteps were light, guided by the promise of discovery. Soon, Oliver came upon a glade unlike any other. It was a place where the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something magical to unfold. In the center stood a towering tree with bark the color of twilight, its branches spiraling upwards like a staircase to the stars. Tiny lights flitted about its leaves, casting a warm glow that bathed the glade in a soft, ethereal light. In this enchanted place, Oliver encountered his first whimsical creature. A small, furry being with wings like a dragonfly and eyes as bright as polished amber flitted towards him. "Greetings, young traveler," it chirped, its voice a melody in the stillness. "I am Whimsy, keeper of the Glade of Echoes." Oliver, though startled, felt no fear. "Hello, Whimsy," he replied, his voice steady. "I seek adventure and perhaps a bit of magic." Whimsy fluttered around him with a laugh that sounded like tinkling bells. "Then you have come to the right place. Follow me, and I will show you wonders beyond your wildest dreams." Together they wandered deeper into the glade, where the air shimmered with enchantment. They passed bubbling brooks that sang songs of the ages, and meadows where flowers danced in colors unseen by human eyes. Oliver's heart soared with each step, his courage growing with every new sight. But the forest, though wondrous, held challenges too. As dusk began to paint the sky in shades of purple and silver, a gentle mist rolled in, obscuring the path. Oliver paused, his heart beating a little faster. The world around him was suddenly unfamiliar, the trees looming like silent guardians. Whimsy landed on his shoulder, whispering softly, "Remember, young traveler, that the path may twist and turn, but your spirit will guide you home." With newfound resolve, Oliver closed his eyes, letting his other senses lead the way. He listened to the rustling leaves and the distant calls of night creatures, each sound a thread weaving its way back to the familiar. When he opened his eyes again, the mist had cleared, revealing the towering tree once more, its lights twinkling with a quiet welcome. Oliver realized then that courage was not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it. As night fell softly over the glade, Oliver and Whimsy sat beneath the great tree, sharing tales and laughter that echoed through the woods like a lullaby. The stars above winked knowingly, as if sharing in their secret. When morning light brushed the forest with its golden fingers, Oliver knew it was time to return home. He thanked Whimsy for the journey and the lessons learned. "Until we meet again," Whimsy chirped, gifting Oliver a single, shimmering leaf from the great tree, a token of friendship and courage. Oliver returned to his village with a heart full of stories and a spirit ablaze with wonder. That night, as he lay in bed with the shimmering leaf tucked safely beneath his pillow, he dreamt of the glade of echoes and the adventures yet to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, the village slept, held aloft by the dreams of a young boy whose courage and curiosity had opened the door to a world of endless possibilities. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of leaves and the babble of brooks formed a gentle symphony, there lived an enchanting owl named Orin. His feathers were as soft as moonlight, a tapestry of browns and whites that blended seamlessly with the forest canopy. Orin perched in the hollow of a grand old oak whose roots dug deep into the earth, drawing strength and wisdom from centuries past. The forest was a sanctuary, vibrant with life and steeped in magic. Sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where a carpet of moss cushioned the steps of wandering creatures. The air was alive with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil, mingling with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. This forest was a place where natural creatures lived unseen lives, each playing their part in a delicate balance. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking like brushes, painted the forest with movement as they darted among branches, gathering acorns. The rabbits, with their soft, velvety ears, nibbled quietly on tender shoots, leaving only the faintest of trails in their wake. Orin, wise beyond his years, was the silent guardian of this harmony. Every night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, he would spread his wings and glide through the moonlit sky, his eyes scanning the forest below for any signs of discord. His calls echoed softly, a calming lullaby that settled the creatures into peaceful slumber. One evening, as the first chill of autumn whispered through the leaves, Orin noticed something unusual. The once vibrant stream that wound its way through the forest had slowed to a mere trickle. The fish, usually so plentiful, were scarce, their silver scales flashing only occasionally in the shallows. Worried, Orin consulted his dear friend, a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of ages. "I fear the balance has shifted," Thistle said in his deep, deliberate voice as they sat by the stream. "The seasons are changing, and with them the forest must adapt, but we must help guide this transformation." Together, Orin and Thistle set out to discover the cause of the stream's dwindling flow. Their journey took them through a landscape transformed by autumn's touch. The trees donned their fiery finery, leaves of amber and gold cascading to the ground in a gentle rustle. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of the coming winter. Along the way, they met a family of beavers, busy fortifying their lodge against the approaching cold. The beavers, with their sharp teeth and clever paws, had inadvertently built a dam upstream, their industriousness causing the stream to divert. Understanding the situation, Orin and Thistle gently explained to the beavers how their actions were affecting the entire forest. The beavers listened, their eyes reflecting the autumn sky, and agreed to alter their work. With Orin's guidance, they carefully dismantled part of the dam, restoring the stream's natural course. As the water flowed freely once more, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The fish returned, darting joyfully through the clear waters, and the gentle babble of the stream sang through the woods, a melody of harmony restored. With the balance re-established, Orin and Thistle returned to their home under the great oak. The forest, now aglow under a blanket of starlight, was a testament to the wisdom and friendship that had brought it back to harmony. As Orin settled into his perch, a sense of peace enveloped him, as comforting as the warm embrace of the forest itself. That night, the creatures of the forest slept soundly, cradled by the ancient trees and the gentle murmur of the stream. And in the quiet, Orin whispered a promise to the stars, that he would always watch over the forest, preserving its magic and balance, one season at a time. Story 10. In a distant galaxy, where the luminescent hues of nebulae painted the skies with a kaleidoscope of colors, there existed a small, tranquil planet named Seraphis. It was a world where the flora glowed with an inner light, and the fauna moved with a gentle grace. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle hum of the planet's energy could be felt beneath one's feet, like the comforting purr of a contented cat. On this peaceful planet lived Leora, a creature of light and energy, whose form shimmered and shifted like liquid crystal. Leora belonged to the Seraphim, a species known for their wisdom and ethereal beauty. They communicated through resonant harmonies, a language of pure emotion that echoed through the crystalline forests and azure rivers. One day, as the twin suns began their slow descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and violet, a strange object breached the atmosphere of Seraphis. It was a small, battered spacecraft, its metallic hull scorched and weathered from countless journeys. As it descended, it cut a fiery path across the sky before landing with a gentle thud in the midst of a meadow filled with softly glowing flowers. From the spacecraft emerged a being as different from Leora as night from day. It was a creature of earth and stone, with skin like rough-hewn granite and eyes like twin pools of molten gold. This was Grin, a traveler from the rocky planet of Kragor, where the mountains sang and the ground itself was alive with a deep, thrumming heartbeat. Leora watched from a distance, her form hidden among the shimmering trees. Grin, sensing a presence, called out in a deep, rumbling voice, "I mean no harm, traveler of this radiant land. I seek refuge and a friend." At first, Leora hesitated. The Seraphim were wary of outsiders, for their world was delicate and easily disturbed. But there was something about Grin's voice, a note of sincerity and longing that resonated with her own harmonic soul. Gathering her courage, Leora stepped forward, her form a glowing beacon in the deepening twilight. "Welcome to Seraphis," she sang, her voice a melody of warmth and light. "I am Leora. What brings you to our tranquil world?" Grin bowed his head, the golden light of his eyes softening with gratitude. "I am a wanderer, seeking knowledge and companionship," he replied. "My travels have been long and weary, and I long for a place where I might find peace." Thus began the unlikely friendship between Leora and Grin. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Leora was as fluid as light, while Grin moved with the deliberate weight of stone. Their languages, too, were a barrier, for Grin's words were like the deep rumble of the earth, and Leora's were a cascade of musical notes. But slowly, through patience and the universal language of kindness, they began to understand one another. Leora taught Grin the songs of the Seraphim, and in turn, Grin shared the stories of his people, tales etched into the very rocks of his homeland. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns beneath the surface of Seraphis, they encountered a challenge that would test the strength of their bond. A sudden tremor shook the ground, and a cascade of glittering stones blocked their path, trapping them in the cool, echoing darkness. In that moment of uncertainty, Grin reached out, his hand rough and comforting. "Fear not, Leora," he rumbled softly. "Together we can find a way." With Grin's strength and Leora's light, they worked together to clear the path. Grin moved the heaviest stones, while Leora's glow illuminated the way, guiding them back to safety. As they emerged from the cavern, the night sky greeted them with a canopy of stars, each one twinkling like a promise of hope. That night, as they rested beneath the vast expanse of the cosmos, Leora spoke, her voice a gentle caress on the evening breeze. "Thank you, Grin. You have shown me the strength that lies in unity. Alone we may falter, but together we are unstoppable." Grin nodded, his eyes reflecting the light of 1,000 distant suns. "And you, Leora, have taught me the power of harmony and the beauty of your world. I am grateful for your friendship." In the days that followed, Leora and Grin became inseparable companions. They explored the wonders of Seraphis together, their bond growing stronger with each shared adventure. Through their friendship, the Seraphim came to welcome Grin, and the stories of his travels enriched their understanding of the universe beyond their tranquil home. As the seasons turned, Leora and Grin discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of form and language. It is a connection of the heart, a melody that resonates in the soul, and a light that guides us through the darkest of times. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin suns and the eternal dance of the stars, the unlikely companions found not only the meaning of friendship, but also a home within each other's hearts. Story 11. Once upon a time, in a land where the daisies danced to the melodies of the breeze and the clouds wore pastel shades of candy floss pink, there was a small village called Whimsywood. Nestled between hills that sparkled with morning dew, Whimsywood was home to some of the most peculiar and enchanting inhabitants one could ever hope to meet. At the heart of Whimsywood lived a charming tinkerer named Pipkin. Pipkin had a wild mop of curly hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, and eyes that twinkled like the stars on a clear winter's night. His workshop, a cozy nook cluttered with gadgets and gizmos of all shapes and sizes, was tucked beside a babbling brook that sang sweet lullabies as it meandered through the village. Pipkin's best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Whiffle, whose tail was as fluffy as a cloud, and whose knack for finding the brightest acorns was unmatched. Whiffle often scampered around Pipkin's workshop, chattering cheerfully and sometimes causing a little mischief, but always with a heart as warm as the first rays of the sun. One fine day, as the sun stretched its golden arms across the village, a curious thing happened. The sky above Whimsywood began to shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was filled with a sweet, melodious hum. The villagers gathered in awe, their eyes wide with wonder. It wasn't long before they discovered the source of the enchantment. A magical rainbow had settled over the village, casting a spell that made everything float gently into the air. At first, the villagers giggled with delight as they bobbed and bounced, their laughter mingling with the song of the rainbow. But soon, they realized that their beloved village might drift away, caught in the rainbow's playful spell. Something had to be done. Pipkin, with his inventive mind, decided to take on the challenge of anchoring the village back to the earth. "Fear not, dear friends," he called out, his voice as soothing as the brook, "for we shall find a way to keep Whimsywood safe and sound." Whiffle, ever the intrepid companion, perched on Pipkin's shoulder, twitching his nose in excitement. Together, they brainstormed amidst the gentle chaos of floating teapots and hovering hedgehogs. Pipkin pondered the problem, his mind whirring like the cogs in his many inventions. Then, a spark of inspiration flickered in Pipkin's eyes. "Of course," he exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. "We shall create a contraption of curiosities to gently guide the village back down." With Whiffle's nimble paws assisting, Pipkin set to work, gathering bits and bobs from his workshop, a spool of silver thread, a handful of glowberries, and a dash of stardust, to name a few. As the village continued to float, the other villagers joined in, lending a helping hand or paw wherever they could. There was Merryweather, the jolly baker, whose pockets were always filled with crumbs of the most delectable pastries, and Luna, the gentle giant who could pluck the highest apples with ease. Together, they worked in harmony, their spirits buoyed by friendship and the promise of an adventure. Pipkin's plan was to weave a tapestry of shimmering threads that would weave through the heart of the rainbow, its magic serving as an anchor to gently lower the village back to the ground. With each thread they wove, laughter and love were spun into the fabric, creating a bond that was unbreakable. Days passed, filled with the lively chatter and cheerful tunes of the villagers. The rainbow, sensing the warmth and unity below, began to soften its grip, curious to see the result of such a wondrous collaboration. At last, the tapestry was complete, a breathtaking masterpiece that glowed with a light all its own. When the final thread was tied, the contraption of curiosities began to hum softly, a gentle lullaby that resonated through the village. Slowly, like a leaf fluttering down from a tree, Whimsywood began to descend, embraced by the soft, shimmering threads. As they touched down, the villagers cheered, their hearts swelling with joy and relief. The rainbow, having witnessed the power of friendship and creativity, arched gracefully across the sky, its colors more vibrant than ever, before finally fading into the horizon. With the village safely grounded, Pipkin and Whiffle were hailed as heroes, though they humbly credited the entire village for the success of their adventure. That evening, as the stars twinkled above, the villagers gathered for a grand feast beneath the moonlit sky. There were stories and songs, and plenty of Merryweather's scrumptious pastries to go around. As the night drew to a close, Pipkin and Whiffle sat by the brook, listening to the gentle gurgle of the water. "We did it," Pipkin whispered, a contented smile playing on his lips. Whiffle nodded, his eyes reflecting the starlight, knowing that the magic of friendship and ingenuity had saved their beloved Whimsywood. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village of Whimsywood drifted into peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comfort of a shared adventure and the promise of many more to come. Story 12. In the tranquil village of Eldergrove, where the air brimmed with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a gentle young woman named Leora lived with her grandmother in a quaint stone cottage. The cottage was nestled at the edge of a lush forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets to those who listened. Each evening, as the sun bathed the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora and her grandmother would sit on their wooden porch, wrapped in woolen shawls, watching the stars emerge one by one. One quiet autumn night, as the leaves rustled like whispers of old songs, Leora's grandmother handed her a small wooden box, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance under the moonlight. "This," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as the breeze, "is a gift from our ancestors, a legacy passed down through generations." Intrigued, Leora opened the box to find a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface engraved with symbols she couldn't quite decipher. The pendant felt warm in her palm, as if it held the warmth of countless hands before hers. "What does it mean, Grandma?" Leora asked, her curiosity piqued. Her grandmother smiled, eyes twinkling like the stars above. "It's a key, my dear, a key to understanding who you are and where you come from. Our family has always been the keepers of stories, and this pendant is our guide." Determined to uncover the stories of her ancestors, Leora decided to venture into the heart of the forest, where her grandmother had often told her the veil between worlds was thinnest. The next morning, with the pendant resting against her heart, she set out at dawn, her footsteps light upon the dew-kissed path. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the world around her seemed to hum with life. The leaves shimmered with a vibrant green glow, and the air was rich with the scent of earth and moss. Birds sang melodious tunes, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook provided a soothing backdrop to her thoughts. After hours of walking, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. Beneath its boughs she discovered a stone altar, covered in the same swirling designs as her pendant. As she approached, the pendant began to glow softly, casting ethereal light upon the altar. Kneeling before it, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, as if she were finally where she was meant to be. She closed her eyes, and in the quiet of the clearing, she heard the whispers of her ancestors, their voices like a gentle breeze. They spoke of love and courage, of kindness and wisdom, of the ties that bind family across the ages. Through their words, Leora learned of her great-great-grandmother, a healer who had used the pendant's power to bring comfort to her village. She heard tales of her great-grandfather, a storyteller whose words wove magic into the hearts of those who listened. Each story was a thread, weaving her into the tapestry of her heritage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in twilight hues, Leora felt a profound connection to her past. She understood now that she was a part of something greater, a living link in a chain of love and tradition. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, guiding her to live with the same grace and compassion. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora returned home, the pendant now a cherished reminder of her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Her grandmother greeted her with a warm embrace, her eyes filled with knowing. "You've found your roots, haven't you?" she said, her voice a gentle lullaby. "Yes," Leora replied, smiling softly, "and I am ready to carry our legacy forward." Together they sat on the porch once more, watching the stars twinkle in the velvet sky. Leora knew that she was never alone, for the love and wisdom of her ancestors would always be with her, guiding her steps as she walked her path with courage and grace. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest and the starry heavens, Leora found her place in the world, a place of belonging and understanding, where the past and present wove together to light her way forward. In the quiet embrace of the night, as the world around them settled into a peaceful slumber, Leora and her grandmother shared stories of old, their voices blending with the gentle song of the wind, a timeless melody of love and legacy. Story 13. in the heart of the ancient whispering woods, where the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves, sang secrets of the forest. There lived a community of creatures who thrived in harmony with the rhythm of nature. The sun cast a dappled pattern on the forest floor, illuminating the vibrant tapestry of moss and wildflowers that carpeted the ground. The world here seemed to breathe with a life of its own, a symphony of chirping crickets, whispering breezes, and the distant hoot of an owl creating an enchanting lullaby. In a nook between two ancient oaks, there was a small clearing where the woodland creatures gathered. Squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking playfully, darted between the trees, while rabbits with velvety soft fur nibbled on tender shoots. Overhead, birds of every hue flitted from branch to branch, their melodies weaving through the air like a delicate tapestry. At the center of this vibrant community was a wise and gentle fox named Bramble, known for his shimmering rust-colored coat and eyes that sparkled with kindness and wisdom. Bramble had lived many seasons and witnessed the forest's cycles of birth, growth, and rest. He was a keeper of stories, tales passed down through generations that spoke of the balance and harmony crucial to their world. As dusk fell and the sky blushed with shades of lavender and gold, Bramble called the creatures of the forest to gather around the great oak, a towering sentinel that had stood for centuries, its branches reaching up to cradle the stars. "Tonight," Bramble began, his voice as smooth as the babbling brook that wound its way through the woods, "I will share with you the tale of the season's dance and how it taught our ancestors the beauty of balance." The creatures settled into comfortable positions, their eyes wide with anticipation, ears pricked to catch every word. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and rich soil. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "when the world was young, the seasons were wild and untamed. Spring would burst forth with a riot of blooms, painting the world with vibrant colors, but its exuberance often lingered too long. Summer would then scorch the land with unrelenting heat, and autumn, with its glorious hues, was often too brief, whisked away by winter's icy breath. As Bramble spoke, the creatures could almost feel the warmth of spring's sun on their fur, the heat of summer's embrace, and the crisp bite of autumn's breeze. They could hear the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot and the soft whisper of snowflakes drifting to the ground. "The world was out of balance," Bramble explained, "and the creatures of the forest suffered. The rivers ran dry, the earth cracked, and food became scarce. It was then that a wise old turtle, named Elder Thistle, with a shell as green as the forest canopy and eyes as deep as the midnight sky, stepped forward. Elder Thistle was known for her patience and her understanding of the earth's rhythms." Bramble paused, letting the story settle into the hearts of his listeners before continuing. "Elder Thistle called upon the four seasons to gather in the glade beneath the great oak. Spring arrived in a flurry of petals, summer blazed with golden light, autumn drifted in on a breeze of russet leaves, and winter glided silently on a mantle of snow. The creatures imagined the seasons personified, each with their own unique presence, filling the glade with their distinct energy. Elder Thistle spoke with a voice that echoed with the wisdom of the ages," Bramble said softly, "and she proposed a dance of balance that would allow each season its time to flourish and fade, ensuring the harmony of the world. The seasons listened, and they agreed, for they too desired a world where life could thrive." "The dance began," Bramble continued, "and with each step the seasons learned to move in harmony. Spring danced lightly, awakening the world with gentle rains and soft sunlight. Summer followed with joyous laughter and warmth, encouraging growth and abundance. Autumn swirled in with a flourish, painting the leaves in hues of amber and gold, and winter embraced the world in a serene, silent slumber, allowing the earth to rest and renew." As Bramble described the dance, the creatures could almost see it before them, a beautiful, ethereal ballet that wove the energies of the seasons together in perfect synchronization. "And so," Bramble concluded, "the world was brought back into balance. The rivers flowed once more, the earth grew lush and green, and the creatures of the forest thrived. Elder Thistle's wisdom taught us that true harmony comes from understanding and respecting the rhythms of nature." The creatures sat in silence, absorbing the story's message, the gentle crackle of the fireflies' glow casting a warm halo around them. As the night deepened, Bramble's voice softened, wrapping them in a comforting embrace. Remember, dear friends, that we are all part of this great dance. Let us live with gratitude for the gifts of each season and strive to maintain the balance that sustains our world. With that, Bramble bid them good night, and the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of the ancient wisdom shared under the starlit sky. The forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the gentle hum of life continuing its eternal song, a testament to the harmony and balance that sustained it. And so, as the moon rose high and the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, the Whispering Woods remained a sanctuary of peace, a place where the hidden lives of creatures flourished in the gentle embrace of nature's timeless dance. Story 14. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest where the air hung thick with the scents of pine and earth, there was a small, secretive village named Havenwood. Here the cottages seemed to sprout from the ground as naturally as the trees themselves, their roofs covered in moss and walls woven with vines. The villagers lived in harmony with the forest, their daily lives intertwined with the gentle rhythms of the natural world. In one such cottage, nestled by a babbling brook that sang softly to the moon, lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her bright eyes that sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves at dawn, but lately the sparkle had dimmed. Marin found herself caught in a whirlwind of change, feeling like a leaf tossed about by the unpredictable winds of life. She longed for the days when life was simple and predictable, when her heart didn't ache with the uncertainty of the future. Marin's struggle with change began when she noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Each morning she would find a single, luminescent feather placed gently on her windowsill, shimmering with all the colors of the dawn. Curious yet apprehensive, Marin gathered the feathers, wondering what message they carried. The villagers, wise in the ways of the forest, spoke of the mystical phoenix, a creature of legend that renewed itself through flames, leaving behind such magical traces. One evening, Marin sat by the hearth, the fire casting flickering shadows that danced around the room. Her grandmother, a woman with a heart as warm as the summer sun and eyes that saw beyond the ordinary, joined her. Sensing Marin's unease, she spoke in a voice as soothing as the rustle of autumn leaves. "Change, my dear, is like the forest itself," her grandmother began, "ever growing and transforming. It is not something to be feared, but embraced. Just as the trees shed their leaves and the flowers bloom anew, so too must we allow ourselves to evolve." Marin listened, her heart a little lighter, but still, the path ahead seemed shrouded in mist. Her grandmother suggested that perhaps the forest held answers, and that Marin should seek them in the gentle company of those who understood its language best. So the next morning, Marin set off into the forest, her footsteps soft upon the mossy ground. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the sun filtered through the canopy, casting a dappled carpet of light upon her path. As she walked, she was joined by her friends, Finn, a kind-hearted woodsman with laughter that could lighten the heaviest of hearts, and Lyra, a gentle healer whose touch could soothe any ailment. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, their journey accompanied by the harmonious symphony of birdsong and the soft rustle of leaves. Finn shared stories of the forest's magic, of trees that whispered secrets and streams that carried the wisdom of the ages. Lyra spoke of healing and growth, of how even the smallest seed could blossom into a mighty tree with time and care. As they walked, Marin noticed something extraordinary. The forest, which had always seemed so vast and overwhelming, now felt like an old friend. She saw the beauty in its ever-changing nature, the cycle of life and renewal that played out in every leaf and petal. Their journey led them to a hidden glen, where the air shimmered with a golden light, and the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant clover. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward, a testament to its resilience and strength. Beneath its boughs lay a nest, woven with twigs and leaves, cradling a single fiery egg. As Marin gazed upon the egg, she felt a warmth spreading through her heart, a connection to something greater than herself. She understood then that the phoenix's gift was not just a token of magic, but a symbol of transformation. a reminder that she too could rise from the ashes of uncertainty and embrace the new. With Finn and Lyra by her side, Marin learned to see change not as a storm to weather, but as an opportunity for growth. She realized that just as the forest adapted to the seasons, she too could find strength in transformation. The luminescent feathers had led her to this moment of clarity, mirroring her inner journey of self-discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Marin and her friends made their way back home. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a sanctuary, a reflection of her own resilient spirit. From that day forward, Marin embraced the changes in her life with an open heart, finding beauty in the unexpected and strength in the unknown. She understood that personal growth was a journey, one that required patience and courage, but with the support of her friends and the wisdom of the forest, she knew she could face whatever lay ahead. And so, in the gentle embrace of Havenwood, Marin found her place amidst the ever-changing tapestry of life. Her heart alight with the magic of transformation, her spirit as radiant and enduring as the phoenix itself. As the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and dense, whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Oliver. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with wildflowers. It was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle murmur of the nearby river provided a soothing symphony that lulled its residents to sleep every night. Oliver was a gentle soul, his heart as open and clear as the azure sky on a bright spring day. His bright eyes reflected the curiosity and wonder of a world full of secrets waiting to be discovered. Around the village, Oliver was known for his kindness and his love for all creatures, great and small. He would often be found tending to the village gardens, where he spoke to the plants as if they were old friends, or playing with the woodland animals that seemed to sense his gentle spirit. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Oliver embarked on one of his favorite pastimes, a leisurely stroll through the whispering woods. The path through the forest was dotted with fallen leaves that crunched satisfyingly underfoot, a golden carpet leading him deeper into the heart of the woods. As Oliver wandered, he noticed something unusual. A soft, shimmering glow emanated from a thicket of brambles. Intrigued, he carefully approached, pushing aside the branches to reveal the source of the light. Nestled in the underbrush was an object unlike anything Oliver had ever seen. It was a small, intricately carved box, made of an iridescent wood that seemed to change color with the shifting light. Delicate patterns adorned its surface, depicting swirling vines and tiny animals that almost appeared to move when viewed from the corner of the eye. Oliver felt a tingle of excitement and wonder as he carefully lifted the box. It was surprisingly lightweight, and as he held it in his hands, he felt a warm, comforting sensation spread through his fingers and up his arms. The box seemed to hum softly, a gentle vibration that resonated with the very air around him. Curiosity piqued, Oliver decided to open the box. As he did, a soft, musical chime filled the air, and a cloud of golden dust rose gently from within, swirling around him in a magical dance. The dust settled, leaving behind a small, glowing stone nestled in the box's velvet-lined interior. The stone was warm to the touch, and as Oliver gazed into its depths, he felt as if he were looking into a tiny universe filled with stars. In that moment, Oliver knew that this was no ordinary object. It was a magical stone with a purpose yet to be revealed. With a sense of reverence, he closed the box and tucked it securely into his satchel. He felt a pull, an inexplicable urge to discover the secret of the stone and its connection to the world around him. As he made his way home, the sun began to set, casting long shadows that danced across the path. The air was cool and crisp, tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Oliver's mind raced with possibilities and questions, but he felt a deep sense of calm, as if the stone had imparted some of its magic to him. That night, as Oliver lay in bed beneath a cozy quilt, he couldn't shake the feeling that his discovery would lead him on a remarkable journey. He drifted off to sleep with the comforting weight of the box under his pillow, dreaming of starlit skies and magical adventures. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and Oliver awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. He decided to seek the wisdom of the village's elder, an ancient woman named Agatha, who was said to know the secrets of the land and the mysteries of the past. Her small cottage sat at the very edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that overflowed with herbs and flowers. Agatha greeted Oliver with a warm smile as he approached her door. Her eyes twinkled with a knowing light, as if she had been expecting him. Oliver explained his discovery, showing her the box and the glowing stone within. Agatha listened intently, nodding as he spoke. "Ah, young Oliver," she said, her voice soft and melodic like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "What you have found is a starstone, a rare and powerful gift from the heavens. It is said that the starstone holds the power to reveal hidden truths and guide the heart of its bearer." Oliver felt a thrill of excitement. "What must I do with it?" he asked eagerly. Agatha smiled gently. "The stone will guide you, dear one. It will show you the path you must take, but you must listen with your heart and trust in the journey." With Agatha's words echoing in his mind, Oliver left her cottage, his heart alight with anticipation. The starstone seemed to pulse warmly in his pocket, as if encouraging him to embark on the adventure that awaited. Over the following days, Oliver noticed subtle changes in the world around him. The whispers of the forest became clearer, and he began to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. The starstone seemed to heighten his senses, allowing him to perceive the hidden beauty of the natural world in ways he had never imagined. One afternoon, as Oliver wandered through a sun-dappled glade, the starstone began to glow more brightly than ever before. It seemed to pull him toward a cluster of ancient oaks, their gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of wise elders. As he approached, Oliver noticed a small, hidden path winding between the trees. The path was overgrown and rarely traveled, but the starstone's glow urged him forward. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Oliver stepped onto the path, feeling the soft earth give way beneath his feet. The path led him deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a gentle, dappled light that danced across the forest floor. After what felt like hours, Oliver emerged into a hidden clearing, a place of such beauty and tranquility that it took his breath away. In the center of the clearing stood a crystal-clear pool, its surface shimmering like liquid silver. The water was surrounded by a ring of wildflowers, their vibrant colors a vivid contrast against the deep green of the forest. As Oliver approached the pool, the starstone began to hum softly, its light reflecting on the water's surface. He knelt beside the pool, gazing into its depths, and to his astonishment he saw not his own reflection, but a vision of the village he called home. In the reflection, the village appeared as it always had, but as Oliver watched, the image shifted. He saw the villagers going about their daily lives, their faces filled with joy and contentment. They seemed to glow with an inner light, as if the magic of the starstone had touched their hearts as well. Oliver understood then that the starstone was not just a gift for him, but for the entire village. It held the power to bring harmony and understanding, to reveal the hidden beauty and potential within each person. With a sense of awe and gratitude, Oliver realized that his journey had only just begun. Determined to share the starstone's magic with those he loved, Oliver returned to the village, the path back seeming shorter and more familiar. As he walked, he felt a deep sense of connection to the land and its people, as if he were a part of something much greater than himself. Back in the village, Oliver gathered the villagers in the town square. As they gathered around, he held up the starstone, its light casting a warm glow over the assembled crowd. With a voice filled with wonder, Oliver shared the story of his discovery and the vision he had seen in the magical pool. The villagers listened in rapt silence, their eyes wide with amazement. As Oliver spoke, the light of the starstone seemed to touch each of them, illuminating their hearts with a sense of peace and unity. From that day forward, the starstone became a cherished symbol of the village's connection to the natural world and to one another. Its magic inspired the villagers to live in harmony, to cherish the beauty of their surroundings, and to nurture the bonds of friendship and community. Oliver continued to explore the wonders of the forest, always guided by the Starstone's gentle light. He grew wise and kind, his heart forever open to the mysteries of the world. And as he walked the paths of the Whispering Woods, he knew that the magic of the Starstone would always light his way, guiding him toward a future filled with love, understanding, and endless possibilities. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, the village thrived, a place of peace and enchantment where the magic of the Starstone lived on, shining brightly in the hearts of all who called it home. Story 16. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies on the gentlest of breezes, a quaint little village nestled, known as Willow Hollow. The village was a charming tapestry of cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs, each adorned with blooming window boxes that spilled over with fragrant herbs and flowers. In Willow Hollow, every day ended with a sunset that painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, and every night was serenaded by the soft chirr of crickets and the distant hoot of a wise old owl. One evening, as the twilight began to drape its velvet cloak over the village, strange occurrences began to puzzle the villagers. It started with the peculiar dancing lights that flickered through the woods, bobbing and weaving like will-o'-the-wisps, only to disappear when approached. Then there were the mysterious melodies that filled the air, an enchanting tune that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. The villagers, curious yet cautious, gathered in the village square to discuss these odd happenings. Among them was a gentle soul named Oliver, a young lad with an insatiable curiosity and a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Oliver loved the Whispering Woods dearly and often wandered its paths, befriending the woodland creatures and learning the language of the rustling leaves. As the villagers shared their concerns, Oliver's mind began to whirl with possibilities. That night, Oliver lay in his bed, the soft glow of moonlight spilling through his window, casting silvery patterns on the wooden floorboards. He listened intently to the distant melodies, feeling as though they were inviting him to uncover their mystery. With a determined heart, he decided to venture into the woods the next morning, seeking answers to the strange occurrences. As dawn broke, painting the sky with soft pastels, Oliver set out with a small satchel slung over his shoulder, filled with a notebook, a pencil, and a few honey cakes, his favorite treat and a handy snack. The Whispering Woods greeted him with a gentle whisper, the leaves swaying gracefully in the cool morning breeze. Oliver wandered deeper into the woods, his eyes scanning for anything unusual. He soon noticed a trail of shimmering dust glistening in the dappled sunlight. The dust seemed to form a path that led further into the forest. With a sense of anticipation tingling in his fingertips, Oliver followed the trail, his steps soft on the mossy ground. As he ventured further, he heard the faint strains of the mysterious melody growing clearer. It was a lilting tune, as though the forest itself was humming a secret song. Just as Oliver rounded a bend in the path, he stumbled upon a small clearing. There, nestled amongst the ferns, was a circle of delicate mushrooms glowing faintly with a soft, ethereal light. At the center of the circle stood a tiny creature, no taller than an acorn, with iridescent wings that shimmered like the surface of a pond under the midday sun. It was a fairy, her eyes twinkling with the warmth of 1,000 smiles. She paused her song the moment she noticed Oliver, her expression a mix of surprise and delight. "Welcome, young wanderer," the fairy greeted in a voice as gentle as the morning breeze. "I am Leora, keeper of the light and melody." Oliver, entranced, bowed politely. "Hello, Leora. I've come to understand the strange happenings in our village. Are you behind the lights and music?" Leora nodded, her wings fluttering with a gentle hum. "Indeed, it is I and my kin. We mean no harm, but we have a task that requires the magic of these woods. The music is our way of weaving spells to protect a hidden grove, a sanctuary for creatures who have lost their homes." Oliver's curiosity deepened. "A sanctuary? Can you show me?" With a nod and a twinkle in her eye, Leora beckoned Oliver to follow. They journeyed through the woods, Leora flitting gracefully above the forest floor. As they walked, Leora explained that a mighty storm had swept through a distant land, leaving many magical creatures without shelter. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient magic, was chosen as a refuge. Oliver listened intently, his heart swelling with compassion. As they approached the sanctuary, a sense of wonder enveloped him. The grove was a hidden paradise, teeming with life. Gentle unicorns grazed peacefully alongside shimmering sprites, and fireflies danced in the air, their glow reflected in a crystal-clear pond. But something was amiss. The once vibrant flowers drooped, their colors fading, and the air felt heavier, as though weighed down by an unseen sadness. Oliver turned to Leora, concern etched on his face. "The sanctuary is losing its magic," Leora admitted softly. "The storm left behind a shadow, a lingering darkness that saps the energy from this place." Oliver pondered this dilemma, his fingers absently tracing patterns on his notebook. An idea sparked in his mind, inspired by the stories he had heard from the village elders about the healing power of friendship and unity. "Perhaps," Oliver suggested thoughtfully, "the villagers could help. We could gather and share our own light and joy to restore the sanctuary's magic." A smile of hope spread across Leora's face. "Your idea is wise, young one. The magic of the forest thrives on harmony and shared kindness." With newfound purpose, Oliver and Leora returned to Willow Hollow. Oliver gathered the villagers, sharing the tale of the sanctuary and the creatures in need. Moved by the story, the villagers agreed to join hands in a midnight gathering at the sanctuary, each bringing a piece of their own happiness, a song, a story, a cherished memory. That night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, the villagers and the magical creatures gathered in the grove. The air was filled with laughter and music, stories weaving a tapestry of light and warmth that spread through the trees. As the villagers shared their joys, the flowers began to bloom anew, vibrant and full of life. The air grew lighter, and the creatures of the grove danced with delight. The sanctuary, now brimming with magic once more, glowed under the moonlight, a beacon of hope and friendship. Leora, her eyes shimmering with gratitude, fluttered over to Oliver and the villagers. "Thank you, dear friends," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "Your kindness and unity have restored what was lost." Oliver smiled, his heart full. "It was the least we could do. We are all part of this world, and when we come together, we can overcome any shadow." As the night wore on, the villagers and creatures alike found comfort in each other's company, and the sanctuary thrived as a symbol of the magic that lies in unity and kindness. With hearts light and spirits lifted, the villagers returned to Willow Hollow, where the gentle hum of the whispering woods lulled them into peaceful slumber. And so in the heart of the whispering woods, under the watchful eye of the moon, Willow Hollow slept, its dreams filled with melodies of harmony and light, knowing that the magic of friendship would always keep the shadows at bay. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled between the rolling hills and lush green valleys, there was a place called Willowbrook. The village was known for its serene beauty, where the golden sun bathed the cobblestone streets in a warm glow every morning, and the gentle murmur of the river sang a lullaby each night. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Nara, who possessed an insatiable curiosity for the world around her. Nara had an unusual talent. She could hear the whispers of nature. The rustling leaves, the babbling brook, and even the soft sigh of the wind carried secrets meant only for her ears. This gift, passed down through generations, was treasured by her family. Yet Nara longed for adventure beyond the familiar sights of Willowbrook. She yearned to discover what lay beyond the village's borders. One crisp autumn morning, while the air was filled with the scent of pine and the earth was carpeted in hues of orange and gold, Nara ventured into the forest at the edge of her village. She followed a path less trodden, where the trees stood tall like ancient sentinels guarding their hidden world. As she wandered deeper, the forest seemed to come alive, its whispers growing louder, guiding her steps. Suddenly, Nara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A shimmering pool of water, nestled in a grove where the sunlight danced through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light on the forest floor. Drawn to its beauty, she knelt by the water's edge. It was then that she noticed something extraordinary. The reflection in the water did not show her own face, but rather a different world altogether. Transfixed, Nara reached out to touch the surface, and as her fingers grazed the water, a ripple spread across the pool, revealing a hidden realm within. She found herself standing in a land unlike any she had ever seen, where the skies were painted in perpetual twilight and the stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet. This was the realm of Evernight. In Evernight, Nara discovered creatures of enchanting beauty and kindness. The moonlit deer with antlers aglow, the starlit fox whose fur sparkled like the night sky, and the gossamer owls with wings woven from moonbeams. These creatures spoke a language of light and shadow, and they welcomed Nara with gentle curiosity. As Nara explored this wondrous world, she met a wise old turtle named Orion, whose shell bore the constellations of the heavens. Orion shared tales of Evernight's history, of how the land was sustained by the Harmony Stone, a magical gem that resonated with the balance of nature itself. But recently, the stone had begun to dim, its light fading, casting a shadow over Evernight. Nara's heart ached for the creatures of this magical land, and she resolved to help restore the Harmony Stone. Orion, seeing the determination in her eyes, offered to guide her to the heart of Evernight, where the stone lay. Along the way, they would need to overcome challenges and solve mysteries that had puzzled even the wisest of Evernight's denizens. Their journey began through the starlit forest, where each step echoed with the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. The path was illuminated by fireflies that danced in the cool breeze, their light flickering like tiny lanterns. As they traveled, Nara and Orion encountered various creatures, each with their own wisdom and gifts to share. There was Lyra, the songbird, whose melodies could heal the heart, and Aster, the gentle giant who guarded the crystal glade. With each new friend, Nara learned more about the delicate balance of Evernight and the importance of harmony in all things. One evening, as they rested by a tranquil pond, Nara asked Orion how the Harmony Stone could be restored. The old turtle pondered for a moment before revealing that the stone's magic was tied to the harmony of the realm and its inhabitants. It could only be revived through acts of kindness, understanding, and unity. With this knowledge, Nara and her companions set out to mend the rifts that had caused the stone to dim. They helped resolve a quarrel between the wind sprites and the water nymphs, taught the nightingale how to sing a new song of hope, and planted seeds of friendship among the creatures of Evernight. As they journeyed on, Nara discovered that her own world was not so different from Evernight. Her experiences taught her the value of empathy, patience, and the power of a kind heart. She realized that these lessons could also bring light to her own village of Willowbrook. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the heart of Evernight, a place called the Celestial Garden. Here the Harmony Stone lay within a circle of ancient trees, its light faint but still flickering with life. Nara approached the stone, her heart full of the love and friendships she had forged along her journey. With the gentle touch of her hand, the Harmony Stone began to glow, its light spreading like a sunrise across the land. The creatures of Evernight gathered around, their joy and gratitude illuminating the night. The stars above seemed to shine brighter, as if rejoicing in the harmony restored. Nara knew it was time to return to her world, but she carried the lessons of Evernight in her heart. As she stepped back through the shimmering pool, she found herself once more in the familiar forest of Willowbrook. The whispers of nature greeted her, and she understood them more deeply than ever before. With renewed purpose, Nara returned to her village. She shared her stories of Evernight, inspiring her friends and family to cherish the harmony in their own lives. The village of Willowbrook flourished, as its people embraced the beauty of kindness and the strength of unity. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the world settled into a gentle slumber, Nara knew that the magic of Evernight would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the tapestry of her life. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful dream, the whispers of the forest singing her to sleep. Story 18. In a forest as old as time itself, nestled within a cradle of towering trees whose branches reached skyward like the fingers of giants, there existed a world hidden from the hurried eyes of humankind. This was a place where the air was always tinged with the fresh scent of pine, and the gentle murmur of a babbling brook could be heard, whispering secrets of ages long past. Here, the creatures of the forest lived lives of quiet beauty and ancient wisdom. In the heart of this verdant sanctuary, beneath a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a dappled mosaic on the forest floor, there was a clearing where the creatures gathered. It was a sacred space, ringed by stones worn smooth by countless seasons, where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow that seemed to pulse gently with the rhythm of the earth itself. On a warm afternoon, the forest was alive with the songs of birds, their melodies weaving through the air like ribbons of silk. Among them, perched upon a sturdy branch, was a wise old owl named Thistle. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 starry nights. Thistle had witnessed many moons rise and fall, and his heart was as vast as the forest he called home. Thistle had gathered the creatures of the forest for an important meeting. From the rustling undergrowth emerged a procession of animals. A family of foxes with their bushy tails trailing behind them, a graceful deer with eyes like pools of dark water, and a mischievous squirrel whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. As the animals settled into the clearing, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of wildflowers and the crisp, earthy scent of moss. Thistle cleared his throat, the sound resonating through the clearing like a soft drum beat. "Dear friends," he began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the time has come for us to ensure the balance of our beloved forest. The seasons are shifting, and with them, the magic that binds us all." The creatures listened intently, their eyes fixed upon the wise owl. They understood that the forest was not just their home, but a living entity that breathed and thrived in harmony with the cycles of nature. Each season brought with it a unique magic that nurtured the land and all who dwelled within it. Thistle spoke of the coming autumn, a time when the leaves would burst into flames of orange and gold, and the air would turn crisp with the promise of winter. "We must prepare," he continued, "for the great gathering of the elements, where the spirits of the forest will convene to weave the tapestry of the coming year." As he spoke, a gentle rustling filled the clearing, and the creatures turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was Willow, the elder deer, whose antlers were adorned with delicate vines and blossoms. Willow was known for her deep connection to the forest, and her presence was a balm to all who beheld her. "Thistle speaks true," Willow said, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "We must gather the tokens of each season to offer at the great gathering. The fallen leaves of autumn, the first snowflakes of winter, the budding blossoms of spring, and the warmth of summer's sun." The creatures nodded, understanding the importance of their task. Each season's essence was crucial to maintaining the harmony of the forest, and it was their responsibility to ensure it was preserved. The foxes, with their keen sense of smell, volunteered to collect the fallen leaves, while the squirrel, ever nimble and quick, offered to gather the first snowflakes. The birds, with their gift of flight, promised to find the earliest blooms of spring, and the deer pledged to capture the warmth of the summer sun in their hearts. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Thistle spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, that our strength lies in our unity. Together we are the guardians of this sacred land, and it is through our friendship and wisdom that we shall succeed." With their mission clear, the creatures dispersed into the forest, their hearts filled with determination and hope. The forest, in turn, seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently as if nodding in agreement. Days passed, and the forest transformed with the changing season. The air grew cooler, and the leaves began their dance of color, swirling to the ground in a symphony of rustling whispers. The foxes, with their keen eyes, carefully selected the most vibrant leaves, their tiny paws moving swiftly through the underbrush. Soon, the first snow fell, blanketing the forest in a pristine layer of white. The squirrel, with a joyful leap, darted through the branches, collecting the delicate flakes in a small woven basket. Meanwhile, the birds sang songs of spring as they searched for the earliest blossoms, their wings slicing through the crisp air. As the days grew longer and the sun climbed higher in the sky, the deer sought out the warmest patches of light, storing the gentle heat within their hearts. Each creature worked tirelessly, guided by the wisdom and love that bound them to the forest and to one another. Finally, the day of the great gathering arrived. The creatures, their tasks complete, returned to the sacred clearing, their hearts brimming with anticipation. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the promise of renewal as the spirits of the forest began to gather. The clearing shimmered with a radiant light as the spirits appeared, their forms ethereal and ever-changing. They were the guardians of the forest's magic, the keepers of its secrets, and they moved with a grace that spoke of centuries of wisdom. Thistle, his heart swelling with pride, stepped forward to present the tokens. The foxes laid down the vibrant leaves, the squirrel offered the snowflakes, the birds bestowed the delicate blossoms, and the deer released the warmth of the sun, which shimmered like golden threads in the air. As the spirits accepted the offerings, they wove them together into a magnificent tapestry that glowed with the colors of the seasons. It was a sight of breathtaking beauty, a testament to the harmony and balance that the creatures had worked so hard to maintain. With a soft, melodious hum, the spirits bestowed their blessing upon the forest and its inhabitants, ensuring that the cycles of nature would continue to nurture and sustain the land. The creatures watched in awe as the tapestry faded into the air, leaving behind a sense of peace and fulfillment. Together, they had ensured the balance of their beloved forest, and in doing so, had strengthened the bonds of friendship and unity that held them together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, the creatures settled into the warmth of the clearing, their hearts light and content. The forest, now at peace, embraced them in its gentle embrace, whispering promises of another magical year to come. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the forest sighed with contentment, a place where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony. Story 19. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies to the moonlit sky, there nestled a small village named Quill Hollow. It was a charming haven where the cobblestone paths were lined with glowing mushrooms, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming night flowers. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the gentle magic that flowed through the woods like an unseen river. The village's peace was occasionally punctuated by the playful antics of its magical inhabitants, the fluttering light sprites who danced in the twilight and the wise old owls who kept watch from their leafy perches. But all was not perfectly serene, for lately, a curious series of events had stirred the whispers of Quill Hollow. Strange happenings had begun to trouble the village, starting with the mysterious disappearance of colors. It began subtly. The vibrant red of the poppies in the fields seemed to turn to a dull pink, the rich blue of the sky faded to a pale hue, and the golden glow of the sun appeared less warm. The villagers were puzzled, for nothing like this had ever occurred before. In the cozy nook of the village library, nestled beside a fireplace that crackled with a gentle warmth, lived a young librarian named Finn. Finn was known for his keen eye for detail and his insatiable curiosity. He loved nothing more than delving into the ancient tomes that filled the library's shelves, each book a portal to forgotten wisdom and stories of old. One evening, as the stars began their nightly dance across the velvet sky, Finn noticed that even the colors of his beloved books seemed less vibrant. Determined to uncover the cause of this peculiar fading, he decided to seek the guidance of the wisest creature in Quill Hollow, the great sparrowhawk, Eldrin. Eldrin resided at the highest point of the Whispering Woods in an ancient oak tree whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. As Finn approached, he marveled at the tree's gnarled bark, feeling the quiet hum of magic that resonated from its core. Eldrin, with eyes like pools of liquid silver, welcomed Finn with a nod and a soft, resonant voice that echoed the wisdom of ages. "Ah, young Finn," Eldrin greeted, his feathers shimmering in the moonlight. "What brings you to my humble perch?" Finn explained the fading colors and the concern it had sown in the hearts of the villagers. Eldrin listened intently, his gaze thoughtful and serene. "The world speaks to us in many ways, young one," Eldrin mused, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Perhaps the answer lies not in what is vanishing, but in what remains." Taking this cryptic guidance to heart, Finn thanked Eldrin and began his journey back to the village, pondering the old bird's words. As he walked, he noticed the whisper of the trees seemed louder, as if they were trying to tell him something. He paused, closed his eyes, and listened intently. It was then that he heard it, a faint humming, a melody soft and elusive, carried on the wind from deep within the woods. Intrigued, Finn followed the sound, his feet guided by intuition and curiosity. The path led him to a secluded grove where the air seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. In the center of the grove stood a circle of ancient stones, each etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dusk. At the heart of this circle was a creature unlike any Finn had ever seen, a small, ethereal being with wings that mirrored the colors of a forgotten sunset, flickering and fading like an aurora. The creature looked up as Finn entered the grove, its eyes wide and filled with a gentle sorrow. "I am Ember," it whispered, its voice as soft as a sigh. "I am the keeper of colors, and I fear I have lost my way." Finn, sensing the creature's distress, approached with kindness. "How did this happen, Ember?" he asked gently. "I was drawn to the beauty of your world, so full of life and color," Ember explained, its wings fluttering softly. "But in my joy I forgot my duty, and the colors began to fade from your realm." Finn thought carefully, recalling Eldrin's advice. "Perhaps if we restore your sense of purpose, the colors will return," he suggested. Ember nodded, a hopeful light kindling in its eyes. "But how?" Finn pondered for a moment, then recalled a story he had read about the power of shared memories. "Maybe if we share our stories, the memories will reignite the colors," he proposed. Together, they sat beneath the ancient stones, and Finn began to recount tales of Quill Hollow, of the vibrant festivals, the joyous laughter of children, and the rich tapestry of life that filled the village. Ember listened, absorbing each word as if they were precious threads weaving a tapestry of vibrant hues. As the night wore on, the grove began to change. The runes on the stones glowed brighter, and the air shimmered with colors that danced and mingled, spilling out into the night sky. Ember's wings grew more radiant, reflecting the stories shared, and slowly the colors began to flow back into the world like a tide returning to the shore. When the first light of dawn touched the grove, Finn and Ember watched as the sun rose in a blaze of gold and crimson, painting the world anew. The colors had returned, more vivid and alive than ever before. With a grateful heart, Ember thanked Finn, promising to guard the colors with renewed dedication. "You have reminded me of the beauty in stories," it said, its wings a kaleidoscope of hues. "I shall never forget again." As Finn made his way back to Quill Hollow, he felt a deep sense of peace. The village welcomed him with open arms, their joy reflected in the bright, restored colors of their world. And while the mystery had been solved, the true treasure was the bond formed between a curious librarian and a forgotten keeper of colors. In the days that followed, Finn often visited the grove, sharing stories with Ember and learning from the magical creature. And every night, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of sleep, the stars twinkled with an added brilliance, a testament to the harmony restored in the heart of the Whispering Woods. And so the villagers of Quill Hollow slept soundly, their dreams painted with the vibrant hues of a world where magic and friendship intertwined under the watchful eyes of a young librarian and a gentle keeper of colors. Story 20. In a cozy forest clearing, surrounded by towering oak trees and a bubbling brook, stood the quaint village of Mossbark. Here the friendly folk lived in harmony with enchanting woodland creatures and ancient magic. Young Willow was one of the village's most curious residents. With twinkling eyes and a mop of fiery curls, she spent her days exploring the winding trails and whispering to the trees, desperate to unravel the mysteries of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, Willow noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant mushroom rings dotting the hillsides had faded to a dull gray. Even stranger, the resident gnome troupe seemed utterly baffled, scratching their pointy hats in confusion. Determined to get to the bottom of this odd occurrence, Willow sought out her old friend, Oakenstaff, the wise tree spirit. Oakenstaff's gnarled bark face creaked into a warm smile as Willow approached. "The magic of the forest seems out of balance, my dear," he rumbled. "But have no fear, for the clues lie all around if you know where to look." With those cryptic words, Willow set off on her quest, her eyes peeled for any hint or irregularity. She inspected the babbling creeks for discoloration and checked under rocks for displaced woodland creatures. Nothing seemed amiss until she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. In a secluded glade, the usually luminescent fairy rings had dulled to a mere flicker. Willow gasped. The fairies were the forest's source of enchantment. If their magic waned, no wonder the mushrooms and gnomes had grown lackluster. Just then, a tiny voice piped up from the underbrush. "You there, please, can you help us?" Emerging from the ferns came Zephyr, an inquisitive young pixie with gossamer wings. He explained that the fairy clan had been feeling weary and drained for days, as if something was sapping their magical energies. With Zephyr's help, Willow searched high and low, eventually discovering an unfamiliar wildflower she'd never seen before. Its purple petals seemed to shimmer, as if drinking in the very moonlight itself. Oakenstaff's wise words echoed in Willow's mind. "Of course," she exclaimed. "This flower must be leeching the fairy's magic for itself." Quickly but carefully, Willow gathered the greedy blooms and contained them in a wooden chest, restoring the fairy's luminous glow. As the forest's magic balance returned, the mushroom circles regained their vibrant reds and whites, and the gnomes joined in a lively jig of celebration. From that day on, Willow's reputation as the guardian of Mossbark Forest was secured. Whenever strange occurrences arose, she would use her keen intuition and knowledge of nature's hidden mysteries to protect the delicate balance of magic in the woods. With Zephyr and Oakenstaff's guidance, she learned that even the smallest disturbance could ripple through an ecosystem as wondrous as a forest. And so Willow vowed to keep watching over her cherished home, ensuring harmony between all magical creatures, great and small. Story 21. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of the Silver River, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was always filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers. The village was known for its cobblestone lanes lined with colorful cottages, each with a garden that seemed to burst with life, and its inhabitants who greeted one another with smiles as warm as the golden sunlight. Oliver lived with his grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. The cottage was surrounded by a garden that his grandmother tended with great care, and it was said that her roses could bloom even in the heart of winter. What made their cottage truly special, however, was the attic, a space brimming with forgotten treasures and whispered stories. One rainy afternoon, as the droplets tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof and the fireplace crackled with a comforting glow, Oliver decided to explore the attic. He climbed the creaky wooden stairs, each step a note in a familiar melody. As he pushed open the attic door, the scent of cedar and old paper wrapped around him like a warm embrace. Sunlight filtered through a small window, casting a soft glow over the myriad of objects that lay waiting to be discovered. As Oliver sifted through dusty boxes and old trunks, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. He unearthed a small, ornate mirror, its frame gilded with delicate vines and flowers. The glass was slightly clouded with age, yet it shimmered with an inner light that seemed almost magical. Curious, Oliver polished the mirror with a soft cloth, revealing an inscription along the edge, "Reflect the truth within." Intrigued by the inscription, Oliver carried the mirror downstairs to show his grandmother. She was sitting by the fire, knitting a scarf of emerald green yarn. Her eyes, wise and kind, twinkled with curiosity as she examined the mirror. "Ah, the mirror of truth," she said softly, her voice like a gentle lullaby. "It is said to reveal the hidden strengths and true nature of those who gaze into it. A gift from our ancestors, passed down through generations." Oliver's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of nervousness. He carefully placed the mirror on the table and sat in front of it. As he looked into the reflective surface, he saw not only his own face, but also a faint image of a vast forest, bathed in moonlight. The leaves rustled in a breeze that seemed to whisper secrets. "You must follow where the mirror leads," his grandmother advised, her hand resting reassuringly on his shoulder. "The journey will teach you much about yourself and the world around you." That night, with the mirror tucked safely into a satchel, Oliver set off on his journey. The village slumbered under a blanket of stars as he made his way to the edge of the woods, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels guarding untold mysteries. As he stepped into the forest, The air grew cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their light dancing in the shadows like tiny lanterns. Oliver walked with a sense of wonder, the mirror guiding him with its gentle pull. Along the way, he encountered a fox named Finn, whose fur was as red as autumn leaves and whose eyes sparkled with intelligence. Finn trotted alongside Oliver, his bushy tail swaying with each step. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Finn inquired with a friendly tilt of his head. "I'm following the mirror of truth," Oliver replied. "It shows me things I cannot yet understand." Finn nodded thoughtfully. "The forest holds many secrets. Perhaps I can help you find your way." Together, they continued deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the air hummed with the songs of night creatures. Soon, they came upon a small clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood a majestic owl perched on a branch, its feathers glimmering like stardust. The owl introduced herself as Luna, her voice soft and wise. "Welcome, seekers of truth," she hooted gently. "The journey you have embarked upon is not merely of the forest, but of the heart and mind." Oliver and Finn listened intently as Luna shared stories of those who had come before, each seeking answers to questions they held dear. Her tales spoke of courage, kindness, and the strength found in friendship and understanding. As dawn approached, the trio continued their journey, the mirror leading them to a hidden grove where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. The water sparkled in the early morning light, and Oliver felt a sense of peace wash over him. It was here that Oliver encountered his challenge. The stream was guarded by a riddle, etched into a smooth stone that lay at its edge. To cross the stream, you must answer the question that lies within. Oliver pondered the riddle, his brow furrowed in concentration. Finn and Luna looked on, their faith in his wisdom unwavering. "What is it you seek?" the stream seemed to ask. Closing his eyes, Oliver reflected on his journey, the friends he had made, the lessons he had learned, and the courage he had discovered within himself. He realized that his quest was not just about finding answers, but about understanding his own heart. With newfound clarity, Oliver spoke softly. "I seek to understand the truth within myself and to cherish the bonds of friendship." The stream shone with approval, and a path of stepping stones emerged, leading Oliver safely across to the other side. Finn and Luna followed, their spirits lifted by the success of their journey. As the sun rose higher, casting warm rays through the canopy, Oliver, Finn, and Luna returned to Willowbrook, their hearts full of the wisdom they had gained. The village welcomed them back with open arms, and Oliver shared tales of his adventure by the fireside, the mirror resting proudly above the mantel. From that day forward, the mirror of truth was no longer just an heirloom, but a symbol of courage, friendship, and the power of self-discovery. Oliver often found himself gazing into its depths, reminded of the journey that had transformed him and the friends who had walked beside him. And so, in the peaceful village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods and the gentle flow of the Silver River, Oliver's story became a cherished memory, a bedtime tale of discovery and wonder, told and retold by the fireside, where dreams and reality danced together in the flickering light. Story 22. In the heart of the ancient silverleaf forest, where the air shimmered with a touch of magic, lay a world unseen by many, but known intimately by its gentle inhabitants. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the leafy canopy, a symphony of life awoke. The forest floor was a tapestry of emerald ferns and soft moss, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and the sweetness of wildflowers. In this enchanted realm, a wise and noble owl named Aurelius presided over the creatures of the forest. His feathers were soft and downy, speckled with the hues of twilight, and his eyes were deep pools of amber that seemed to hold the wisdom of centuries. Aurelius had watched over the forest for many years, guiding its denizens with kindness and understanding. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and scarlet, Aurelius gathered the creatures of the forest for an important meeting. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant promise of winter. "We must discuss the changing of the seasons," Aurelius began, his voice a gentle murmur that resonated through the clearing. "With the arrival of autumn, we must prepare for the coming winter, and ensure our home remains in harmony. Among those gathered was a young fox named Lyra, whose fiery red coat blended seamlessly with the autumn foliage. Lyra was curious and clever, and she listened intently as Aurelius spoke, eager to learn from the elder owl's wisdom. "The balance of our forest depends on each of us playing our part," Aurelius continued. "The trees must shed their leaves to nourish the ground, the streams must flow clear and strong, and we must all prepare for the colder days ahead." As the meeting concluded and the creatures dispersed, Lyra lingered, her mind buzzing with questions. She padded over to Aurelius, her paws crunching softly on the dry leaves. "How can we help maintain the balance, Aurelius?" she asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. Aurelius smiled, a gentle twinkle in his eyes. "By respecting the cycles of nature and supporting one another, dear Lyra, each of us has a role to play, no matter how small it may seem." With this advice in mind, Lyra set about her tasks. She helped gather fallen nuts and berries, storing them in hidden caches for the colder months. She also took care to tread lightly, ensuring the undergrowth remained undisturbed, providing shelter for smaller creatures. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the forest began to change. Frost sparkled on the leaves each morning, and the sound of the rushing stream grew quieter as it began to freeze. The forest's inhabitants worked diligently, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. One evening, as the first snowflakes fell silently from the sky, Aurelius called another meeting. The creatures gathered once more, their breaths misting in the cold air as they settled around the owl. "The first snow is always a magical event," Aurelius said, his voice a soft melody in the stillness. "It is a reminder of the beauty and wonder of our world, and of the strength we find in unity." As Aurelius spoke, a gentle glow spread through the forest, casting a warm, golden light over the snow-covered landscape. The creatures watched in awe as the snowflakes danced in the air, each one a tiny miracle of nature. In that moment, Lyra understood the true meaning of balance and harmony. It was not simply about survival, but about cherishing the connections that bound them all together, and finding joy in the changing seasons. As winter settled over the forest, the creatures huddled close for warmth, sharing stories and dreams beneath the starlit sky. They knew that come spring, the world would awaken anew, vibrant and full of life. And so, with hearts full of hope and gratitude, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the ancient forest and the timeless wisdom of those who had come before. Story 23. In a quaint little village, nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering sapphire lake, there was a peculiar occurrence afoot. The village was known as Glimmer Glen, where time seemed to slow down, and where the air always carried the faint scent of honey and lavender. The cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed warmly even when the sun was high, casting a comforting golden hue over the village. The heart of Glimmer Glen was its marketplace, bustling with friendly chatter and the fragrant aroma of baked goods. It was here that the villagers gathered every morning, exchanging stories and laughter. But lately, a curious mystery had taken hold of their conversations. The clock tower in the square had begun to chime at odd hours, not just at the top of each hour as it had for generations. Liana, a gentle-hearted girl with a keen eye for detail, was particularly intrigued by this mystery. She lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, adorned with ivy and blooming with flowers of every color. Liana loved nothing more than to spend her days exploring the forest's secrets and her evenings by the fireplace with her loyal cat, Whisker, who had a knack for sensing things unseen. One morning, as the clock tower chimed 13 times at the stroke of 9, Liana decided it was time to uncover the truth. With Whisker perched comfortably on her shoulder, she set out towards the marketplace. The air was crisp and fresh, the kind that tickled your nose and made your cheeks rosy. As she wandered through the market, Liana stopped to chat with Mr. Fennel, the herbalist, whose shop was filled with the soothing scent of chamomile and mint. "Have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower, Mr. Fennel?" she asked, her voice soft and curious. Mr. Fennel, a kind man with twinkling eyes and a long braided beard, nodded thoughtfully. "Aye, it's been quite the talk, hasn't it? Some say it's the wind, others think it's the work of mischievous sprites. but I believe there's more to it than meets the eye." Intrigued by his words, Liana thanked Mr. Fennel and continued her journey. She knew that if anyone could help solve the mystery, it would be the wise old owl, Eldrick, who lived in the ancient oak at the heart of the woods. Eldrick had been around for as long as anyone could remember, and his wisdom was revered throughout the land. As Liana approached the ancient oak, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft songs of birds. Eldrick was perched on a low branch, his feathers a tapestry of browns and golds. "Greetings, young Liana," Eldrick hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Liana explained the mystery of the clock tower, her words laced with wonder and curiosity. Eldrick listened intently, his eyes gleaming with interest. "Ah, the clock tower," he mused. "It was crafted by the skilled hands of the old clockmaker, a dear friend of mine. There is magic woven into its gears, a magic that responds to the harmony of the village." "But why would it chime at such strange times?" Liana asked, her brow furrowing in thought. Eldrick paused, considering her question. "Perhaps the village is out of balance," he suggested. "Sometimes when the harmony is disrupted, the clock tower may try to restore it in its own way." Thanking Eldrick for his insight, Liana returned to the village with a newfound perspective. She spent the following days observing the villagers, listening to their stories, and paying close attention to the subtle changes in their daily routines. It was during one of these observations that Liana noticed something intriguing. The villagers, in their busy lives, had gradually begun to overlook the little acts of kindness that once defined Glimmer Glen. The baker no longer shared his leftover bread with the birds. The children were too absorbed in their games to help the elders with their chores, and even the usually cheerful Mrs. Plum seemed preoccupied with her own thoughts. Realizing that the village's harmony had indeed been disrupted, Liana knew what she had to do. She started with small gestures, leaving baskets of freshly picked apples at doorsteps and organizing gatherings where villagers could share stories and laughter. Slowly but surely, the warmth that had once filled Glimmer Glen began to return. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and pink, the clock tower chimed once more. This time, it rang only 8 times at 8 o'clock, perfectly in sync with the hour. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with relief and joy. The mystery of the clock tower had been solved, not through grand gestures or complex spells, but through the simple power of kindness and community. Liana smiled as she watched the villagers, her heart full and content. She knew that the true magic of Glimmer Glen lay not in its enchanted clock or mystical creatures, but in the bonds of friendship and the gentle acts that wove their lives together. As the day turned to dusk, Liana returned to her cottage, her heart light and her spirit at peace. Whisker curled up beside her by the fireplace, purring softly as the flames danced and flickered. The village was quiet now, wrapped in the tender embrace of night, and all was as it should be. And in the days that followed, the clock tower continued to tell the time true. A steadfast guardian of the village's harmony, a silent reminder of the gentle mystery that had brought the villagers closer than ever before. Story 24. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering trees stretched their arms to the sky, and the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had hair as dark as a raven's wing, and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. She lived in a quaint cottage nestled between 2 towering oaks, with her father, who was a gentle woodcarver known for creating the most intricate wooden animals that seemed almost alive. Lyra loved the forest and all its mysteries, but she held within her a quiet struggle. She feared change more than anything else, preferring the comforting routine of her days spent wandering familiar paths and listening to the chattering of squirrels and the songs of birds. The forest, with its ever-constant cycles, was her sanctuary. Yet she felt a restlessness growing inside her, like a tiny seed waiting for the right moment to unfurl. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned gold and crimson, Lyra set out on her usual path. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. She walked until she reached an ancient willow by the river's edge. its long tendrils swaying gently in the breeze. Lyra sat beneath it, her back against the gnarled trunk, and pulled a small book from her satchel, a gift from her mother who had passed away when Lyra was just a child. As she leafed through its pages, a shimmering caught her eye. She looked up to see a butterfly unlike any she had seen before. Its wings sparkled like morning dew, shifting through shades of blue and silver as it danced in the sunlight. Mesmerized, Lyra watched as the butterfly flitted closer, finally settling on the open page of her book. It seemed to consider her with its tiny, curious eyes. "Hello, little one," Lyra whispered, her voice barely a breeze. "Where did you come from?" To her astonishment, the butterfly spoke, its voice as soft as a sigh. "I come from the meadow of mists, where the air hums with magic, and the flowers bloom in colors that have no name. I have been sent to help you, dear Lyra, for you are at the cusp of a great change." Lyra blinked, unsure if she was dreaming. The butterfly continued, "You are afraid of change, yet it is through change that we grow. Like the seasons that turn, we must also transform." "But how?" Lyra asked, her heart fluttering like the wings of her new friend. The butterfly replied, "Seek the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. There you will find the answers you seek and the courage to embrace the new." Feeling a mix of excitement and fear, Lyra agreed. The butterfly rose into the air, leading her deeper into the forest. As they journeyed, the trees grew taller and the forest denser until they reached a clearing bathed in gentle sunlight. In its center stood the heart of the forest, an immense oak with roots that wove into the earth like ancient veins. Awaiting them were two figures, an elderly fox with fur as white as snow, and a wise old owl whose eyes gleamed with knowledge. They greeted Lyra warmly, their voices rich with kindness. "Welcome, Lyra," said the fox, dipping his head. "I am Phelan, and this is my friend, Olwen. We are the keepers of this place." "You have come seeking change," Olwen hooted gently, "and we are here to guide you." Lyra felt a warmth spreading through her, as if the sun itself had reached inside her heart. She spent days with her new friends, learning the secrets of the forest and the magic of transformation. Phelan taught her the importance of adapting with grace, while Olwen whispered stories of the stars and their endless cycles. Each morning, the butterfly visited, bringing news from the meadow of mists and encouraging Lyra to trust the journey. Slowly, she began to understand that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra stood before the great oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the forest around her, and whispered a wish to embrace the changes within her. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and magic flowed through her like a river. She felt herself growing stronger, her heart expanding with newfound courage. She realized that the restlessness she had felt was her spirit yearning to grow, to discover new paths and possibilities. When she opened her eyes, the forest seemed to shimmer with vibrant energy. Phelan and Olwen smiled at her with pride, their eyes twinkling like stars. The butterfly returned, landing lightly on her shoulder, its wings now mirroring the colors of the sunset, a sign of Lyra's transformation. "You have done well, dear Lyra," the butterfly said. "Remember, change is a journey, not a destination. Continue to trust in yourself." With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her friends and promised to carry their wisdom with her. The journey back to her cottage felt different, the forest alive with new wonders. She knew that she would never again fear change, for she had learned to dance with it, to let it guide her to new horizons. And so, Lyra returned to her life with a spirit as free as the wind, her heart open to all the beautiful transformations that awaited her. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, she whispered a promise to the night, to embrace each change with grace, and to forever cherish the magic of growth. Thus the forest, with its timeless rhythm, continued to cradle Lyra in its embrace, nurturing her as she blossomed into the person she was always meant to be. And each evening, as the stars twinkled above, she would tell her own stories by the fireplace, sharing the lessons of the forest with all who would listen. Story 25. In a forest where the whisper of the wind carried secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden world nestled beneath the canopy of towering trees. This was a place where the sunlight filtered through leaves like shards of emerald glass, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and where the gentle murmur of a stream could soothe even the most restless of spirits. Here, in this enchanted grove, lived a community of creatures, each one as unique as the leaves that danced above them. They called themselves the keepers of the forest, guardians of the harmony that bound the natural world together. Among them were the wise owls, whose eyes seemed to hold the very stars, the industrious beavers, whose dam-building skills were unmatched, the nimble deer, whose elegant leaps over fallen logs were a ballet of grace and power, and the gentle hedgehogs, whose quills were as soft as the dusk. In the heart of this community was a clearing, bathed in dappled sunlight and surrounded by ancient oaks, whose branches formed a protective embrace. This was the gathering place for the Forest Council, where wisdom was shared and decisions were made in the spirit of unity and respect. It was here that the elders, creatures with wisdom as deep as the roots of the forest, shared tales of seasons past and lessons learned through the turning of the years. As the seasons changed, so too did the forest, each transformation bringing with it a new kind of magic. Spring breathed life into the earth with a symphony of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees. Summer wrapped the world in a golden warmth, where the scent of wildflowers mingled with the laughter of brooks. Autumn painted the forest in fiery hues, a tapestry of red, orange, and gold that crackled underfoot. And winter, with its cloak of snow and hush of silence, offered a time of reflection and rest. One such winter, as the snowflakes fell like tiny stars from a sky of slate, the creatures gathered in the clearing to discuss an unusual phenomenon. The frost, it seemed, had woven intricate patterns on the leaves, patterns that shimmered like silver and seemed to tell a story of their own. The owls, perched high above, spoke of the frost spirits, ancient beings who danced through the forest on the coldest nights, leaving behind trails of beauty and wonder. But there was something more to the frost this year. It lingered longer, its touch sharper, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The creatures, concerned by this change, turned to the elder of the owls, a venerable creature named Wispin, whose feathers bore the wisdom of many winters. "It is said," began Wispin, his voice as soft as the falling snow, "that the balance of the forest is tied to the harmony of the elements. When one element falls out of tune, the others must work to restore it. This frost, this deep chill, signals that the balance has shifted." The creatures listened closely, their breath mingling with the frosty air. Wispin continued. "Long ago, in a time before time, the frost spirits and the sun spirits worked together to weave the seasons. But if they fall out of harmony, the seasons may falter, and the forest will suffer." The council pondered these words, their minds like the frozen stream, still and clear. It was the youngest of the deer, a doe named Lyra, who spoke next, her voice bright and filled with the hope of spring. "Perhaps we can remind the frost spirits and the sun spirits of their bond. If we work together, we can restore the harmony between them." The creatures nodded, their hearts warmed by her courage. And so, a plan was formed, one that would weave together the talents of each creature, just as the seasons wove the fabric of the year. The beavers set to work crafting lanterns from the ice, their nimble paws shaping the frozen water into delicate globes that captured the light like tiny suns. The owls, with their keen eyes, gathered feathers and soft moss to line the lanterns, creating a warmth that would coax the light to life. The deer, swift and agile, carried the lanterns to the highest branches, where they would catch the first rays of the rising sun. As the lanterns were placed, the hedgehogs sang a song of the earth, a melody that rose and fell like the gentle roll of the hills. It was a song of beginnings and endings, of growth and rest, of the eternal dance between light and dark. With each note, the frost began to shimmer, the patterns on the leaves shifting and changing, as if the forest itself was awakening from a long slumber. The frost spirits, unseen but felt in the sharpness of the air, paused in their dance, drawn by the harmony that enveloped the grove. And then, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the lanterns blazed to life, casting a warm glow that banished the shadows and filled the forest with a golden light. The sun spirits, radiant and strong, joined the frost spirits, their presence a gentle warmth that melted the ice and brought the promise of spring. The creatures watched in awe as the frost retreated, replaced by a delicate blanket of mist that rose from the forest floor, a breath of new beginnings. The balance had been restored, the harmony between the elements renewed, and the forest, once more, was at peace. In the days that followed, the snow began to melt, revealing the first green shoots of spring, and the air was filled with the song of birds returning from their winter sojourn. The creatures of the forest, their hearts light with the knowledge of their shared success, continued their lives, ever watchful, ever ready to protect the harmony of their home. As the seasons turned, the tale of the frost spirits and the sun spirits was told and retold, a story woven into the fabric of the forest, a reminder of the power of unity and the strength found in friendship and wisdom. And so, deep in the ancient forest where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony, the creatures lived, their lives as intertwined as the roots of the great oaks, their spirits as enduring as the stars above. They knew that no matter the challenge, no matter the season, together they could weather any storm, for they were the keepers of the forest, and their bond was as timeless as the earth itself. Story 26. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the whispers of the wind carried secrets from ages past, there lived a community of creatures hidden from the eyes of those who walked on two legs. This was the Forest of Evergreens, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as a dragonfly's wing. As the first light of dawn filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled shades of gold and green, the creatures stirred. The forest thrummed with life. Dew-kissed ferns unfurled, revealing the delicate patterns of their fronds, while a gentle brook sang a melodious tune as it wound its way over smooth stones, its voice a soft undercurrent to the symphony of birdsong overhead. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted woodland was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a mosaic of earthy browns and greens, intricately etched with the stories of seasons past. Thistle had lived through countless cycles of the moon, and his eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the wisdom of the forest itself. Thistle's closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Willow. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, a vibrant red-orange, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. Willow was as quick in mind as she was in body, often bounding through the trees with an acorn in her cheek and a song in her heart. One fine morning, as a gentle breeze stirred the leaves into a rustling dance, Thistle and Willow gathered by the great oak, a venerable tree whose gnarled branches reached skyward like ancient arms. Its trunk was wide enough to shelter a family of foxes, and its roots spread out like the veins of the earth, grounding the forest in a sense of timelessness. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Willow, her voice as bright as the morning sun. "Did you hear the wind last night? It whispered of changes coming." Thistle nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the world and the cool earth beneath his feet. "Indeed, Willow, the wind carries the voices of the seasons. We must listen carefully, for there is much to learn." Willow cocked her head, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean, Thistle?" "The forest is a tapestry, woven with threads of life and time," Thistle explained, his voice a soothing rumble. "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, and it is our duty to maintain the balance." Just then, a soft glow appeared in the distance, shimmering like a veil of morning mist. The glow grew brighter, revealing a creature of ethereal beauty, a spirit of the seasons. The spirit appeared as a delicate fawn, its coat a shifting palette of colors, reflecting the hues of spring blossoms, summer sunlight, autumn leaves, and winter's frost. "Greetings, wise Thistle and nimble Willow," spoke the spirit, its voice a melody of the forest's own song. "I have come to share a tale woven through time, a story of harmony and balance." The spirit's presence was calming, like the first touch of spring warmth after a long winter. Willow and Thistle listened intently as the spirit began its tale. Long ago, when the world was young and the stars were new, the seasons were not as they are today. The spirit began. They quarreled and vied for dominance, each seeking to claim the forest as their own. The sun blazed without mercy in summer, scorching the earth. Autumn winds howled, stripping trees bare. Winter's chill froze rivers solid, and spring rains fell in torrents, washing away all that dared to grow. Willow shivered at the thought of such discord. How did the forest survive? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. It was the creatures of the forest who taught the seasons the value of harmony, the spirit replied, its eyes gleaming with ancient memory. The wise owl spoke of the night and day, teaching patience and the importance of rest. The industrious ants showed the strength found in community, and the gentle deer demonstrated grace and the beauty of change. Thistle nodded, understanding dawning upon him. Through cooperation and understanding, they brought balance to the forest. Precisely, said the spirit, its form shimmering like leaves in a gentle breeze. The seasons learned to dance together, each taking its turn to nurture the earth in their own way. Spring brought renewal and hope, summer abundance and warmth, autumn reflection and harvest, and winter rest and resilience. Willow's eyes were wide with wonder, and so the forest flourished. The spirit smiled, a soft light emanating from within. Yes, and it continues to flourish, as long as the creatures remember the lessons of balance and harmony. With those words, the spirit began to fade, its form dissolving into the morning mist, leaving behind a sense of peace and a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things. As the day wore on, Thistle and Willow went about their tasks with a renewed sense of purpose. They gathered acorns and berries, shared stories with the other creatures, and ensured that the balance of their beloved forest was maintained. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and lavender, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The gentle lullaby of crickets filled the air, and the scent of earth and pine deepened in the cool evening breeze. Before retiring to his burrow beneath the roots of the great oak, Thistle turned to Willow. Remember, dear friend, the forest thrives on the wisdom of the past and the actions of the present. Willow nodded, her heart full of the day's lessons. I will remember, Thistle. Together, we'll keep the spirit of harmony alive. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the creatures of the forest of evergreens drifted into a peaceful slumber, secure in the knowledge that they were a part of something timeless and magical, a world where balance and harmony reigned supreme. Story 27. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between the rolling hills and babbling brooks, there was a most curious shop. It sat at the end of a cobblestone street, its windows aglow with a warm, inviting light. The sign above the door read, "Whispering Wonders," and it was known far and wide for its peculiar collection of trinkets and treasures. One brisk autumn afternoon, a gentle soul named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila was known for her bright eyes and her heart full of wonder. She had spent her days exploring the woods and listening to the stories the wind would whisper through the leaves. As she stepped into Whispering Wonders, a bell chimed overhead, sending echoes of welcome through the cozy space. The shop was a treasure trove of curiosities. Shelves brimmed with glass jars full of shimmering dust, and wooden crates held an array of peculiar items, each with its own tale to tell. Lila's gaze fell upon a small, unassuming box tucked away on the top shelf. It was made of a smooth, dark wood and inlaid with silver patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering candlelight. As Lila reached for the box, the shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice like honey, appeared beside her. "Ah, you have an eye for the extraordinary," she said softly. "That box is said to hold a secret that reveals itself only to those with a truly open heart." Curiosity piqued, Lila purchased the box and carefully carried it home. That evening, under the soft glow of a full moon, she sat by her window and gently opened the box. Inside, she found a small, intricately carved wooden whistle. It seemed ordinary enough, but when she held it up to her lips, a soft, melodious tune filled the room, as if the whistle had a life of its own. With each note, Lila felt a gentle tugging at her heart, urging her to follow the melody. So, she wrapped herself in a warm cloak and ventured into the night, the whistle guiding her steps. The melody led her through the village, past the sleeping cottages, and into the heart of the enchanted forest. The forest was alive with magic. The trees swayed in rhythm with the tune, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the moonlight. As Lila walked deeper into the woods, she was greeted by a host of woodland creatures. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes twinkling with secrets untold. A playful fox darted through the underbrush, its fur a flash of copper in the night. Even the gentle breeze seemed to sing along with Lila's melody. Lila's heart swelled with joy, feeling the warmth of the forest's embrace. She soon arrived at a clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver water. In the center stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. The whistle's melody grew stronger, leading Lila to the foot of the tree. There, beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, Lila discovered a hidden door. She hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed it open. Inside was a small, cozy chamber filled with soft, glowing light. In the center of the room sat a kindly old man, his beard as white as the snow-capped mountains. "Welcome, dear child," he greeted, his voice as gentle as the summer breeze. "I am the Keeper of Whispers. You have been chosen to uncover the secrets of this forest, and in doing so your own heart shall grow." Lila sat with the Keeper, listening as he shared stories of the forest's ancient magic and the harmony that bound all living things. With each tale, Lila felt her heart expand with understanding and compassion, realizing that the true magic lay in the connections she forged with those around her. As the first light of dawn touched the sky, Lila thanked the Keeper and returned home, the wooden whistle safely tucked away in her pocket. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the wisdom she had gained would guide her in the days to come. From that day forward, Lila shared her newfound understanding with the villagers, teaching them to listen to the whispers of the world and cherish the bonds they shared. And in the quiet moments, when the moon hung high and the stars twinkled like diamonds, Lila would play her whistle, sending melodies of love and friendship floating through the night. And so, in the gentle glow of the moonlit forest, Lila found her place, forever connected to the world and its wonders, her heart forever open to the magic that lay within. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush, emerald hills and a sparkling, winding river, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and her eyes, which sparkled like twin stars in the night sky. She spent her days exploring the fields and forests around her home, always eager to discover something new. One golden autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the world in hues of amber and honey, Lila stumbled upon a path she had never seen before. It was a narrow, winding trail that disappeared into the depths of the Whispering Woods, a place whispered about in tales told by the village elders. The woods were said to be filled with wonders and mysteries, a realm where the ordinary laws of nature danced to a different tune. With a heart full of wonder and a hint of trepidation, Lila decided to follow the path. The leaves beneath her feet crunched softly, releasing the sweet, earthy scent of the forest floor. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with a mosaic of light and shadow, as birds chirped melodious tunes that seemed to guide her deeper into the woods. As she ventured further, Lila encountered her first surprise, a brook that sang a gentle lullaby as it gurgled over smooth, mossy stones. On the bank, a family of rabbits with fur as white as snow played a game of tag, their eyes twinkling with mischief. When they noticed Lila, they paused, and the eldest rabbit, with a wise nod, gestured for her to follow. Curiosity piqued. Lila followed the rabbits to a glade bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and ancient, with roots that seemed to cradle the earth itself. Its branches stretched high into the sky, adorned with leaves that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. As she approached, she noticed tiny doors carved into the bark, each leading to a hidden world within. From behind one of these doors emerged a small, luminescent creature, a sprite with wings like delicate lace. It hovered before Lila, its voice a gentle whisper carried by the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler. You have ventured where few dare to tread, and for that you are deserving of a gift." With a wave of its tiny hand, the sprite conjured a necklace of woven vines, embedded with a single, glowing pearl. "This necklace will light your way through the unknown, guiding you safely on your journey." Lila thanked the sprite with a smile as warm as the sun. She placed the necklace around her neck, feeling the gentle hum of magic against her skin. As she continued her exploration, the pearl cast a comforting glow, illuminating her path through the deepening dusk. Along her journey, Lila met other whimsical creatures. a family of owls with feathers as soft as velvet, who shared stories of the forest's ancient past, a fox with eyes full of wisdom, who taught her to listen to the whispers of the wind, and a gentle deer whose graceful presence reminded her of the beauty in every step taken with care and purpose. Each encounter enriched Lila's heart, filling it with courage and a deeper understanding of the world around her. She discovered that while the unknown could be daunting, it was also a tapestry of wonders waiting to be explored. As night fell, Lila found herself back at the edge of the whispering woods, the village lights twinkling like distant stars. She paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. A sense of peace enveloped her, and she realized that the journey had changed her. She had faced the unknown with courage and had been rewarded with the friendships and wisdom of the forest's inhabitants. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned home, the glowing pearl of her necklace casting a soft light that lingered long after she had fallen asleep. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that the world was vast and filled with endless possibilities, all waiting to be discovered. And so, in the comfort of her warm bed, with the gentle rustling of leaves outside her window, Lila understood that courage and exploration are not just about venturing into the unknown, but about embracing the beauty of the journey itself. The end. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of country life, she couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary lay just beyond her reach. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow was gathering wildflowers in a sun-dappled meadow, a glint of light caught her eye. Nestled in the tall grass was an ordinary-looking acorn, but when she picked it up, it seemed to pulse with a warm, gentle glow. Willow gasped in wonder, for she had never seen anything quite like it. As she cradled the acorn in her palm, it began to hum a sweet, soothing melody that filled her heart with a sense of calm and curiosity. That night, unable to shake her growing fascination, Willow tucked the acorn beneath her pillow. As she drifted off to sleep, she found herself transported to a dreamscape unlike any she had ever known. Towering oak trees stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches heavy with shimmering acorns that twinkled like stars in the twilight sky. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood two peculiar figures. A wise old owl perched atop a gnarled branch, and a sprightly squirrel scampering along the mossy ground. "Welcome, dear Willow," the owl hooted, its eyes twinkling with warmth. "You have discovered a very special acorn, one that holds the key to the wonders of the Oakwood realm." The squirrel bounded over, its bushy tail swishing with excitement. "Indeed, with that acorn as your guide, you can unlock the secrets of this enchanted forest and embark on a journey like no other." Willow listened in rapt wonder as the owl and squirrel explained that the Oakwood realm was a place of magic and mystery, home to all manner of talking animals and fantastical creatures. But a great darkness had fallen over the land, casting a shadow of gloom and despair. Only one with a pure heart and an open mind can restore the light and joy to our beloved realm, the owl said solemnly. "Will you accept this quest, Willow?" Without hesitation, Willow nodded, her eyes shining with determination. And so began her extraordinary adventure through the Oakwood realm. Guided by the gentle glow of her acorn and the wisdom of her newfound friends, Willow traversed winding paths and crossed sparkling streams, encountering all manner of curious beings along the way. There was Pascal, a kind-hearted rabbit who taught her the power of patience and stillness, and Zinnia, a cheerful bluebird whose melodious songs could lift even the heaviest of hearts. Each new companion brought their own unique gifts and perspectives, enriching Willow's journey in ways she never could have imagined. Yet, the darkness that shrouded the Oakwood realm grew ever stronger, manifesting in shadowy creatures that sought to extinguish the light and spread despair. Time and again, Willow found herself facing daunting challenges that tested her courage and resilience. But through it all, she held fast to the lessons her friends had imparted, that true strength lies not in force, but in wisdom, compassion, and an unwavering belief in the goodness of the world. And so, when faced with the greatest challenge of all, a towering, ominous oak tree whose twisted branches seemed to sap the very life from the forest, Willow did not falter. With a deep breath and a heart full of hope, She reached out and embraced the ancient trunk, allowing the warmth and light of her acorn to pour forth. Slowly but surely the darkness began to recede, replaced by a radiant glow that spread through the branches and into the farthest reaches of the oakwood realm. The shadowy creatures fled, and the once gloomy forest was transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life. As Willow stood in awe, surrounded by the grateful cheers of her animal friends, she realized that her journey had changed her in ways she could scarcely comprehend. No longer was she the innocent girl who stumbled upon a glowing acorn. She was a brave and wise adventurer, her heart overflowing with the magic of friendship, courage, and wonder. From that day on, whenever Willow felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders, she need only cradle the acorn in her palm and let its gentle melody carry her back to the oakwood realm, a place where the extraordinary lies within the ordinary and where the light of hope burns eternal. Story 30. On the outskirts of a quaint little village, cradled by rolling hills and ancient woods, there stood a small, unassuming cottage with ivy-clad walls and a roof thatched from golden straw. In this cozy abode lived a young girl named Mabel, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. Her life was filled with the simple joys of village life, yet her heart yearned for something beyond the ordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the amber leaves fluttered down like gentle whispers from the trees, Mabel set out on a walk to the forest's edge. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she wandered the woodland paths, she stumbled across a peculiar object half buried beneath a pile of leaves. It was a small, worn-out leather pouch, adorned with intricate patterns that glinted like silver threads in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued. Mabel gently picked up the pouch and untied its delicate string. Inside, she found a smooth, round stone, no bigger than a robin's egg, shimmering with a subtle glow. It was as if the stone contained a piece of the sky itself, capturing the hues of dawn and dusk within its depths. As Mabel held the stone in her palm, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingertips. Suddenly, the forest around her seemed to come alive with a soft, whispering music. The rustling leaves, the babbling brook, even the chirping of birds formed a harmonious melody that spoke to her heart. Intrigued by this newfound enchantment, Mabel decided to seek the wisdom of the village's elder, a kindly woman named Tilda, whose gentle eyes held the wisdom of ages. Tilda lived in a quaint cottage at the far end of the village, surrounded by a garden bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. The aroma of lavender and rosemary greeted visitors like a comforting embrace. When Mabel arrived and shared her discovery, Tilda listened with a serene smile, her hands busy weaving a garland of daisies. "Ah, the Stone of Whispers," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is said to hold the power to understand the language of nature, to hear the world as it truly is. But be mindful, dear child, for such a gift comes with a journey of the heart." Tilda explained that the stone's magic was not to be used lightly. It would reveal truths and secrets only to those with an open heart and a gentle spirit. With this guidance, Mabel thanked Tilda and set off to explore the wonders the stone could unveil. As days turned into weeks, Mabel ventured into the forest daily, her senses attuned to the song of the land. She discovered that each creature and plant had a story to tell. The trees whispered ancient tales, the streams sang of distant lands, and even the smallest insects buzzed with wisdom. One chilly evening, as twilight painted the sky with hues of violet and gold, Mabel encountered a family of woodland creatures, a wise old owl, a playful fox, and a gentle hedgehog named Fern. They greeted her warmly, their eyes twinkling with kindness. The owl, with feathers like moonlit clouds, spoke first. "We have been waiting for you, dear Mabel. The forest is troubled, and we need your help." Mabel listened intently as the creatures explained that a great old tree, the heart of the forest, was ailing. Its leaves were withering, and its branches drooped with sorrow. The forest depended on its strength, and without it, the harmony of nature would falter. The fox, with a coat like flames, added, "The answer lies not in strength, but in understanding. You must listen to the whispers of the stone and find the root of the tree's ailment." With her companions by her side, Mabel journeyed to the heart of the forest. As they approached the grand old tree, she placed the Stone of Whispers against its ancient bark. Closing her eyes, she focused on the gentle hum that resonated through her palm. In her mind, she saw a vision, a tangled web of roots deep beneath the earth, struggling to draw sustenance. The tree was burdened by the weight of forgotten stories and unresolved sorrows whispered by creatures who had sought refuge in its shade. Understanding dawned on Mabel like the first light of dawn. She realized that the tree needed to be unburdened, to let go of the past and embrace the present. With Fern's gentle nudging, Mabel began to hum a soft, soothing melody, a song of forgiveness and renewal. As her voice wove through the air, the stone of whispers glowed warmly, and the tree responded. Its branches shivered, and the withered leaves fell like tears, replaced by fresh green shoots. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, a gentle breeze rustling through the canopy. The owl nodded approvingly. "You have done well, Mabel. The forest will thrive once more, thanks to your kindness and wisdom." Mabel beamed with joy, her heart light with the knowledge that she had made a difference. She stayed with her new friends until the stars dotted the velvet sky, sharing stories and laughter by the soft glow of fireflies. As she made her way home under the moon's gentle gaze, Mabel felt a deep sense of peace. The Stone of Whispers had opened her heart to the beauty and wisdom of the world, showing her that even the smallest acts of understanding could bring about great change. From that day on, Mabel continued to listen to the whispers of nature, her heart forever attuned to the harmony of life. And though the Stone of Whispers remained a treasured secret, its magic lived on in her kind and gentle spirit, a testament to the power of friendship and wisdom. And so, tucked in her cozy bed with the sound of the crackling fire in the hearth, Mabel drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that she was part of the wondrous tapestry of the world around her. Story 31. Once upon a time, nestled in a lush emerald valley where the morning mist danced like silken veils, there lay the quaint village of Fernwick. The village was encircled by a dense forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and the streams sang melodies of times long past. Fernwick was a place where magic lingered in the air, not in grand gestures or dazzling spectacles, but in the subtle, everyday wonders that often went unnoticed. In this serene village lived a young woman named Mara. She was known for her gentle spirit and kind heart, yet she carried a burden that weighed heavily upon her, a deep-seated fear of change. Mara loved the familiar rhythms of life in Fernwick, the comforting chime of the church bell marking each hour, the fragrant aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the bakery, and the warm smiles of her fellow villagers. But as the seasons turned, a restlessness began to stir within her, like the first breath of spring teasing the earth awake from its winter slumber. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered down like bits of sunlit parchment, Mara wandered into the forest, seeking solace. The path beneath her feet was covered with a carpet of leaves, their rustling whispers a soothing melody. She walked until she reached a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if embracing the heavens. It was here that the village's wise old owl, Oswin, made his home. Oswin, with his round amber eyes and feathers that shimmered like moonlit silver, was a creature of wisdom and kindness. He had seen many a villager come and go, each carrying their own stories and struggles. Perched upon a low branch, Oswin greeted Mara with a soft hoot that resonated like a gentle lullaby. "Ah, Mara," he said in his deep, melodic voice. "What brings you to my corner of the woods on this fine autumn day?" Mara sighed, her breath a plume of mist in the cool air. "I feel the winds of change stirring, Oswin. They whisper of journeys and new beginnings, but I am afraid. I do not know how to let go of the life I know and embrace what might be." Oswin nodded knowingly. Change often seems daunting, like a river that must be crossed without knowing what lies on the other side. But remember, dear child, that within you lies a magic as old and powerful as the forest itself. It is a magic that can transform fear into courage and apprehension into wisdom. Intrigued, Mara listened intently as Oswin continued. "Seek out the Enchanted Grove," he advised, "where the trees are said to hold the stories of those who came before us. It is a place where the veil between the seen and unseen is thin, and transformation is possible." With a heart full of wonder and a mind tinged with trepidation, Mara set off toward the grove. The path was winding, and the light of day began to wane, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and rose. As she walked, she felt the presence of the forest embrace her, each step accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves and the gentle sigh of the breeze. At last, Mara arrived at the enchanted grove. It was a place bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, as if the very air shimmered with the echoes of long-forgotten dreams. The trees here were unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark glistened like polished stone, and their leaves chimed like delicate bells in the wind. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisted with age and wisdom. As Mara approached, she felt a gentle warmth envelop her, a feeling akin to the embrace of a cherished friend. She closed her eyes and leaned against the ancient bark, listening to the whispers of the leaves. Images began to dance behind her eyelids, scenes of villagers who had once stood where she now stood, each facing their own crossroads. She saw a young farmer who had left to seek adventure, returning years later with tales of distant lands, an artist who had learned to paint the skies with colors borrowed from her dreams, and a healer who had discovered new remedies in the heart of the forest. With each story, Mara felt her own fears unraveling, replaced by a gentle understanding. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, like a friend offering a hand to guide her along an unfamiliar path. Each step into the unknown was an opportunity for growth, a chance to discover the depths of her own courage and creativity. As the visions faded, Mara opened her eyes to find Oswin perched beside her, his eyes filled with a knowing warmth. "You see, Mara," he said softly, "the magic within you is not about changing who you are, but allowing who you are to bloom and thrive. Life is a tapestry woven with change, and each thread adds to the beauty of your story." With a newfound sense of peace, Mara returned to Fernwick. She no longer viewed the changing seasons with apprehension, but with anticipation. She understood that each day was a new page in her story, waiting to be written with the ink of her experiences and dreams. As the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Mara found herself smiling, not with fear, but with a quiet excitement for the journey ahead. She knew that, like the forest, she too would change with the seasons, growing ever more vibrant and wise with each passing year. And so, in the heart of Fernwick, where magic whispered through the trees and dreams were nurtured like tender seedlings, Mara embraced her own transformation. She discovered that the greatest magic of all lay not in the world around her, but within her own heart, a magic that would guide her through the endless dance of life, always moving forward, always growing. And with that understanding, she found her place among the stars, content and at peace with the changes that life would bring, knowing she would face them with grace and courage, surrounded by the love of her village and the wisdom of the ancient forest. As the villagers gathered by their firesides each evening, sharing stories and laughter, Mara's heart was full, her spirit light as the snowflakes that drifted gently from the sky. She had discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic of transformation, and in doing so had found her true self. And so, under the soft glow of the moon and stars, the village of Fernwick continued to thrive, its people united by the magic of friendship and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. And for Mara, each day was a new adventure, a journey into the heart of life's magnificent tapestry, woven with threads of courage, wisdom, and love. Story 32. In a quaint village, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curve of a sparkling river, there was a legend about a wondrous object known as the luminous locket. The village, with its cobblestone streets and charming cottages, seemed to have been painted from the hues of the earth itself, rich browns, soft greens, and the golden glow of the sun filtering through the leaves. Every cottage had a garden brimming with flowers that nodded in the breeze, and the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of blooming lilacs and fresh pine. The luminous locket was said to possess the power to reveal hidden worlds, a gift of magic that could only be wielded by those with a pure heart. Villagers spoke of how, in ages past, the locket had guided many on journeys where they discovered not only hidden realms, but also their own inner strengths. However, no one had seen the locket for generations, and it had slipped into the realm of myth. In this village lived a young boy named Orion, who had a heart as vast as the sky after which he was named. Orion was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of twilight and a smile that could light up even the gloomiest days. He was known for his kindness, always seen helping others, whether by carrying groceries for an elderly neighbor or tending to injured animals he found in the woods. Yet despite his kind nature, Orion felt a longing for something he couldn't quite name, a yearning for adventure, for discovery, for something beyond the familiar rhythm of village life. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in the cool breeze and the sky was a deep cerulean blue, Orion decided to explore the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a tapestry of colors, with trees clad in fiery reds and brilliant golds, and the ground was a mosaic of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Orion loved these woods, for they were filled with the songs of birds and the rustling whispers of ancient trees. He often wandered there, feeling the comforting embrace of nature around him. As he meandered deeper into the forest, Orion's attention was caught by a glimmering light peeking through the underbrush. Curious, he pushed aside the branches to reveal a small, hidden glade bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. At the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk thick and gnarled, and nestled within its roots was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Orion's heart quickened with the thrill of discovery as he knelt down and gently opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of moss, lay the luminous locket. It was more beautiful than he had imagined, crafted from silver that shimmered like moonlight, with delicate engravings of stars and swirling patterns. The locket pulsed with a gentle light, as if it were alive, and Orion felt a warm, comforting sensation wash over him as he held it in his hands. His fingers traced the intricate designs, and as he did so, a soft voice seemed to whisper on the breeze. The locket reveals what is hidden, but only to those who seek with an open heart. Orion closed his eyes, allowing the warmth to seep into his soul, and when he opened them again, the world around him had transformed. The glade was no longer just a quiet corner of the forest. It shimmered with an otherworldly beauty, the air filled with tiny, sparkling lights that danced like fireflies. The trees seemed taller, their leaves shimmering with an inner light, and the ground was covered with flowers in colors he had never seen before, vivid blues, deep purples, and soft pinks that seemed to glow in the fading light. As Orion marveled at this hidden world, he heard a gentle rustling behind him. Turning, he saw a small creature emerging from the shadows. It was a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a fox, but its fur was a deep, shimmering silver, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence and kindness. "Hello, Orion," the fox said, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, guardian of the luminous locket. It has been many years since a heart pure enough to wield its magic has appeared." Orion, though surprised, felt a sense of calm and familiarity with the creature. "Hello, Lyra," he replied, his voice filled with wonder. "I didn't know such a world existed. It's beautiful." Lyra nodded. "There are many hidden worlds, Orion, each waiting to be discovered by those who seek them with an open heart. But the locket also reveals the hidden worlds within ourselves, the strengths and virtues we often overlook." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Lyra told Orion of the many mysteries and wonders he could explore with the locket. She spoke of enchanted groves, ancient wisdom hidden in the roots of trees, and creatures of magic that dwelt just beyond the veil of the ordinary. "But remember," Lyra cautioned, "the locket's magic is not just for exploration. It is a guide, showing you the paths you might take and the ways you can grow. Use it wisely, and it will help you find your true self." Over the following days, Orion carried the locket with him, each day revealing a new secret of the world around him. He discovered a hidden stream with water so clear it sparkled like diamonds, and a grove where the trees sang in harmony with the wind. He learned to listen to the world in a new way, hearing the language of the leaves and understanding the whispers of the forest. But the greatest discovery was the change within himself. As he navigated the wonders revealed by the locket, Orion found himself growing more confident and courageous. He learned to trust his instincts, to see beyond the surface of things, and to find joy in the smallest moments of life. One day, as he wandered the forest with Lyra by his side, they came upon a village elder struggling to gather firewood. Orion immediately offered his help, and as they worked together, The elder shared stories of times long past, of heroes and adventures, of kindness and bravery. Orion listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound understanding of the world and his place within it. The elder, noticing the locket around Orion's neck, smiled knowingly. "You remind me of a tale I once heard," the elder said, eyes twinkling with memory. "A tale of a young hero who discovered a magical locket and found the courage to change the world." Orion smiled, feeling the warmth of the elder's words, and he realized that his journey was just beginning. The locket had revealed to him not only the hidden worlds around him, but also the hidden strengths within him. He understood now that his longing for adventure was not just a desire to explore, but a call to grow and to help others discover their own hidden worlds. With the luminous locket as his guide, Orion knew that he would continue to seek the magic in ordinary moments, the beauty in hidden places, and the strength in his own heart. And as he stood there, in the golden light of the setting sun, with Lyra's gentle presence by his side, Orion felt a deep sense of peace and belonging. The village continued to thrive, its people finding inspiration in Orion's tales of discovery and wonder. And though the locket remained a secret to most, its magic lived on in the hearts of those it touched, a gentle reminder of the beauty and potential hidden within us all. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Orion made his way back to the village, the luminous locket glowing softly against his chest, a beacon of hope and adventure. And so, with the promise of new journeys to come and the comfort of newfound wisdom, Orion walked into the embrace of home, his heart full of dreams yet to be realized. Story 33. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a silver-blue river, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were filled with the familiar rhythm of tending to the small family apothecary, where the scent of lavender and chamomile wafted through the air like a soothing lullaby. Leora found comfort in the predictability of her daily tasks and the gentle hum of village life that unfolded outside her window. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, Leora harbored a silent struggle. Change was an unwelcome guest in her life, a storm that threatened to disrupt the calm she so dearly cherished. She clung to routine like a leaf to its branch, fearing the unknown winds that might carry her away. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to dance down from the trees, Leora stumbled upon an unusual discovery. While gathering herbs along the riverbank, she noticed a small, hidden path that wound its way through the whispering reeds. Curiosity, a rare spark for Leora, tugged at her heart. As she stepped onto the path, a soft, melodious hum seemed to emanate from the stones beneath her feet, guiding her deeper into the woodland. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight wove through the branches like threads of gold. It was here, in this secluded embrace of nature, that Leora met the ethereal figure of Maya, a gentle forest sprite whose presence shimmered like the morning dew. Maya's eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. "Welcome, Leora," she greeted, her voice as soothing as the river's lull. "This place holds magic that mirrors the heart's deepest desires and fears." Leora hesitated, feeling the familiar weight of uncertainty. "I'm not sure I belong here," she whispered, her voice nearly drowned by the rustling leaves. Maya smiled kindly. "Fear not, for change is not an enemy, but a path to growth." With a wave of her hand, she summoned a delicate butterfly, its wings a mosaic of azure and gold. This little one was once a caterpillar, content in its leafy home, until it felt the call to transform. Leora watched as the butterfly danced through the air, painting the breeze with colors of hope. Something within her stirred. As days turned to weeks, Leora returned to the woodland path, each visit a step further into her own journey. Maya, ever patient and wise, guided her through the forest's secrets, teaching her the language of the trees and the songs of the stars. Together they wandered through glades where time seemed to pause, and Leora began to see change not as a storm, but as a gentle tide that shaped the shores of her soul. With each lesson, a new facet of Leora's spirit unfurled. She learned to weave baskets of willow and to listen to the whispering wind that carried stories from realms unseen. The forest became her sanctuary, a mirror that reflected her inner transformation. One evening, As the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of violet and rose, Leora stood by the riverbank, watching her reflection ripple in the water. She realized that the fear of change had slowly unfurled into an embrace of possibility. Her heart, once bound, now soared with the freedom of a butterfly's flight. Her newfound courage did not go unnoticed. The villagers, who had always seen Leora as a gentle soul, began to seek her wisdom. She shared stories of the forest, tales imbued with the magic of transformation, and taught them to see beauty in the cycles of life. Through her journey, Leora found the strength to embrace her own metamorphosis. She discovered that change, like the seasons, brought its own gifts, and that the heart, when open, could bloom in ways she had never imagined. In time, the village became a tapestry of laughter and learning, where each person's story was a thread woven into the fabric of their shared lives. And Leora, once afraid of the unknown, became a beacon of light, guiding others through their own journeys of growth and discovery. As the years drifted by, the forest path remained a place of wonder, a testament to the magic that thrived in both the world and within. Leora, now older and wise, often returned to the riverbank, where the water mirrored the sky, and the butterflies' dance still whispered of endless possibilities. And so, in a village cradled by hills and kissed by the river's song, the tale of Leora and her journey of transformation lived on, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change and to find beauty in every step of life's wondrous path. Story 34. In a quiet village, nestled between emerald hills and a silvery stream, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart danced with the whisper of hidden adventures. She often wandered through the meadows, letting the wildflowers brush against her fingertips, dreaming of places beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, while the air was still laced with the smell of dew, and the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Lila set out for a walk beyond the familiar fields. She followed the stream as it wound through the countryside, its waters giggling softly over smooth stones, until she reached a place where the trees grew taller and the air hummed with a mysterious promise. Before her stood an archway formed by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches gracefully entwined, creating a natural portal that seemed to beckon her forward. Beyond it lay the Whispering Glade, a place spoken of only in hushed tones by the villagers, where the ordinary world ended and the extraordinary began. With a heart full of wonder and just a hint of trepidation, Lila stepped through the archway. Instantly, she was enveloped by a world unlike any she had known. The air was sweet with the scent of jasmine and honey, and a soft luminescence bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. The leaves overhead shimmered with a gentle light, as if they were dusted with tiny stars. As she wandered deeper into the glade, Lila encountered a realm of wondrous creatures. She paused by a glistening pond where iridescent dragonflies flitted and darted like living jewels. Nearby, a family of rabbits with coats as white as snow peeked out from behind a cluster of ferns, their eyes twinkling with curiosity. Suddenly, a gentle rustling drew Lila's attention to a patch of sun-dappled grass. There, a fox with a coat of fiery orange and eyes the color of the deepest forest watched her with a knowing gaze. "Welcome, brave traveler," the fox said in a voice as smooth as silk. "Many have walked the edge of this glade, but few possess the courage to step inside." Lila smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I have always dreamed of discovering what lies beyond," she replied, her voice carrying the excitement of her heart. "Then you have already taken the first step on a wondrous journey," the fox said with a nod. "But remember, courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it." As Lila continued her journey, she encountered a challenge of her own. A gentle stream crossed her path, its waters wider and deeper than the brook she had followed. It sang a serene, melodic tune, but its depths were unknown. For a moment, doubt flickered in her mind, casting shadows over her resolve. Yet, as she gazed at the stream, she noticed a bridge of stepping stones leading to the other side. Some were large and steady, while others were small and wobbly. With a deep breath, she placed one foot on the first stone, feeling it shift slightly beneath her weight. Her heart fluttered, but she pressed onward, her steps becoming more sure with each stone she crossed. When she reached the other side, Lila turned to see the path she had taken, each stone a testament to her quiet bravery. She realized that the journey was not about the destination, but the courage to take each step, no matter how small. As the day began to wane, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Lila knew it was time to return home. She retraced her steps through the glade, her heart lighter and her mind alive with the memories of her adventure. When she emerged from the archway, she looked back at the whispering glade, now cloaked in the soft embrace of twilight. She felt a profound sense of gratitude, not only for the wonders she had seen, but also for the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as she lay beneath the patchwork quilt in her cozy bedroom, the gentle hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. She dreamt of the glade, of shimmering leaves and whispering streams, and of a fox with eyes like the deepest forest. And when she awoke, the world seemed a little more magical, a little more filled with possibilities. For Lila had ventured into the unknown and returned with a heart brimming with courage and the understanding that sometimes the greatest adventures begin with a single, brave step into the unknown. Story 35. Once upon a time, in a galaxy where stars glimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there existed a small, emerald-green planet called Serenia. Its lush forests and crystalline lakes were a paradise teeming with life, yet it was a realm largely untouched by visitors from beyond the stars. In this tranquil world lived a gentle creature named Leora. She was a Serenian, a species known for their shimmering, iridescent skin and the soft, melodic hums they used to communicate. Leora spent her days tending to the vibrant flora that blanketed her home. Her heart was as open as the endless sky, filled with a quiet curiosity about the universe beyond her green horizon. One starlit evening, as Leora sang her soothing songs to the sleeping flowers, a sudden flash of light streaked across the sky. It was a spaceship spiraling downwards, its silver hull glinting under the moonlight, struggling to maintain control. With a gentle thud, it landed in a meadow not far from where Leora stood. Cautiously, she approached the strange vessel, her heart fluttering with equal parts fear and wonder. The craft's door opened, releasing a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any Leora had ever seen. He was a tall, slender figure, with skin the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled like twin moons. His name was Kale, a traveler from the distant desert world of Orion. Kale had been journeying through the stars, seeking knowledge and adventure, when a meteor shower had damaged his ship. Now, stranded on this verdant planet, he found himself face to face with Leora, who gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Kale, unfamiliar with the melodic hums of the Serenians, misinterpreted Leora's songs as a warning, while Leora mistook Kale's earnest gestures for aggression. Yet beneath their uneasy exchanges, a spark of intrigue lingered, urging them to bridge the gap between their worlds. Over time, with patience and gentle persistence, Leora and Kale began to understand one another. They shared stories of their homes, Leora painting vivid pictures of Serenia's vibrant jungles, and Kale recounting tales of Orion's endless sand dunes and majestic crimson sunsets. One day, as they walked along the banks of a sparkling stream, Kale noticed the wilting flowers drooping towards the water. Leora explained that the flowers were suffering from a rare blight, one that threatened to spread across the meadow if not stopped. Together, they set out to find a solution, their shared goal drawing them closer. Kale, with his knowledge of desert herbs, suggested using a plant he had seen growing near the base of a distant mountain. Leora, with her deep connection to Serenia's flora, knew exactly where to find it. Their journey was not without its challenges. They crossed rushing rivers and climbed steep hills, their resolve strengthening with each step. In moments of doubt, they offered each other words of encouragement, Kale's steady voice a comforting anchor amidst uncertainty, and Leora's melodic hums a balm for the spirit. Through their shared hardships, they discovered a deep, abiding friendship, one that transcended their initial misunderstandings and differences. As the sun set one evening, casting a golden glow over the landscape, they reached their destination. Together, they gathered the plants they needed, their hands moving in harmony, and returned to the meadow. With care and precision, they prepared a remedy, watching with hope as the flowers slowly regained their color and vitality. Their triumph was celebrated with laughter and joy, the meadow echoing with the sound of their shared victory. In that moment, under the vast, star-filled sky, Leora and Kale realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not just the absence of conflict, but the presence of understanding, support, and shared dreams. As Kale prepared to leave, his ship now repaired and ready for the next adventure, he and Leora stood together, their hearts full. They knew that no matter the distance between their worlds, their bond would remain unbroken, a testament to the power of friendship. With a gentle embrace and a promise to meet again, Kale departed, his ship rising into the night sky. Leora watched until the vessel became a distant star, then turned towards her beloved meadow, a soft smile on her lips. And so, the story of Leora and Kale became one of many whispered stories among the stars, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony, and in doing so, discover the beauty of true friendship. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and their leaves danced like emerald whispers in the gentle breeze, there existed a village known as Bramblebrook. Tucked away from the rushing world, Bramblebrook was a place where time seemed to stroll rather than race, where each day unfolded with the quiet grace of a leaf floating down to kiss the earth. The village was surrounded by a lush tapestry of green, with paths that wound like curious tendrils through the forest, leading to secrets only the woods could tell. It was in this village that a young girl named Leora lived. Leora was known for her curiosity and the light in her eyes, which mirrored the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Her heart was as open as the sky, ready to embrace every mystery and wonder that crossed her path. She lived with her grandmother, who was as wise as she was warm, her stories and laughter wrapping around Leora like a comforting shawl on chilly nights. One afternoon, while the sun was a golden smile in the sky, Leora set out on a journey. She carried with her a basket woven from willow branches, filled with fresh bread and honeycomb, a gift for her friend Finn, who lived beyond the woods. Finn was a gentle soul, his laughter ringing like silver bells, and his imagination as vast as the night sky. Together, they made a pair as harmonious as the songbirds that serenaded the dawn. The path through the whispering woods was a familiar one, yet it always held the promise of surprise. As Leora walked, the forest enveloped her in its earthy embrace, the scent of pine mingling with the sweetness of wildflowers. The trees whispered secrets to each other, their branches swaying in time with an unseen melody. Leora hummed along, her footsteps a gentle rhythm upon the leaf-strewn path. As she ventured deeper, the light began to change, casting the forest in hues of amber and emerald. It was then that Leora noticed something unusual, a glimmer among the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down, brushing aside leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved box. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the changing light. With a sense of wonder, Leora lifted the box, cradling it in her hands. A warmth radiated from the wood, as if it had been kissed by sunlight. She felt a gentle pulse like a heartbeat emanating from within. Compelled by an irresistible force, she opened the lid. Inside was a stone, smooth and cool, yet alive with a shimmering light that shifted through shades of violet and turquoise. It was mesmerizing, like a piece of the evening sky captured within a pebble. As Leora held it, she felt a connection, a whisper of something ancient and wise, a promise of secrets yet to be unveiled. Entranced by the stone, Leora knew she must share this discovery with Finn. Perhaps together they could unravel its mystery. Tucking the stone safely back into the box, she continued her journey, her heart fluttering with anticipation like the wings of 1,000 butterflies. When Leora arrived at Finn's cottage, nestled at the edge of the forest where the fields stretched out like a golden sea, she was greeted by the familiar scent of lavender and the warm glow of candlelight spilling from the windows. Finn stood in the doorway, his face lighting up at the sight of his friend. "Leora!" he exclaimed, his voice carrying the warmth of a summer breeze. "What brings you here today?" Leora held up the basket, a playful grin on her lips. "I brought you some bread and honeycomb, but more importantly, I found something extraordinary in the woods. Finn's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he ushered her inside. The cottage was a haven of comfort, filled with the soft hum of beeswax candles and the gentle crackle of the hearth. They settled by the fire, and Leora carefully placed the box between them. As she opened it to reveal the stone, Finn's expression shifted from curiosity to awe. "It's beautiful," he murmured, reaching out to touch it. The moment his fingers brushed the stone, a soft glow enveloped them both, a feeling of warmth and tranquility spreading through the room. "It feels alive," Finn said, his voice barely above a whisper. Leora nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magical, but I don't know what it does or where it came from." They spent the afternoon examining the stone, their heads bent close together as they spoke in hushed tones. The symbols on the box seemed to shift and change, as if responding to their presence. It was as though the stone held a story, waiting to be told. As dusk painted the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Finn suggested they visit the village elder, a woman named Seraphina, who was known for her knowledge of the forest and its mysteries. If anyone could help them understand the stone's secret, it would be her. With the box safely tucked in Leora's basket, they set off towards the heart of the village. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of evening primrose and the distant song of crickets. The path was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, guiding them like a gentle hand. Seraphina's cottage stood at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that was a riot of color and fragrance. The elder herself was outside, tending to her herbs as the sun dipped below the horizon. Her silver hair shimmered like moonlight, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless stories. "Good evening, children," she greeted them with a voice as soothing as the wind through the trees. "What brings you to my doorstep at this hour?" Leora and Finn explained their discovery, showing her the stone and the box. Seraphina listened intently, her fingers brushing the carvings with reverence. "This is a rare find," she said, her voice tinged with awe. "The stone is known as a star shard, a fragment of the heavens that has fallen to earth. It is said to hold the power of dreams and destiny, guiding those who possess it towards their true path." The friends exchanged a glance, excitement bubbling within them like a spring. "But how do we unlock its secrets?" Finn asked. Seraphina smiled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "The stone will reveal its purpose in time. For now it is important to listen, to the forest, to your hearts, and to each other. It will guide you when the moment is right." With her words echoing in their minds, Leora and Finn thanked Seraphina and began their journey back through the village. The night was a velvet cloak around them, sprinkled with the diamond dust of stars. They walked in companionable silence, the stone's glow a gentle beacon in the dark. As they reached the edge of the woods, Leora paused, her gaze drifting upwards. "Do you think the stone has chosen us for something special?" she mused aloud. Finn considered this, his expression thoughtful. "Maybe it sees something in us that we don't yet see in ourselves." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with the warmth of friendship and possibility. "Whatever it is, I'm glad we're in it together." With that, they parted ways, the promise of adventure whispering in the air like the leaves in the trees. Leora returned home, her grandmother's cottage welcoming her with open arms. As she lay in bed, the star shard resting on her bedside table, she felt a sense of peace and purpose envelop her, like a soft, comforting blanket. In the days that followed, Leora and Finn found themselves drawn to the woods more often, exploring its hidden corners and listening to the secrets it held. The star shard was a constant presence, its glow a reminder of the magic that surrounded them. It was during one of these excursions that they stumbled upon a clearing they had never seen before. Bathed in dappled sunlight, the clearing was a haven of tranquility, with a small pond at its center reflecting the sky like a mirror. As they approached, they noticed something extraordinary, a circle of stones, each one etched with symbols similar to those on the box. Curiosity piqued. They sat within the circle, the star shard resting between them. As they did, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a melody that resonated deep within their souls. It was a song of the earth and the sky, of dreams and destiny. The star shard began to pulse, its light intertwining with the music, creating a symphony of color and sound. In that moment, Leora and Finn understood the stone's gift, It was a conduit for dreams, a bridge between the seen and the unseen. Through it, they could glimpse the threads of fate and the tapestry of possibilities that lay before them. As the song faded, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves, Leora and Finn shared a look of awe and understanding. They knew that the star shard had chosen them not just for its magic, but for the bond they shared, a friendship that was as enduring as the stars themselves. With this newfound insight, they began to dream together, weaving visions of a future filled with wonder and discovery. The star shard became their guide, its light illuminating the path they would walk, hand in hand, hearts as one. Through challenges and triumphs, their friendship remained a steadfast beacon, a testament to the power of love and unity. And as the years passed, the star shard continued to glow, a reminder of the magic that lay within and around them, waiting to be discovered. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees still whispered secrets and the stars watched over the land, Leora and Finn's story became a part of the forest's eternal song, a melody of dreams and friendship that would echo through the ages, inspiring all who heard it to believe in the magic of the world and the power of the heart. Story 37. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvan. Tarvan belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvan had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvan followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvan's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvan's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvan responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvan the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvan, in turn, taught Lycia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lycia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvan's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lycia and Tarvan realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lycia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvan's heart, while Tarvan's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lycia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lycia and Tarvan had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lycia and Tarvan's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship. Story 38. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies, and the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay a quaint little village named Luminara. The houses in Luminara were woven from the softest branches, their roofs thatched with golden leaves that rustled like silk in the evening breeze. Lanterns of glowing moss lined the cobblestone paths, casting a warm, inviting glow that danced upon the faces of all who strolled by. In this peaceful village lived a young girl named Amara, whose heart was as tender as the petals of a morning blossom, and whose curiosity sparkled brighter than the evening stars. Amara had hair that flowed like honey, and eyes the color of the forest at dawn, filled with wonder and delight. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Amara noticed something peculiar. The lantern outside her window flickered with a peculiar rhythm, not like its usual steady glow. Intrigued, she wrapped herself in her favorite patchwork shawl, embroidered with stories of old, and stepped out into the crisp night. The village square was quiet, save for the gentle babbling of the brook that wound its way through Luminara. Yet, as she wandered closer to the lantern, Amara's keen eyes spotted a shimmer of movement in the shadows. It was a trail of tiny, iridescent footprints leading away from the lantern and into the woods. Determined to uncover the mystery, Amara followed the trail, her feet treading softly on the carpet of autumn leaves. The woods were alive with the whispers of the night, the rustling of leaves, and the occasional hoot of an owl echoing through the canopy. As she ventured deeper, the path became illuminated by clusters of glowworms, their gentle light painting whimsical patterns on the forest floor. Soon, Amara found herself at the edge of a shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the moon's silvery gaze. Beside it stood an old willow tree, its branches draped gracefully over the water like a grandmother's comforting embrace. And there, perched on a low-hanging branch, was the source of the mystery. A cluster of mischievous will-o'-the-wisps, their tiny bodies alight with a playful glow. Amara approached the wisps with a smile, her heart filled with a gentle curiosity. "Hello there, little ones," she called softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to our village tonight?" The wisps giggled in response, their voices like tinkling chimes. One particularly bold wisp fluttered forward, its glow brightening as it spoke. "We meant no harm, dear Amara. We merely wished to share some of our light, for we heard the lanterns of Luminara sing such sweet songs." Amara chuckled, her breath forming little clouds in the chilly air. "Well, your light is lovely indeed, but it seems to have caused quite a stir with its unusual dance. Perhaps we can find a way for you to share your light without alarming the village." The wisps huddled together, their tiny bodies pulsing with excitement. "Oh yes, please. We would love to bring joy without causing confusion." Amara pondered for a moment, her mind weaving threads of ideas. Then, with a twinkle in her eye, she turned to the wise old willow tree. "Dear Willow," she said, her voice filled with respect, "might you lend us your wisdom? How can we help these whimsical friends share their light in harmony?" The willow's leaves rustled softly, a gentle sigh in the night. "Ah, sweet child," it whispered, its voice deep and wise like the earth itself. "Perhaps if the wisps danced within the lanterns, their light could mingle with that of the moss, creating a melody of illumination that soothes rather than startles." Amara clapped her hands in delight at the willow's suggestion. "What a wonderful idea," she exclaimed, turning to the wisps. "Would you like to try?" The wisps twinkled with joy, nodding eagerly. Together they fluttered into the nearest lantern, their light merging with the moss's gentle glow. The lantern began to pulse with a new, harmonious rhythm, casting patterns of light that wove stories of friendship and unity across the cobblestones. Amara watched, her heart swelling with warmth and satisfaction. The village, once puzzled by the strange occurrences, now gathered to marvel at the enchanting display. The lanterns, now alive with the playful dance of the wisps, filled the air with a soft, melodious hum that wrapped around the villagers like a comforting embrace. As the night deepened, Amara returned to her cozy home, the mystery resolved and her heart light. She nestled into her bed, pulling her quilt up to her chin. Through the window, she could see the lanterns twinkling softly, their light a gentle reminder that even the smallest creatures could bring great joy when guided by kindness and wisdom. And so, in the village of Luminara, the nights continued to be filled with the glow of friendship, the lanterns singing softly to the rhythm of the wisps' dance. Amara drifted to sleep with a smile, her dreams weaving tales of wonder and warmth, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods and the twinkling stars. Outside, the willow tree swayed gently in the breeze, its branches whispering secrets of the night, and the village of Luminara slumbered peacefully, wrapped in the magic of friendship and light. Story 39. In the quiet expanse of the tranquil nebula, where the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the endless night, there drifted a small, unassuming spacecraft. It was a curious vessel known as the Harmony, shaped like a teardrop and painted in hues of deep blue and silver. On board were two travelers, each from worlds as different as day and night. One was Calyx, a gentle being from the lush, verdant planet of Arboris, where the trees sang in the breeze and the rivers whispered their ancient secrets. Calyx was tall and slender, with skin colored like the fresh leaves of spring and eyes that shimmered with the soft glow of morning dew. His heart was as open as the endless forests of his homeland, filled with kindness and a deep love for all living things. The other was Myra, a spirited adventurer from the arid, sun-baked world of Solara. Her people were renowned for their resilience and fiery spirit, and she was no exception. With hair like spun gold and eyes the color of a clear midday sky, Myra carried the warmth of the sun within her, bold and unyielding. She had a quick mind and an even quicker wit, traits that often led her into unexpected adventures. Their meeting had been a twist of fate, brought together by a cosmic anomaly that had pulled their ships into the same path. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Calyx, with his gentle nature, found Myra's fiery enthusiasm overwhelming, while she thought him too cautious and reserved. Their initial conversations were peppered with misunderstandings, each speaking past the other in a tangled dance of mismatched words and intentions. One day, as they floated through the nebula, an unexpected solar storm hit, battering the Harmony with waves of electromagnetic energy. The ship trembled and groaned, lights flickering as systems began to fail. Myra leaped into action, her hands moving with surety over the controls, while Calyx whispered calming words to the stressed systems, coaxing them to hold together just a little longer. As they worked side by side, Myra realized the value of Calyx's steady calmness, and Calyx began to appreciate Myra's fearless resolve. Together they stabilized the ship, the storm eventually passing, leaving them breathless but safe. In the aftermath, a newfound respect blossomed between them, like a flower opening to the dawn. Their journey continued, and with each passing day, they shared stories of their homes. Calyx spoke of the symphonic rustle of leaves in Arborus's endless forests, the way the colors changed with the seasons, painting the landscape in hues of gold and crimson. Myra countered with tales of Solara's vibrant festivals, the way the sun set the sand dunes aglow with fiery light, and how the night sky was a canvas of stars painted by ancient hands. As they shared these stories, they found common threads woven through their disparate lives: love of beauty, the joy of companionship, the courage to face the unknown. A friendship began to take root, nurtured by their shared experiences and the challenges they faced together. Their greatest test came when they encountered an asteroid field, the rocks whirling through space like a deadly ballet. The ship's navigational systems had been damaged in the storm, leaving them vulnerable and unsure of their path. Myra, using her quick reflexes and sharp instincts, took the helm, while Calyx used his knowledge of the nebula's natural rhythms to guide her, reading the subtle shifts in the asteroid's dance. Together they maneuvered through the field, their hearts pounding in unison, trust binding them as surely as any tether. When they finally emerged unscathed, they shared a moment of quiet triumph, the silence between them filled with the unspoken bond of shared victory. Through these trials, Myra and Calyx discovered that friendship was not bound by species or origin, but by the willingness to understand and support one another. They learned the value of seeing the world through each other's eyes, and how their differences could be strengths when united toward a common goal. In the final leg of their journey, they reached the celestial garden of Lumina, a place said to be the heart of the nebula, where light and color danced in eternal harmony. As they stood together, watching the radiant display, they felt a peace settle over them, as warm and comforting as a gentle embrace. In that moment, Myra turned to Calyx, her voice soft with sincerity. "I never thought I'd find a friend like you out here among the stars." Calyx smiled, his eyes reflecting the glowing hues of Lumina. "Nor I you, dear Myra. May our paths always find their way back to each other." And so, in the quiet of the universe, amidst the swirling colors of the nebula, two unlikely companions discovered that true friendship was the greatest treasure of all, a bond that transcended the vast distances of space and the differences of their worlds, lighting their journey with warmth and joy. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious soul, always seeking the magic that glimmered just beyond the ordinary. One crisp autumn evening, Lily sat by the crackling hearth, her eyes dancing with the firelight. Her grandmother, a warm and whimsical spirit, settled beside her with a tender smile. "Grandmother," Lily whispered, "I wish I could see the wonders you speak of, the hidden enchantments that fill our world." Her grandmother's eyes twinkled knowingly. "My dear, the magic is all around us, if only we open our hearts to its whispers." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a simple acorn. "Take this, and let it guide you on a journey of discovery." Lily cradled the acorn in her palm, perplexed but filled with a sense of anticipation. As she drifted off to sleep, the acorn began to glow with a soft, golden radiance. When Lily awoke the next morning, she found herself in a world transformed. The trees seemed to sway with ancient melodies, and the very air shimmered with unseen energy. Clutching the acorn tightly, she set off on a path that wound through the enchanted forest. Along the way, she encountered a series of delightful companions. First, a chatty squirrel named Chitter scampered down from the branches, offering to be her guide. Then, a wise old owl named Woozer swooped in, sharing riddles that unlocked hidden pathways. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Lily and her new friends faced a daunting challenge. A dark, thorny thicket blocked their path, its twisted branches seeming to reach out with malicious intent. Chitter fretted and Woozer pondered, but Lily remained calm. She remembered her grandmother's words: "True magic lies not in force, but in wisdom and kindness." Gently, she held out the acorn, allowing its warm glow to envelop the thicket. To everyone's amazement, the thorns retreated, and the branches parted, revealing a sun-dappled meadow beyond. In the center of the meadow stood a towering oak tree, its ancient boughs stretching toward the sky. As Lily approached, she felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. The acorn in her hand began to pulse with light, and she understood this was the heart of the enchanted forest, a wellspring of magic that flowed through all living things. With a grateful heart, Lily thanked her companions and returned home, forever changed by her wondrous journey. From that day on, she carried the acorn with her, a constant reminder that magic dwells within us all, waiting to be discovered. And as night fell over the village, Lily would gather the children around the hearth and share her tale, passing on the timeless wisdom. Open your eyes, open your heart, and let the magic in. Story 41. In the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars winked like distant lanterns in an endless night, there existed a quaint little planet known as Luminara. It was a world of gentle bioluminescent creatures and softly glowing flora, a place where the nights were never entirely dark, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of lumaflowers. Here in the village of Glimmerwood lived a Spirian named Lyra, a small, delicate being with translucent wings that shimmered with every color of the rainbow. Lyra spent her days collecting dew from the leaves of lumitrees, and her nights weaving stories for her fellow Spirians. Her voice was like a gentle breeze, carrying tales of distant stars to her listeners' ears. Yet, despite the beauty of her world, Lyra often felt an emptiness, a longing for something beyond her familiar glades. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara cast their silvery glow, Lyra decided to venture further than she had ever dared before. She fluttered beyond her village, where the lumaflowers grew sparse and the forest thinned into rocky terrain. It was there she encountered a curious sight, a curious creature struggling to free itself from a tangled mass of lumavines. The creature, a bulky and metallic-looking being, was quite unlike anything Lyra had ever seen. It was a Makari named Zoran, hailing from the cold, mechanical planet of Farron, where the skies were perpetually gray and the ground was hard and unyielding. Zoran was a traveler, exploring distant worlds in search of knowledge and stories to bring back to his people. But the soft, luminescent beauty of Luminara had caught him off guard, and he had found himself ensnared in its enchanting embrace. Lyra hovered cautiously, her wings casting prismatic patterns on the ground. "Do you need help?" she called softly, her voice filled with both curiosity and concern. Zoran's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the clearing. I am stuck," he admitted, his mechanical limbs clicking as he attempted to free himself. "These vines are stronger than they appear." With a gentle nod, Lyra flitted closer, her delicate fingers working deftly to untangle the vines. As she worked, she spoke in soothing tones, telling Zoran of her village and the wonders of Luminara. In return, Zoran spoke of Farron, of its towering cities of metal and glass, of the hum of engines and the glow of artificial lights. As the last vine was pulled free, Zoran stood towering over the petite Spirian. "Thank you," he rumbled, his expression a mixture of gratitude and surprise. "I never imagined such kindness in a place so different from my own." Lyra smiled, her wings fluttering softly. "We may be different, but that doesn't mean we can't understand one another." Over the following days, Lyra guided Zoran through the wonders of her world, teaching him the language of the lumaflowers and the songs of the twilight breeze. In turn, Zoran shared the stories of his home, tales of ingenuity and the quiet beauty found in the spaces between stars. They learned from each other, finding joy in their differences and strength in their bond. Yet, not all was serene in the shimmering woods of Luminara. A great storm, rare and fierce, began to brew on the horizon, its dark clouds swallowing the gentle glow of the landscape. The villagers of Glimmerwood grew anxious, for they knew the storm could tear through their delicate homes, leaving destruction in its wake. Lyra and Zoran, witnessing the growing fear, knew they had to act. Together, they devised a plan to protect the village. They rallied the Spirians, teaching them to weave the lumavines into strong shelters, while Zoran used his mechanical knowledge to construct sturdy frames from fallen branches and stones. As the storm approached, the village was ready. The winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, but the shelters stood firm, their luminescent glow a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Huddled together, the villagers listened as Lyra and Zoran told stories of courage and friendship, their voices weaving a tapestry of comfort and unity. When the storm finally passed, the village emerged, unscathed and triumphant. The Spirians celebrated, their gratitude towards Zoran evident in their joyful songs and dances. Zoran, once a stranger from a distant world, had become one of them, a friend and protector. As the twin moons rose again, casting their gentle light upon the world, Lyra and Zoran sat side by side, their hearts full of the warmth of newfound friendship. In the silence of the night, they realized that their bond, forged through understanding and shared trials, was the true treasure of their journey. In the end, it was the differences that had brought them together, each learning and growing from the other. And in the glow of the lumiflowers, under the vast, starry sky, they discovered that friendship, in its simplest and most profound form, was the most luminous light of all. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious. With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, there existed a forgotten glade bathed in perpetual twilight. This place was known only to the creatures of the forest, and a few rare souls who dared to venture beyond the well-trodden paths. The air here was imbued with the scent of pine and earth, carrying the gentle rustling of leaves like a soft lullaby. It was a realm where magic lingered, hiding in plain sight among the shadows and the light. Elliot, a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky, discovered this hidden world one golden afternoon. His hair, tousled by the wind, glimmered like autumn leaves in the sun. He had been wandering through the forest, drawn by a deep-seated yearning for something he could not name. Elliot loved the forest. Its secrets whispered to him, and its beauty filled him with a profound sense of belonging. As he walked, each step cushioned by a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, he stumbled upon an ancient oak with a hollow that seemed to beckon him closer. Within this hollow, nestled among roots as thick as his arm, lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was smooth, worn by time, and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. Elliot's fingers brushed over the box, and a warmth spread through him, as if the object were alive. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully lifted it from its resting place. As he did, a soft sighing sound filled the air, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. With the box cradled in his hands, Elliot sat beneath the oak, leaning against its sturdy trunk. The world around him faded into a serene silence, leaving only the gentle hum of nature. He turned the box over, examining it from every angle before finally deciding to open it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as dark as midnight, was a small, crystalline orb. It shimmered with an inner light, casting tiny rainbows that danced around Elliot like playful spirits. Mesmerized, Elliot reached out to touch it, and as his fingertips brushed the surface, a tingling sensation raced up his arm. Suddenly, the orb began to glow more brightly, and a soft voice, warm and melodic, filled the air. "Welcome, Seeker," it said, resonating with a kindness that wrapped around Elliot like a comforting embrace. "You have found the heart of the forest, a gift of magic and mystery." Elliot blinked, his eyes wide with wonder. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this glade," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have been chosen to carry the heart and listen to its song." The orb pulsed gently, and with each pulse, Elliot felt a connection forming, a bond with the forest and its secrets. "What do I do with it?" he asked, curiosity mingling with a sense of responsibility. "Listen," the voice advised. "Learn. The heart will guide you, reveal hidden truths, and teach you the language of the world around you. But remember, true power comes from understanding, not control." Elliot nodded, his mind awhirl with possibilities. He closed the box, feeling the weight of the orb settle within it, and tucked it safely into his satchel. As he rose to his feet, the forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering encouragement, the leaves rustling with approval. Over the following days, Elliot returned to the glade, drawn to its serenity and the promise of discovery. He spent hours sitting beneath the ancient oak, listening to the heart's gentle murmur and learning the subtle language of the forest. Each day brought new revelations, a hidden path, a secret grove, the laughter of a brook that meandered through sun-dappled glens. One crisp morning, as the first rays of the sun painted the forest in shades of gold, Elliot encountered an unexpected visitor. A fox, its fur as red as flames, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Elliot with curiosity. "Hello there," Elliot said softly, extending a hand in greeting. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air between them. Sensing no threat, it sat back on its haunches and regarded Elliot with a look of expectation. Elliot remembered the heart and its promise of connection. He retrieved the box from his satchel and opened it, letting the fox see the shimmering orb. The fox tilted its head, eyes reflecting the orb's light, and for a moment, Elliot felt as if he were gazing into a deep well of ancient wisdom. The fox blinked slowly, then trotted forward, brushing against Elliot's leg in a gesture of trust. Elliot smiled, a warmth spreading through him. Here was a friend, unexpected and wondrous, brought to him by the magic of the forest. From that day on, Elliot and the fox were inseparable. They explored the forest together, the fox leading Elliot to hidden places he never would have found on his own. In return, Elliot shared his discoveries and the knowledge imparted by the heart. As the seasons changed, Elliot grew in wisdom and understanding. The forest, once a place of mystery, became a living tapestry of stories and songs. He learned to read the language of the wind, to interpret the dance of the leaves, and to find beauty in the smallest details. But as Elliot's connection with the forest deepened, so too did his awareness of its fragility. He noticed signs of change, trees that stood bare in the wrong season, streams that ran dry, and animals that seemed restless, out of sync with the natural rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and violet, Elliot sat with the fox by his side, pondering the forest's plight. The heart glowed softly in his lap, its light casting gentle shadows. "What can we do?" Elliot asked aloud, his voice tinged with worry. The fox looked at him, its gaze steady and calm. Elliot felt the heart pulse in response, a silent reassurance that they were not alone. "Together we must find the source of this imbalance." The voice of the guardian spoke, its tone gentle yet resolute. "The forest has chosen you, Elliot, to be its champion. Trust in your bond with the heart and your friendship with the fox. They will guide you." Determined and hopeful, Elliot set out the next morning with the fox at his side. They traveled deeper into the forest than ever before, following signs and whispers that only they could perceive. The journey was long and arduous, but Elliot's heart was buoyed by a sense of purpose and the unwavering companionship of his fox friend. As they ventured onward, the forest revealed more of its wonders. A hidden waterfall that sang with the voices of 1,000 dreams. A glen where flowers bloomed in colors more vibrant than any rainbow. Yet alongside these marvels, Elliot also saw the signs of distress, trees that wept sap like tears, birds that called mournfully to the empty sky. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Elliot felt a shift in the air, a subtle change that sent a shiver down his spine. The fox, ever perceptive, rose to its feet, ears pricked and alert. "We're close," Elliot murmured, sensing that the source of the forest's imbalance lay just ahead. Together they pressed on, their path illuminated by the silvery light of the moon. Finally, they arrived at a clearing unlike any other. Here, in the center, stood a tree of immense size and age, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a guardian embracing the world. But this tree, once the heart of the forest, was withering. Its bark was cracked, its leaves brittle and lifeless. Approaching the tree, Elliot felt the heart in his satchel grow warm, its light pulsing in harmony with the tree's faint heartbeat. He understood then that the heart and the tree were connected, two halves of a greater whole. Elliot knelt before the tree, placing the heart upon the earth at its roots. He closed his eyes, reaching out with his mind and spirit to the guardian voice within the orb. "Please," he whispered, "show me how to help." In response, the heart flared with light, and Elliot found himself enveloped in a vision. He saw the forest as it once was, vibrant and alive, its creatures thriving in harmony. But then a shadow fell over the land, a darkness born of neglect and imbalance, threatening to unravel the delicate weave of life. The vision shifted, and Elliot saw himself, the fox by his side, standing as a beacon of hope. He saw the heart, its light spreading across the forest, mending the fractures and restoring balance. Elliot understood. The heart's power was not his to wield, but to share. To heal the forest, he needed to awaken the magic within every living thing, to remind them of their place in the grand tapestry. With newfound clarity, Elliot rose and turned to the fox, his faithful companion. Together they began to circle the great tree, the heart's light guiding their steps. As they moved, Elliot spoke, his voice carrying the ancient words of the forest, words of renewal and rebirth. The fox joined in, its voice a melody that wove through Elliot's words, binding them with the rhythm of nature. Around them the air shimmered, and the forest seemed to sigh in relief, the shadows retreating as light spread like a healing balm. They continued until the first light of dawn touched the clearing, bathing it in gold. The great tree, once withered, now stood tall and proud, its branches laden with leaves that sang with the wind. The balance had been restored, the forest's heartbeat strong and steady. Elliot felt a deep peace settle within him, a warmth that mirrored the light of the heart. He turned to the fox, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, knowing that their friendship had been the key to unlocking the forest's magic. The fox yipped softly, its eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and nuzzled Elliot's hand, a bond unspoken yet deeply felt. Elliot knew that his journey was only beginning. There were more mysteries to uncover, more stories to learn. But he was ready, for the heart of the forest was with him, and the friendship he had forged with the fox was a strength that would guide him through any challenge. As they left the clearing, the forest seemed to embrace them, its song a gentle promise of adventure and discovery. Elliot walked with a light heart, the fox by his side, knowing that together they would keep the magic of the forest alive. And so, beneath the canopy of leaves that whispered secrets only they could hear, Elliot and his fox friend ventured forth, guardians of the hidden world, champions of the magic that danced in the spaces between shadow and light. Together they embraced the mysteries of the forest, finding joy in every step and wonder in every breath. And as the sun rose higher in the sky, painting the world in vibrant hues, they knew that they had found their place in the ever-spinning tapestry of life. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 63. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding. With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts. With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the Lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the Lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The Lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength in vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Story 70? In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of, a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. The Whispering Wood and the Lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow illuminating the darkened paths of the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the Whispering Wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the Whispering Wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Leela whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leela felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached, the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Leela understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the Whispering Wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Leela had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, The story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great Willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened. not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. "Today," Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony." The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. "Long ago," Fendrel continued, "the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble the rabbit nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the Whispering Grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ari and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. and as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on an inky canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Auralis. Auralis was known for its lush emerald forests that whispered secrets to the wind and its azure seas that cradled dreams in their depths. Among its inhabitants was a gentle, owl-like creature named Orin, whose feathers glowed with a soft, luminescent light under the twin moons. Orin lived in a cozy treehouse nestled among the highest branches of the great whispering oaks, where the air was always filled with the scent of wild lavender and the gentle rustle of leaves. His days were spent tending to the forest, ensuring harmony among its creatures, and his nights were devoted to stargazing, where he often wondered about the lives beyond his beloved planet. One evening, as the sky turned a brilliant shade of violet, Orin noticed a peculiar object streaking across the horizon, trailing sparks of golden light. It landed with a gentle thud in the meadow beyond the forest, where wildflowers swayed like a sea of vibrant colors. Curiosity piqued. Orin spread his wings and glided toward the mysterious arrival. In the meadow, a small, sleek spacecraft rested, its surface gleaming like polished silver under the moon's glow. As Orin approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a being unlike any he had ever seen. She was tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity and wisdom. Her name was Lyra, a traveler from the distant, crystalline planet of Zephyria. Initially startled by the sight of each other, Orin and Lyra exchanged cautious greetings. Orin's voice was as soothing as the gentle breeze, while Lyra's words were like a melody sung by the stars themselves. Despite their differences, there was an unspoken understanding, a shared wonder at the universe that bridged the gap between them. As the days passed, Orin and Lyra found themselves drawn into a dance of discovery. Lyra showed Orin the wonders of her advanced technology, crafting shimmering holograms of distant worlds that captivated his imagination. In return, Orin introduced Lyra to the hidden magic of Auralis, from the way the sunlight danced on dew-kissed petals to the songs sung by the midnight choir of crickets. Their friendship blossomed like the first bloom of spring, but as with any new bond, there were moments of misunderstanding. One afternoon, while exploring the forest, Orin attempted to teach Lyra the ancient art of reading the wind's whispers. He closed his eyes, letting the breeze caress his feathers, and listened with his heart. Lyra, eager to understand, struggled to quiet her mind, her frustration bubbling to the surface like a stormy sea. Seeing her struggle, Orin gently placed a wingtip on her shoulder. "The wind speaks to those who listen, not with their ears but with their soul," he explained softly. Lyra took a deep breath, allowing herself to be still, and slowly, the whispers became a melody only she could hear. In that moment, she understood the lesson of patience and trust, and her appreciation for Orin's world deepened. Their adventures continued, each day bringing new challenges that tested their growing bond. One morning, a sudden storm swept across Auralis, its ferocity threatening to uproot the very trees that cradled Orin's home. As the winds howled and the rain fell in torrents, Orin and Lyra worked side by side, reinforcing the treehouse and comforting the frightened creatures that sought refuge from the storm. In the heart of the tempest, Lyra's technology failed, her holograms flickering and dying as the storm's fury intensified. In that moment of vulnerability, she realized the true strength of their friendship. Orin's unwavering support was a beacon of hope, and together, they weathered the storm, emerging stronger for it. As the skies cleared and the forest exhaled a sigh of relief, Orin and Lyra sat on the treehouse balcony, watching the world awaken anew. The air was filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth and the sound of birds singing their morning serenade. Lyra turned to Orin, her eyes reflecting the dawn's light, and spoke with a voice full of gratitude and warmth. "Thank you, Orin, for teaching me the beauty of your world and the strength found in friendship," she said. Orin, his heart full, replied, "And thank you, Lyra, for showing me the wonders beyond the stars and the joy of sharing them with a friend." Their journey together had taught them that true friendship transcends differences, that it is a tapestry woven from threads of understanding, patience, and shared adventures. As they sat side by side, watching the sun rise over the horizon, they knew that their bond was as enduring as the stars that guided them. In the days and nights that followed, Orin and Lyra continued to explore the wonders of Oralis and beyond, their friendship a guiding star in the vast galaxy. And as they ventured into the unknown, they carried with them the simple truth that friendship is a universal language, spoken with the heart and understood by all who dare to listen. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Orin and Lyra's story became a cherished tale among the stars, a testament to the magic of unlikely companions discovering the true meaning of friendship. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and sunlight filtered gently through a canopy of ancient oaks, there existed a world untouched by time. This was a land where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in the grand tapestry of life. The forest was alive with colors and sounds that danced through the senses, leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, streams murmuring over smooth stones, and the distant calls of birds that painted the sky with their graceful arcs. Here, nature was both the stage and the storyteller, weaving tales of harmony and balance that had been passed down through countless seasons. At the heart of this forest stood a great oak, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. It was known as the Elder Tree, the guardian of the forest, and beneath its boughs, creatures of all kinds gathered to share their stories and learn from its ancient wisdom. The Elder Tree had seen the birth of stars and the passing of ages, and its deep, resonant voice was a soothing balm to all who listened. One cool autumn morning, as the sun began its lazy ascent, painting the sky with strokes of amber and gold, a gentle squirrel named Fern scurried through the fallen leaves. Her fur was the color of warm chestnuts, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Fern had long been enchanted by the stories told by the Elder Tree, and she often found herself drawn to the gatherings beneath its expansive branches. That morning, as the forest awoke in a symphony of sound and color, Fern noticed something unusual. The leaves, usually vibrant in their autumnal hues, seemed to be shimmering with a soft, golden light. It was as if the forest itself was glowing, breathing with a life more vivid than ever before. Intrigued, Fern quickened her pace, eager to reach the Elder Tree and uncover the mystery of this magical dawn. As she arrived, she found a small assembly of forest creatures already gathered. Wise old badgers, graceful deer, and a family of rabbits huddled close together. They all gazed up at the Elder Tree with a mix of awe and anticipation. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that seemed to emanate from the tree itself, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. The Elder Tree, sensing the presence of its attentive audience, began to speak in its deep, melodious voice, rich with the wisdom of ages. "Dear friends," it intoned, "today you witness a rare and wondrous phenomenon, the dance of the seasons. It is a time when the essence of the forest shifts, a sign of balance and renewal, as one season makes way for another." The creatures listened with rapt attention, their hearts swelling with a sense of unity and purpose. Fern, perched on a low branch, felt a warmth spread through her, as if she were part of something far greater than herself. The Elder Tree continued, "Each season brings its own gifts and challenges, teaching us lessons of patience, resilience, and harmony. We must cherish these gifts and learn from them, for they are the threads that weave the fabric of our world." As the Elder Tree spoke, the shimmering light intensified, enveloping the forest in a gentle glow. It was as if the very soul of the forest was singing, a melody of life and light that filled every corner of the ancient woods. Fern closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, feeling a deep connection to the earth and sky, to every leaf and creature that called this place home. In that moment, Fern understood the true meaning of balance, the delicate dance between the changing seasons, each one a vital part of the greater whole. She realized that just as the forest embraced the cycle of life, so too must she embrace the changes in her own journey, trusting in the wisdom of the ages and the power of friendship and community. As the light began to fade, returning the forest to its familiar hues, the creatures slowly dispersed, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. Fern lingered a moment longer, her eyes turned skyward, silently thanking the elder tree for sharing its wisdom and the beauty of the dance of the seasons. With a newfound sense of purpose, Fern bounded back through the forest, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would meet them with courage and grace, drawing strength from the lessons of the forest and the enduring bonds of friendship. As the day turned to dusk and the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the sleeping forest, the ancient woods remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony. And beneath the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the creatures of the forest dreamt of the endless cycle of seasons, each one a testament to the beauty and balance of nature. In the quiet of the night, the wind carried the promise of a new dawn, whispering tales of hope and renewal to all who listened. And so the forest lived on, a timeless realm where magic and reality danced hand in hand, a gentle reminder of the enduring power of nature and the wisdom found in every leaf and stone. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of leaves and the babble of brooks formed a gentle symphony, there lived an enchanting owl named Orin. His feathers were as soft as moonlight, a tapestry of browns and whites that blended seamlessly with the forest canopy. Orin perched in the hollow of a grand old oak whose roots dug deep into the earth, drawing strength and wisdom from centuries past. The forest was a sanctuary, vibrant with life and steeped in magic. Sunlight filtered through the emerald canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where a carpet of moss cushioned the steps of wandering creatures. The air was alive with the sweet scent of pine and the earthy aroma of damp soil, mingling with the crisp freshness of the morning dew. This forest was a place where natural creatures lived unseen lives, each playing their part in a delicate balance. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking like brushes, painted the forest with movement as they darted among branches, gathering acorns. The rabbits, with their soft, velvety ears, nibbled quietly on tender shoots, leaving only the faintest of trails in their wake. Orin, wise beyond his years, was the silent guardian of this harmony. Every night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, he would spread his wings and glide through the moonlit sky, his eyes scanning the forest below for any signs of discord. His calls echoed softly, a calming lullaby that settled the creatures into peaceful slumber. One evening, as the first chill of autumn whispered through the leaves, Orin noticed something unusual. The once vibrant stream that wound its way through the forest had slowed to a mere trickle. The fish, usually so plentiful, were scarce, their silver scales flashing only occasionally in the shallows. Worried, Orin consulted his dear friend, a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the stories of ages. "I fear the balance has shifted," Thistle said in his deep, deliberate voice as they sat by the stream. "The seasons are changing, and with them, the forest must adapt, but we must help guide this transformation." Together, Orin and Thistle set out to discover the cause of the stream's dwindling flow. Their journey took them through a landscape transformed by autumn's touch. The trees donned their fiery finery, leaves of amber and gold cascading to the ground in a gentle rustle. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of the coming winter. Along the way, they met a family of beavers, busy fortifying their lodge against the approaching cold. The beavers, with their sharp teeth and clever paws, had inadvertently built a dam upstream, their industriousness causing the stream to divert. Understanding the situation, Orin and Thistle gently explained to the beavers how their actions were affecting the entire forest. The beavers listened, their eyes reflecting the autumn sky, and agreed to alter their work. With Orin's guidance, they carefully dismantled part of the dam, restoring the stream's natural course. As the water flowed freely once more, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The fish returned, darting joyfully through the clear waters, and the gentle babble of the stream sang through the woods, a melody of harmony restored. With the balance re-established, Orin and Thistle returned to their home under the great oak. The forest, now aglow under a blanket of starlight, was a testament to the wisdom and friendship that had brought it back to harmony. As Orin settled into his perch, a sense of peace enveloped him, as comforting as the warm embrace of the forest itself. That night, the creatures of the forest slept soundly, cradled by the ancient trees and the gentle murmur of the stream. And in the quiet, Orin whispered a promise to the stars, that he would always watch over the forest, preserving its magic and balance, one season at a time. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Like most children her age, Lily loved playing outdoors and exploring the wonders of nature. One crisp autumn afternoon, while chasing a kaleidoscope of falling leaves, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Beneath a towering oak tree lay a tarnished metal box, half buried in the earth. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt and began brushing away the soil, revealing an ornate pattern etched into the lid. As her small fingers traced the intricate design, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Startled yet entranced, Lily watched as the light pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. She instinctively knew this was no ordinary box. It held a magic unlike anything she had ever encountered. Just then, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out hopped a sprightly rabbit with eyes that twinkled like starlight. "Greetings, young one," the rabbit spoke, its voice soft and melodic. "I am Sage, guardian of the luminous box. You have awakened an ancient power." Lily's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking rabbit? But how is this possible?" Sage chuckled. "In this world, anything is possible for those with open hearts and curious minds. The luminous box has chosen you as its new keeper, a role of great responsibility." As if on cue, a wise old owl swooped down from the branches above. "Fear not, little one," the owl hooted. "We shall guide you on this journey. I am Athena, keeper of knowledge." And so began Lily's extraordinary adventure. With Sage and Athena as her companions, she learned that the luminous box held the power to illuminate the truths hidden within all living things. Its magic could reveal the innermost thoughts, fears, and desires of anyone who gazed into its radiant depths. However, with such power came a great challenge, using it wisely and with compassion. For the box's light could be a beacon of understanding or a harsh glare that exposed too much. As they traversed meadows and forests, Lily and her friends encountered many who sought the box's power for selfish gain. A greedy merchant wished to use it to discover the secrets of his competitors. A bitter recluse hoped to expose the flaws of those who had wronged him. In each instance, Sage and Athena gently guided Lily towards a path of empathy and kindness. They taught her that true wisdom came not from exploiting others' vulnerabilities, but from embracing them with open hearts. One day, they came upon a village engulfed in turmoil. Neighbors had turned against one another, fueled by mistrust and suspicion. Lily knew the luminous box could reveal the truth behind their conflicts, but she also understood the risk of causing further harm. With Sage and Athena's counsel, she decided to approach the villagers not with the box's power, but with a listening ear and a compassionate spirit. One by one, she heard their stories, their fears, and their hopes. As the villagers opened up, they began to recognize the common threads that bound them together. The petty grievances that had once seemed insurmountable faded, replaced by a newfound understanding and desire for reconciliation. In that moment, Lily realized the true magic of the luminous box. It had illuminated not the secrets of others, but the depths of her own heart. She had learned that wisdom often lies not in revealing truths, but in creating an environment where truths can be shared freely and without judgment. From that day forward, Lily carried the luminous box not as a tool of revelation, but as a reminder of the power of empathy, compassion, and open-hearted listening. She continued her journey, sharing its gentle light with those in need of understanding and acceptance. And whenever the weight of her responsibility felt overwhelming, Sage and Athena were there to remind her that the greatest magic of all was the ability to touch the hearts of others with kindness and wisdom. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lily would often sit beneath the old oak tree, recounting her adventures to the fireflies that danced among the branches. And in their twinkling lights she saw the warm glow of the luminous box, a testament to the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places. if only one has the courage to look with an open heart. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the Silver Wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the Silver Wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the Silver Wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the Silver Wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values: kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes: the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved, like a lantern carried by an unseen hand, before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Nyla, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Nyla nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Nyla knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Nyla smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Nyla handed Finnegan a small, polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Nyla had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Nyla was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. There's only one way to find out. With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a sprawling emerald-green forest known as the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village called Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and gently babbling brooks that meandered through the cobblestone streets. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and blooming window boxes, looked as if they were painted by the hands of a gentle artist. The villagers lived in harmony, their days filled with laughter and the soft melodies of nature. In this serene village lived a young girl named Marigold. With hair the color of sunlight and eyes like the shimmering surface of the village pond, she was a curious soul, always seeking the mysteries hidden within the world around her. Marigold had a heart full of kindness, and she spent her days helping her neighbors and tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her home. One misty morning, as the dew glistened on the petals of the garden blooms, Marigold set out on her usual walk through the Whispering Woods. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the melodic chirping of birds, creating a symphony that accompanied her steps. Each breath filled her lungs with the fresh scent of pine and earth, grounding her in the beauty of the world. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Marigold discovered a path she had never noticed before. It was a narrow, winding trail, barely visible beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Intrigued by the promise of adventure, she decided to follow it. The path twisted and turned, leading her through a part of the forest that seemed untouched by time. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, golden glow. Before long, Marigold came upon a clearing bathed in the soft, dappled light of the sun. In the center of the clearing, nestled among the wildflowers, was an ancient oak tree. It was the grandest tree Marigold had ever seen, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling tales of centuries past. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. Hanging from one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and leaves, and it seemed to emanate a gentle, inviting warmth. Marigold's heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. What was this mysterious box? Who had left it here? Her fingers trembled slightly as she reached up to take it down. As soon as her hands closed around the box, a gentle breeze swept through the clearing, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a soft, whispering voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Open it, dear child," the voice murmured, "and discover the magic within." Trusting in the kindness of the Whispering Woods, Marigold carefully opened the box. Inside she found a small, shimmering stone that sparkled with all the colors of the rainbow. It was warm to the touch, and as she held it, she felt a sense of peace and joy wash over her. The voice spoke again, this time with a tone of gentle wisdom. "This is the Stone of Serenity. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world and to guide those who possess it on a journey of understanding and growth." Marigold's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She knew that the stone was a gift, and she vowed to use it wisely. Tucking the stone safely into her pocket, she thanked the forest and promised to return soon. Over the following days, Marigold found that the stone indeed held a special magic. When she held it close, she could hear the thoughts of the animals in the forest and understand the language of the trees. She marveled at the hidden world that had always surrounded her, now unveiled by the stone's gentle glow. One sunny afternoon, as Marigold sat by the village pond, she noticed a young fox watching her from the edge of the woods. Its eyes were filled with a mix of curiosity and caution. Marigold reached for the stone, and holding it close, she called out softly to the fox. "Hello there, little friend," she said with a gentle smile. "Do not be afraid." The fox tilted its head, surprised by the sound of her voice, which seemed to resonate with understanding. Slowly it approached, its bushy tail wagging slightly. "My name is Finn," the fox said, his voice echoing in Marigold's mind. "I have never met a human who could speak the language of the forest." Marigold laughed softly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's a gift from the forest itself," she explained. "Would you like to be friends?" Finn hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his eyes softening with warmth. "I would like that very much." From that day forward, Marigold and Finn became inseparable companions. Together they explored the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods, guided by the magic of the Stone of Serenity. They discovered secret glades filled with rare flowers, hidden streams that sparkled like diamonds, and ancient trees that whispered stories of the past. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Marigold and Finn sat together on a hill overlooking the village. The air was filled with the soothing scent of lavender, and a gentle breeze ruffled their hair and fur. "Do you ever wonder what lies beyond the woods?" Marigold asked, her voice soft and contemplative. Finn nodded, his eyes fixed on the distant mountains. "I do. There is a whole world out there, waiting to be discovered." Marigold sighed, her heart filled with a longing for adventure. "I wish to see it all," she said, "to learn and grow, and to understand the world beyond our village." Finn looked at her with admiration. "Then we shall go together," he declared, his voice firm with determination. "The Stone of Serenity will guide us on our journey." And so, with the blessing of the village and the gentle encouragement of the Whispering Woods, Marigold and Finn set out on a grand adventure. They traveled through lush meadows and across rolling hills, their hearts filled with excitement and wonder. As they journeyed, they encountered many challenges and made new friends along the way. In a bustling town nestled in a valley, they met a wise old owl named Sage, who shared with them stories of the world and taught them the importance of wisdom and patience. In a village by the sea, they befriended a playful dolphin named Calypso, who showed them the beauty of the ocean and taught them the value of kindness and cooperation. Through each encounter and challenge, Marigold and Finn grew stronger and wiser, their bond of friendship deepening with every step. And as they traveled, the Stone of Serenity continued to guide them, revealing the hidden wonders of the world and lighting their path with its gentle glow. One day, as they rested beneath the shade of a towering oak tree, Marigold turned to Finn with a smile. "Do you know what I have learned on this journey?" she asked, her eyes shining with the light of understanding. Finn tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. "What is that, Marigold?" "I have learned that the world is filled with beauty and wonder, and that true magic lies not in the stone itself, but in the kindness and friendship we share with others," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride and love for his dear friend. "And I have learned that with you by my side, any challenge can be overcome," he said, his voice full of sincerity. Together, they continued their journey, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were never alone. For in the bonds of friendship and the magic of the world around them, they had found something truly special, a sense of belonging and a love that would guide them always. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow, Marigold and Finn walked hand in paw, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of the Stone of Serenity and the enduring power of friendship. And in that moment, they knew that no matter where their journey took them, they would always carry the warmth and wisdom of their adventures in their hearts. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold and Finn's journey brought them to a land of towering mountains and sparkling rivers. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying the scent of pine and mountain wildflowers. The path they followed wound through valleys and over rocky hills, each turn revealing new vistas of breathtaking beauty. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Marigold gazed at the night sky, her heart filled with a sense of awe and wonder. The stars twinkled like diamonds on velvet, and the moon cast a gentle, silvery glow over the landscape. "Finn," she said softly, her voice barely louder than a whisper, "do you ever wonder what lies beyond the stars?" Finn, who had been watching the flickering flames of their campfire, looked up at the sky. His eyes reflected the starlight, and his voice was thoughtful as he replied, "I do. I imagine there are worlds out there, filled with wonders we cannot even begin to imagine." Marigold nodded, her heart swelling with a longing for discovery. "I wish we could explore them. she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and a hint of wistfulness. Finn smiled, his tail wagging gently. Perhaps one day we shall, he said. But for now, we have our own world to explore, and many adventures still await us. Marigold smiled back, her heart warmed by his words. You're right, Finn, she said, and I am grateful for every moment we share on this journey. The night passed peacefully, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them to sleep. When morning came, the sun rose in a blaze of golden light, casting long shadows over the land and filling the air with the sweet scent of morning dew. As they continued their journey, the landscape around them began to change. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the air grew warmer, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and rich, fertile earth. They traveled through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant colors painting the world in hues of red, yellow, and blue. One day, as they walked along a winding river, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any they had seen before, with houses built from stone and wood, their roofs covered in moss and flowering vines. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, offering them food and shelter and sharing stories of their lives. In the village, they met a young boy named Leo, who had a spirit as bright and curious as marigolds. He was fascinated by their tales of adventure and longed to join them on their journey. I want to see the world beyond our village, Leo said, his eyes shining with excitement. Will you take me with you? Marigold and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the boy's enthusiasm. You are welcome to join us, Leo, Marigold said, her voice gentle and kind. But know that our journey is not without its challenges. Leo nodded, his expression determined. I understand, he said, and I am ready to face them as long as we are together. And so their group grew by one, and together they continued their journey, their spirits lifted by the bond of friendship that united them. As they traveled, Leo proved to be a quick learner, his youthful energy and curiosity a source of joy for Marigold and Finn. He marveled at the wonders they encountered, from the towering forests to the crystal-clear lakes, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One afternoon, as they rested by a shimmering lake, they noticed a group of creatures playing in the water. They were small, with iridescent scales that glimmered in the sunlight, and their laughter was like the tinkling of bells. What are they? Leo asked, his voice filled with wonder. They are water sprites, Finn explained, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Playful and mischievous, but kind-hearted. As if sensing their presence, one of the sprites swam over to them, its eyes bright with curiosity. Hello, travelers, it said, its voice musical and light. What brings you to our lake? We are on a journey, Marigold replied, her voice warm and friendly, seeking the wonders of the world. The sprite nodded, its expression thoughtful. Then you must visit the heart of the forest, it said. It is a place of great beauty and magic, hidden deep within the woods. Intrigued by the sprite's words, Marigold, Finn, and Leo decided to seek out this mystical place. The sprite guided them to a path that led deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the scent of ancient wood and earth. As they followed the path, the forest around them seemed to come alive with a vibrant energy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the sunlight filtered through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Eventually they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had ever seen. In the center stood an enormous tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward in a majestic canopy. The air was filled with a soft, golden light, and the ground was carpeted with delicate flowers that glowed with an inner radiance. This is the heart of the forest, the sprite said, its voice reverent and filled with awe, a place of peace and healing. Marigold, Finn, and Leo stood in silence, their hearts touched by the beauty and serenity of the place. They felt a deep sense of connection to the world around them, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the earth. As they sat beneath the great tree, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the friendships they had forged. They realized that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and joy, they continued their journey, knowing that the world was a place of endless wonder, and that together they could face any challenge that lay ahead. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, Marigold, Finn, and Leo's journey took them to new lands and introduced them to new friends. Their adventure was filled with laughter and learning, and each day brought new discoveries and new lessons. One day, as they traveled through a lush valley, they came upon a village that was in the midst of a grand celebration. The air was filled with the sound of music and laughter, and the streets were lined with stalls selling all manner of goods. Curious about the festivities, Marigold, Finn, and Leo joined in the celebration, their hearts light with joy. They danced to the music, sampled the delicious food, and marveled at the colorful decorations that adorned the village. As they wandered through the village, they met a wise old woman named Era, who was known for her knowledge of the world and her gift for storytelling. Ira welcomed them warmly, her eyes twinkling with kindness and wisdom. "I have heard of your journey," Ira said, her voice gentle and melodic, "and I have a story to share with you." Marigold, Finn, and Leo gathered around, eager to hear what Era had to say. As they listened, Era wove a tale of a magical land beyond the mountains, a place of beauty and peace, where all creatures lived in harmony. "The land is known as the Valley of Harmony," Era said, her voice filled with reverence. "It is a place where the magic of the world is at its strongest, and where the bonds of friendship and love are cherished above all else." Marigold's heart was filled with a longing to see this mystical land, and she turned to her friends with a smile. "Shall we seek out this Valley of Harmony?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Finn and Leo nodded, their eyes shining with anticipation. "Yes," they said in unison, their voices filled with determination. "Let us find this land of peace and magic." And so, with Era's blessing and guidance, Marigold, Finn, and Leo set out on the final leg of their journey. They traveled through forests and across rivers, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. As they approached the mountains, the air grew cooler, and the landscape around them changed. The trees gave way to rocky cliffs and narrow paths, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh mountain air. Finally, after many days of travel, they reached the top of a ridge, and before them lay a sight that took their breath away. The Valley of Harmony stretched out below them, a land of rolling hills and sparkling lakes, bathed in a soft, golden light. The air was filled with the gentle sound of birdsong, and the scent of blooming flowers carried on the breeze. It was a place of beauty and peace, just as Ira had described. With hearts full of joy and gratitude, Marigold, Finn, and Leo descended into the valley, their spirits lifted by the magic of the land. They knew that their journey had brought them to a place where they could find rest and renewal, and where the bonds of friendship and love would be cherished forever. And so, as the sun set on the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the valley, Marigold, Finn, and Leo knew that their journey had come to a close. But they also knew that the magic of the world and the love they shared would guide them always, lighting their path with warmth and wisdom. As they stood together hand in paw, they understood that the true magic of their adventure lay not in the places they had seen, but in the love and understanding they had found along the way. And in that moment, they knew that they were home. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years, and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, as the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light. its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of exploring the meadows and befriending the woodland creatures that called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, Lily ventured into the woods as she often did, her curious eyes scanning the fallen leaves for any signs of adventure. As she rounded a bend in the well-trodden path, something caught her eye. A glimmer of golden light peeking out from beneath a carpet of rust-colored foliage. Brushing aside the leaves, Lily gasped in delight as she uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and dance in the dappled sunlight. Lily's fingers traced the intricate markings, and as she did, the lid of the box sprang open with a soft click. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It shimmered with an otherworldly glow, its surface smooth and polished like a precious gemstone. Lily reached out to touch it, and as her fingertips made contact, a warm tingle spread through her body, filling her with a sense of wonder unlike anything she had ever experienced. From that moment on, Lily's world was forever changed. The acorn, she soon discovered, possessed an extraordinary power, the ability to bring inanimate objects to life with the mere touch of her hand. A stick became a loyal walking companion, a pebble transformed into a playful puppy, and the fallen leaves danced and swirled at her command. At first, Lily reveled in her newfound magic, her days filled with endless delight and discovery. But as time passed, she began to realize that with great power came great responsibility. The forest creatures, once her friends, now looked to her for guidance and protection. It was then that Lily embarked on a journey, not a physical one, but a journey of the heart and mind. She sought out the wisdom of the ancient oak trees, the whispering streams, and the gentle meadow flowers, learning the ways of nature and the importance of balance and harmony. Along the way, she found unexpected allies in the form of a quirky squirrel named Nutkin, whose mischievous antics often concealed surprising insights, and a wise old owl named Hooty, whose soft hoots offered sage advice. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and compassion. When a greedy logger threatened to destroy the forest, it was not through force but through wisdom and diplomacy that Lily and her friends were able to sway his heart and protect their beloved home. And when a terrible drought struck the land, Lily used her magic to coax the rain clouds to open, quenching the thirsty earth and ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was restored. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lily grew into a young woman whose kindness and understanding touched all who knew her. The acorn's power became a tool for nurturing and healing, bringing joy and wonder to those around her. And though the magic of the acorn was extraordinary, Lily knew that her greatest power lay not in the ability to command objects, but in the capacity to love and cherish the world around her, a lesson she carried with her always, like a warm embrace from the forest itself. So, as the night draws to a close and the embers of the fire fade, remember the tale of Lily and the enchanted acorn, a story of discovery, friendship, and the extraordinary magic that can be found in the most ordinary of places, if only we open our hearts to its wonders. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove, Perhaps the answer lies there. Hazel nodded solemnly. Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you. With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home.